pastor, and everything had to be English. And everything. We were not even allowed to speak our country's language in schools, and they called the language they called our own languages vernacular. So English was the real language you had to speak in school. So everything was English. With what we were taught in schools, nobody was thinking of whether to be African or not. We just accepted that we were English, and anybody that went to England for studies was a master, So everybody wants to go to England, come back home to be master, So I never thought about it, being African as such, So it didn't mean anything to me until much later in my life.
Thank you for joining us, all the ones that have joined us already. I just thought I should start off early now in terms of talking about the discussion we're about to have. This conversation is about learning from each other, sharing information, and basically that's all it is, trying to get to the truth. And we are not here to discriminate against anyone. You are free to have your views, and the others are also free, and I am also free to question the veracity of your views, and you should not take offense to it, because truth also does you good. I cannot in good conscience see something that I feel deserves scrutiny, allow it to go unquestioned, because that is not a good way to enable your people to navigate the world in a more sure-footed manner. Because when you lie to yourself, clearly you're walking in the dark. And when you say you're walking in the dark, you're walking without reality. You're not connected to reality. And if you're not connected to reality, you might as well start walking into a rock or whatever, jump off a cliff, because that is what it represents. So that is what the conversation is about. No one should take it personal, and I feel like some people still do. And that's why I think this is quite important that I state earlier on in the conversation. If you don't feel like you want to participate in such honest conversation, which I think everyone deserves, anybody that is watching this program deserves to have that. If you don't think you can partake in that, you can sit it out. There's no real need for you to come on, because I think the viewers deserve to have people that are honest with their views, and their views to be questioned, to confirm the veracity of their claims, or any claim that is made here. So we are not here to discriminate against any tribe, no religion, no race, no nothing really. It's just truth, and the world needs a lot of that at this moment. So henceforth, I will carry on with the show, and we'll see how far we get in the search of truth in this mystery we call life. All right. Now I'm going to be playing this week. Is for the Ibira people of Kogi State in Nigeria. The Ibira people of Nigeria, they are based in the Kogi State. So I'm going to be playing some of their traditional songs, just a few of them actually, but I will get some more later on, and then I'll cover other groups. The Idoma people are also present in Kogi State, quite a few others. So I'll be playing some of their songs, and I'll be playing some other Nigerian cultural songs too, and some not so. What I'm going to be doing too is to also try to include some African songs too, just to celebrate different African countries at the same time as we are celebrating the Nigerian ones. The Nigerians have to, be represented properly. All right, so let me see. Some of the headlines of the week includes the reparation resolution that went through at the UN. That the Ghanaians did what they did there, and a lot of people have got opinions about that. Secondly, clearly we all know what is going on in the Middle East with Iran, retaliation against Israel and America. As it stands, Iran seems to be getting its way. So that's why you have to be careful about starting a fight. Iran has in its gift right now to decide that America is going to be made to pay dearly for this. They will pay with their blood. But America too will have a lot to lose. And maybe it's something that our people need to learn from, because I remember last week when I said something about leverage. A lot of people found it to be a very strange term, that we don't have any leverage. I don't understand it, but what can I say? It is what it is. I'm going to play a video that actually the guy was talking about something else to do with what happened this week, but he ends up talking about the leverage Africans have. It's like weird. That's so obvious for anybody to know, but it turns out that this is why we have these conversations. It turns out that not everybody's aware of it, because I thought we are aware of it. What I have found is that many of our people have been conditioned to think the way these our current leaders want us to think. Because how can we not know we have leverage? The only people that will want you to think like that is your leaders, these current leaders that we have. They are the only ones that will want us to think like that. But many of you are arguing with me that we don't have any leverage. And now, Tinubu has now gone to France begging them for more equipment, training. Help us tell us where terrorists are. That's what they are doing. Have you asked the people you are going to ask, have you asked them how they dealt with terrorists themselves? Have you asked them what they did with the terrorists? You are going to ask, when you're asking people for help, you want to make sure that they too have defeated the same problem. But the people you're asking for, they've not. The only place they've dealt with it is in their countries. And because they have manpower all over the place in their countries, making sure terrorists don't have space to operate. These are the kind of things you do to defeat terrorism. You have to deny them space to operate, because they are not an army. They show up where you are not. They basically follow the art of war principles about attacking their enemy where the enemy is not. That's what they do. Our soldiers are not ghosts or spirits that can just disappear from one end and show up at the other end. And our people truly believe it. You will be shocked how many people. I'll probably carry out a poll of the panelists that come in today that truly believe if our military really mean it, they can take care of the terrorists. They will deal with it. They truly believe it. And so that is an interesting point to raise. So now I'll commence with the videos that we're going to play. I think I will start with the, cultural songs first. Then we can now start moving towards the actual news items that have occurred in the week. So first is first, let me see if I can get our people of the Idoma to be represented, for it is their time, their week, their day. And let's see if I can get one of their cool music out here so that our people can enjoy it. So regarding let me see, that's it there, that's one of them. I think we've reached a max of audio that we can hold on this platform. So I'm gonna get this one off. You know what? I'm gonna play a dedication to I will do that later on in the day. Let me just play this headline news first, then I get the Ibira song to be played. All right.
In a region already on high alert.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help and the grace of God Almighty, has done its first military attacks with a barrage of ballistic missiles against sensitive military targets in the south of occupied Palestine.
And with that attack, Yemen's Houthis entered the war, making this Israel's third active front. The Israeli army says air defenses intercepted one missile before it reached Israeli territory. It comes as domestic tensions are emerging. Israeli military officials are pushing back against the government's strategy in southern Lebanon. More troops have been deployed to expand what it calls a buffer zone, pushing deeper into Lebanon. Media reports suggest the army's chief of staff is concerned by the continued exemption of ultra-Orthodox Israelis from conscription. In Israel, the Houthis' decision to join the battle is seen as a retaliation to strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and an attempt to strengthen Iran's position in indirect talks with the US to end the war. It's also a message from the Yemeni group, an Iranian ally, to Washington. With exports through the Strait of Hormuz largely blocked, maritime traffic in the Red Sea could be next. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, an important commercial shipping route, is also used by US carriers to reinforce its military presence in the region. The Houthis have disrupted shipping before, attacking vessels in the Red Sea during Israel's war on Gaza. It's no secret that any escalation to prolong the war serves Israel's political and military goals. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been careful not to defy the US president, but he has repeatedly stated that Israel would totally dismantle not just Iran's nuclear facilities, but its ballistic missile program and even its military. And these Israeli goals do not appear to be aligned with those of the US. A potential end of the war or even a ceasefire is concerning to many in Israel. And that's why Israel is expected to keep trying to jeopardize any diplomatic progress and push for further escalation. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
All right, Bira. Yeah, this is a choir in Nigeria. Before people start thinking that it's not a choir, it's a kind of a cappella group. They sing all kinds of, they cover all kinds of songs. So this is not Ibera, just to be clear. I don't want to get people confused. This is just a Nigerian group singing.
Lonely at the top. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind. Money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Oh, Che on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chasing for me. Wanna love like a man from my love. But I got to hit my love. If you want to let it come along, don't you find any God in the money I want. Go to hear what the people you talk. Once again, I shall get it to love. That's a life from the one, don't get another one. I go take and do it till I love. Waiting you love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Wait on my love. The world will be vodka. Mr. Money G.
Now let's get to the meat of the matters. Let's watch some of the news. What's his name? Searching for my source did say that he respects the Iranians. It's funny, isn't it? I just played a video of the Houthis joining the conflict, and the Houthis also control another stretch of water, which is the Red Sea area. Guess what? If I showed you the map of Africa, you would be shocked to learn that Africans, we are very talented at making ourselves powerless. And this is a very, very disturbing trend. So let me share this map so that we understand where we are in the bigger scheme of things. We always find a way. We really figure out a way to disadvantage ourselves at every turn. Wherever we get a chance, we do that. How dare us? How dare us try to aspire? Because Africans are never meant to aspire to anything other than being total losers. Total losers of the world, really. If you tell an African that, you know what, how come you guys have not managed to produce one Nobel Prize winner for decades? We've not produced one Nobel Prize winner in any of the sciences. Not one. Zero. Not in America, not in Brazil, not in Nigeria, not in the entire continent of Africa. And there is no other race that has gone through that. Every other race has produced Nobel Prize winners in sciences. From the Arabs to the Indians to the Asians, all of them. It's only us. And we say we are very, very clever, very, very intelligent. No. Every day I'm beginning to see that we are not as clever as we like to believe. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull that up. Where's the video? Okay, so I need to pull this image up so that we can see what I'm trying to show here. Share screen and share tab. What's the tab there? Africa. So you guys can see what I mean. How pathetic the way we carry ourselves. So now I will share this. I hope you can see. I hope this thing doesn't act weird on me. All right. So that is it there. So if you can look at the map, you see where Ethiopia is on that map. Ethiopia is situated on the map at the Horn of Africa. And if you look closer, you will see that Ethiopia is actually bigger than Yemen. Ethiopia is bigger than Yemen. The only difference is that Ethiopia is African, because we are Mumu people now. Of course, our Mumu will always come first. Look at how big Ethiopia is compared to Yemen. Yemen is the one controlling this area by and large. And guess who is benching Ethiopia in Africa from having any influence? Djibouti and Eritrea benching Africa. And Somalia, obviously, Somalia has been turned into a total hellhole. So that one doesn't even represent anymore. So you see how weak Africans are versus non-Africans? You see how weak you are? Look at the border is not even that far apart, but yet very, very different. You can't even make it up. A tiny country like Djibouti and Eritrea bench a massive nation like Ethiopia. Because Africans are the first class mumu, so that they don't have any influence. Look at Iran holding the whole world to hostage. They say, you know what, you are messing with us, we are going to show you. Because Africans are not ready. We are not ready for anything. All we are ready to do is joke and jive and talk as if we are making progress when there is nothing. We are standing still, are waiting for them to come. Every day people like to be proud that Ethiopia was never colonized. And they forget that Ethiopia was defeated multiple times. What is the difference between being colonized and being defeated? What is the difference? Yeah, maybe you didn't change a few calendars and all the rest. Look at you. You are benched. Till today now, the president of Ethiopia, I think he's prime minister. I'm not even sure which one he is. But Abiy is trying to fight his way to have access to the sea. All the countries surrounding Ethiopia, all the bordering countries, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, which other one bordering it? Kenya, South Sudan. If you put all their population together, Ethiopia is more populated than them. Ethiopia alone is more populated than them, and yet that country is benched by a country that is barely 6 million in population. A country that is over 100 million. It's only in Africa you see this nonsense happen. And what we are seeing in Africa, in the Horn of Africa, where Houthis that appear to be like some kind of nobodies are holding the world hostage, Nigerians will say, oh, we don't have any leverage. We don't have any leverage. You are nobodies. How can we have any leverage? And yet you are one of the most influential nations on the continent. If there is any black Mecca in this world, it's going to be Nigeria. And yet you say you don't have any leverage. You don't have any leverage. If you don't have any leverage, create one. You can create it. Stop being mumu. Stop being losers. Stop making excuses. There are countries that have zero. What leverage did Singapore have? What leverage did Singapore have to create what they created? We just always behave like losers all the time, making excuses for failures. And because our leaders have been conditioned, they've conditioned us to think like that we can't expand our horizon. So I just thought I should call that one out, because when I look at what has been happening in Africa from December, in short, I think it started since Trump threatened Nigeria, really. There has been so many changes that has occurred without approval from Congress. It's not only in Nigeria, it's happening in many African countries. They're just going there, signing agreements with Ghana, this in Senegal. They are all signing agreements. And most of all these agreements, they are surrounding the I think EAS, they call them. The EAS nations, they are surrounding them now. Nigeria is one of them. And Ghana has been picked out. All the Francophone countries, most of them in West Africa, they are all signed on already. They are surrounding the EAS nations, and many of us are going to help destroy our fellow Africans. Just like Eritrea and all the other tiny countries are helping to bench Ethiopia. Can you imagine Iran being landlocked? Who in this world would have prevented Iran from being landlocked? Can you imagine if Iran was landlocked, they would be total losers right now. And that's how African countries made Ethiopia. They are happy to bench Ethiopia. Like when you tell them, oh, can you just let them have access? No. They will say no. They will like, oh, let them sit there. They are invaders. They are going to come and conquer us. But you're not seeing the bigger picture. You can't see the bigger picture that you are actually being weakened by the same thing that you are accusing Ethiopia of doing. Let me move this stuff out of this place. Just hold on for a second. Let me play this song so that on this video actually, so that you see how Africans actually behave.
Africa, folks. I brought you a story yesterday which was praising John Mahama, the president of Ghana, for going to the United Nations to put forward a UN resolution about slavery, which was passed by 123 nations, 3 abstentions, 57 abstentions, 3 no's. And I talked to you about the significance of that for laying a foundation for slavery, because they were categorized as the greatest crime against humanity in history. Well, on the same day, Ghana did something that is absolutely mind-boggling. Ghana becomes the first African nation to join EU Security Defense Partnership. Agreement expands cooperation on counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, regional stability as threats grow in West Africa. This is just staggering, guys. The same day that they voted on slavery and all of the EU abstained, basically voted against. This is what Ghana has now done. We've been sold out, guys. We've been sold out completely. It's over with. We're finished. So as you can see, guys, Ghana became the first nation to join the EU Security Defense Partnership. They've invited the European Union to do security in Africa from Ghana as a base, The European Union abstained on the vote. All of the European Union stood against categorizing slavery as the greatest crime against humanity. And on the same day, you signed this deal? Sorry, guys, I just decided to, this is from, I started to turn on my camera. This is my phone, because I literally just found this out this morning. And I'm astonished by this. It is just an astonishing situation. I can't believe it. Now, let me explain to you guys why this is so serious. You see, doing a security deal with the EU positions drones, tanks, military personnel, intelligence, surveillance in your country. Like, it means that you're allowing them to do that. They say that they're fighting against insurgents. Do you know how close Ghana is to Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger? Do you know how close it is? You do a deal with them. Then you go to Libya. People are getting on alert. I told you about what's happening with Gaddafi. You've got the flintlock thing going on in Libya. So you're going to take over Libya. You then bomb Nigeria along the borders of Niger. So you're going to take over that corner of Niger. Can't you see what is happening? They're trying to box in the Sahel states. From every angle, they're going country to country around Africa, all the countries that surround the Sahel states, and compromising them. Doing deals with these presidents, Nigeria, Ghana, Libya. I don't even know what's left. Do you know that the only countries that are not categorically selling these guys outside is like places like Algeria? I mean, we can talk about North Africa, but the only country that is bordered with Niger now and the Sahel countries that has not outwardly come out and said that we are now working with France or the EU to play guys out is Algeria. And listen, who knows what's really going on in Algeria? Listen, dudes, I don't know what to tell you, but I believe that the whole thing that just happened with the slavery thing was a play to distract you from this. Because this story is bigger than that story. They did it on the same day. Do you know what it means for the European Union to vote against you on the same day that they then sign a deal saying they're coming to protect Africa from terrorists and insurgents that were caused by your neocolonialism? The neocolonialism as a result of slavery that you do not want to acknowledge. Guys, the ignorance of the African is our greatest enemy. We're a bunch of bums. We're idiots. Because we are so naive. I'm naive. I'm talking about even myself. We're so naive that little platitudes, showmanship, performance is all that we need, that is required to bamboozle the African. Guys, this is on my phone. I'm in my room now. I don't even know what to tell you. I couldn't even wait to get out to the garden. I couldn't wait to get out to the garden to talk to you about this because this is big time. We're getting played. Played. What Ghana just did is one of the craziest moves in the entire time that I've been doing my platform. What Ghana just did is one of the craziest moves in the entire time my platform has existed. The European Union, of all the people on the planet, that's who you're doing security with? What are they securing when they are the ones who are the criminals? How do you get a criminal to secure your house for you? Guys, I'm asking you a straight up question. Write it in the comments. How do you get a criminal to secure your house? Ghana, you've betrayed Africa. Ghana, you've betrayed us. What the hell are you doing? Nigeria, I've already talked about Nigeria, so don't, you know where I stand on Nigerian situation. So that is a foregone conclusion that we finished in Africa. Ghana too? So all of that was a show. There is nobody that goes to the United Nations to say that we're fighting against slavery and then turns around to sign a security deal with the same countries that are not supporting you. How about sign a security contract with the countries that voted yes? How about sign a security contract with Russia and China? How about that? How about that? They voted yes to support you. How about you sign a security deal with them? The people signing the security deal with Russia and China are the Sahel states who you are now playing out. Guys, we're a joke in that continent. A joke. I am so annoyed. I'm furious. I'm furious. I woke up this morning, I had to put on my camera. I saw the report. I said, let me get on the camera. I saw the report this morning. I just woke up. I'm furious. Ghana, what the hell are you doing?
Yesterday, again, I had a lengthy discussion with Emmanuel Macron. Their collaboration with us for equipment and support, while I'm making frantic effort to contact other nations. If we have to spend our goodwill and line of credit, we have those who are willing to support us with equipment and training. We should just resolve. Why you say it's not time for policy discussion. We have a pyramid that we must work on in the state.
When are we going to get tired of equipment and support and training? Nigerians, when are you people going to get tired of equipment and training? This kind of, I don't know what to call it. Is it colonial mentality or mumu? When are we going to get tired of equipment and training? You have people there in Nigeria. You are not using them to secure the country. You have people in Nigeria. What are the terrorists using that is so massive that you cannot defeat when you recruit your people? Israel is using so much of its population to fight the war that their general is complaining that their military is about to collapse because they are reserving, they are not allowing the Orthodox Jews to serve in the military. And that's the conscripted into the military. But in Nigeria, they are using about 8% of their population. About 8% of Israel's population is involved in the military one way or the other. 8%. Nigeria is using 0.1%. And this, oh God, these our leaders will still go out to go and beg people for equipment and training. And they've been doing it though. This is not, Buhari did it, Basenjo did it, Goodluck did it. That's all they do. And I don't blame them anymore. I blame our people. Our people are the problem because you see them here. Look at them, even in the chat. They are the problem. And you will complain until you tire. You are going to keep getting that kind of leadership. Because you are one of them. If they put you there, you're going to do the same thing. You lack ambition. Because you don't want to do anything hard. Don't worry. When the day comes, they will force it on you nonetheless. Whether you choose to do it or not. But some other person will decide it for you next time. And that time, they have a bigger say because they are the one deciding it for you. You run from it, oh, you hide, oh, you jump, oh, you whatever you want to do. Sing hallelujah all you want. Sing, pray to listen, your whatever God you are praying to. It's not going to make any difference. Because you have failed the fundamental thing in this life. Failed the simplest challenge that life has to endure, which is common sense. You can't even make common sense. Like many of us now will sit here and they will still back Israel like to the hilt. They will back Israel. Israel literally every time they are doing anything to do with black people, Israel will vote against it. And yet our people will still back them. And one of the countries that Israel is even looking to use to replace America right now as one of their best buddies is India. India that has a caste system. A system whereby the darker you are, the lower your class. They see you as inferior. And that's the country Israel want to body with. Among all the nations, not Japan, not South Korea, not which other nation that is really, really, advanced, but not necessarily, that's why they have so much influence in Germany too. Some of Argentina, do you know Argentina is one of the most racist countries in the Americas? And they have very good relationship with them. And guess the biggest one of them all, America itself, that is basically founded on racism itself. Israel is their biggest friend. And yet, the same, and when we say racism, the racism is not necessarily against other people. The real focus is us, directed towards us. And our people will still use that their same brain to go and back the same force against themselves, their own people. I don't know what to tell you. So now let me address some of the points that were made in the title of the video. I think an American official was saying that Nigeria could break up due to the insecurity that is going on. Shocker. The biggest insecurity is Nigerians. Hi, my God. It's not only it's just not only Nigerians. Africans are some of the most useless bunch of creatures on the face of the earth. They are so useless, it's not even funny. Like, they can't even figure out how to work with each other properly. They can't even figure it out. All these men, they just talk and have children and every day. They can't figure out how to. Why do you want to go into leadership if you don't understand leadership? Why do you want to go into leadership if you don't understand leadership? You just want to go and say, I'm the leader, I'm this oversabi. They empower you from outside to come and oppress your people. You are very, very happy. But then again, what are you going to do? This is life. This is what we do. Our people themselves, they are even more conditioned that they like to believe. I like that video that I played earlier on, because the guy said, including myself. Because that's how it is too, including myself. We are all compromised. Because our mindset, I like to think that I'm quite enlightened, but I'm not. Not really. Because some of the things I would have been able to do, I won't be talking like this right now. If I was like a Japanese man, if I was born a Chinese man, or born a Russian, I won't be talking the way I'm talking. This talk, I won't be talking about it. I'll be making things happen. I will seriously be making things happen. That shows you how compromised we are. We accept nonsense that other people will never accept. We are expert at it. If America comes to Nigeria, they barely need to fight, because the only thing they need to do is go to one tribesman, tell him, oh, the other tribe is about to get one over you. Then the other one tell that one. They will not bother to ask each other. They've been living each other on this land forever. They will not bother to ask each other. Let's meet each other and discuss and push these crazy people out of here. But no, because they are too lazy to fight the big guy, they will rather fight their own. Because they don't want, they know that there will be more casualties if they fight the big guy. So why would you want to take more casualties when it's easy to fight your own? Not knowing that while you are doing that, you are even taking bigger casualties because you are killing yourselves too. You might as well start shooting yourselves. Because we can't think beyond what pain cannot force out of us. And this is why I always come back to that conclusion that maybe we need to see fire. Because pain, existential crisis, is what forces it out of people. Now look at our president again. The way he talks, even he tells you the state. That man, Tinubu, represents Africa. He represents Africa. Let me play the video again, so you see how feeble he looks and asking for trinkets. This is the story of Africa for the last 400 years. Let me play it again.
Yesterday, again, I had a lengthy discussion with Emmanuel Macron. Their collaboration with us for equipment and support, while I'm making effort, frantic effort, to contact other nations. If we have to spend our goodwill and line of credit, we have those who are willing to support us with equipment and training. We should just resolve. While you say it's not time for policy discussion, we have a pyramid that we must work on in the state.
Now, that is Africa for you. Lack of ambition, just want to jerk and jive, not want to do anything at all. You would think this man is in charge of a bedroom only. Like a bedroom with only him and his relatives in there. This is a guy that is controlling 230 million people, their nation. Like he cannot do anything with them. Hey! Russia is not up to 230 million. No. Russia is about 120, if I'm not mistaken. Half of our population. Look at what they have done. Iran is more than half of our population. Look at what they have done. And Iran is a little bit silly, really. But look at what they managed to do. But a man that has 250 million, 230 million under his control, look at how he's begging for equipment. What are you doing with those 230 million? If you put 1 million people to build equipment, they will build it. Don't you know that? What are you doing with those millions of people? But this is Africa. When you tell people, they start fighting you. That's what we are good at doing, fight each other. Instead of me, I'm not interested in fighting each other. I'm just interested in, if somebody says what is right, I follow. I don't care who that person is. If you're saying what is right, I will listen to you. I don't care. I'm not welded to one stupid ideology or one stupid religion, or, okay, I shouldn't call them stupid, but still, it comes off as stupid when people are hugging only one side all the time. I think as if one side has all the truths. No side has all the truths. That's it. That's the basic fact of life. You can't. So everybody has to come together. Even when everybody comes together, they don't have all the facts, but they have more of it. More, maybe more than any other people alive. That is the whole point of sharing information, and so we have proper discussion instead of getting welded to your point and we all start fighting each other here. I hope we don't do that today. I hope when people come on, they come and actually, they want to learn. This is a place of learning. This is not a place to embarrass each other. That's not what we're here for. Let me share the link just so that people that want to come in can start coming in while I play the remaining videos. This is how classically, oh my, I'm not sure. I hope that link is the correct one. Okay, yeah, I think that link is the correct one. Yeah, I've shared the link now. So if you want to join, you can come in and be ready to be questioned. But don't worry, it's not about humiliating anybody. It's about us learning from each other. Because there are things I will learn from you. I swear, I will always learn from people. I learn from people all the time. That's part of the reason why I'm here. Most of the things I know today, I wouldn't know them if not because I was on this platform. Most of the stuff I know today is because I'm on this platform. That's why I know them. So we have to try to learn from each other. I think Jagun is already here. We Londoners, we have an attitude when we want to do stuff, we show up very, very quickly, So Jagun, thank you for joining me. I wanted to play one more video of a Ghanaian, trying to analyze what the Ghanaians are doing with the European Union. So that we get a better view of the point of view of the Ghanaians, thinking, and whether it's smart or whether it's a bad idea. Let me just play the video quickly.
Happening with Ghana and the European Union's agreement to our new passport and the new SIM cards registration. Stay with me now. Ghana, for your information, is on track to become what Japan is to the EU and the US in Asia. Now, listen to this information carefully. Businesses in Africa, businesses like their mining companies, their telecommunication companies like Orange or Orange in the Ivory Coast, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, and like Airtel Africa from London, which is the biggest in Nigeria and also in Niger, GS Telecom, which owns Telecel in Ghana, and many other telecommunication network services. Ladies and gentlemen, so they are primarily protecting their interest in Africa and also deal with a situation of mass migration to Europe as a result of people moving around due to terrorism. So they looked around all of sub-Saharan Africa and decided on the one country that aligned with their worldview and also had democracy and a stable government, and thought Ghana fit that role, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, they've partnered Ghana. A lot of things have changed in West Africa in the last 5 years especially, and it's important we come to terms with them. Our country, Ghana, is surrounded by francophone countries that are dealing with a real situation of terrorism. And this terrorism situation, ladies and gentlemen, is a planned mission. It is not happening by chance or out of emotional outbursts or as a tool for freedom fighters. No, it is a planned mission, strategically planned. It is a well-orchestrated strategy to take over this continent using terrorism and outbirthing other communities, ladies and gentlemen. And our country is in the center of it all. Our country, Ghana. Ghana had two options in this agreement. Apart from accepting this cooperation, we could have rejected it altogether or changed the terms of the agreement. But no, we took it as it came. Now, hear me out. These are the terms of the agreement. Mind you, this agreement has been in discussion for nearly 8 months. Here are the terms of the partnership. First of all, there will be no foreign bases established in Ghana in this partnership. Ghana stays in control in the activities in Ghana, and they stay over there. That is the first thing. Then, Ghana is going to be provided the necessary equipment and training to become the ears and eyes of the European Union when it comes to any type of insurgencies or jihadism rising in West Africa. Ghana's sea and airspace and cyberspace will be used as a station to oversee the activities of such groups in the sub-region. This is the long and short of it. But there is a breaking news I'm bringing to you. Ghana, for your information, is on track to become what Japan is to the EU and the US in Asia. Now, listen to this information carefully. Do you know why Ghana adopted the new upgraded biometric passport that uses microchips last year? Was it the year before or last year? This information should shock you, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm already feeling jittery on this. I'm going to tie what's happening with Ghana and the European Union's agreement to our new passport and the new SIM cards registration. Stay with me now. Ghana in 2024 and 25 began issuing new security-featured upgraded biometric passports because Ghana, ladies and gentlemen, was in talks with the EU to turn Ghana into a visa-free country to the European countries. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, you heard it right. This might sound ridiculous to you, but wait until it happens. The EU intends to use Ghana as a model of an extension of Europe in Africa. They want Ghana to be where African migrants go to and not Europe. This is why our security features in our passport has changed, and the government is cracking down on all non-Ghanaian passport holders, non-Ghanaian holding Ghana passports. They intend to clean the system before the next level of agreement is signed. So it begins with tightening our passports, and then it moves on from there. Did you know that the current Ghana passport is one of the very few passports in the world that uses all the different types of security features at the same time? Most countries use different parts, but we use all of it. We have the digital ID integration embedded in it. We have advanced chip security implanted in it. And we have high number of protective features that are unconventional also embedded in our current passport. Ladies and gentlemen, this new Ghana passport wasn't just made with Ghana's security in mind, for your information.
I think the rest is just basically a repetition of his own point of view that he believes Ghana is rising to this thing. Maybe somebody should tell him that even Turkey, that is part of NATO, doesn't have visa-free access to Europe. But it's okay. Maybe he's right. Maybe they will be able to. He's equating Ghana to Japan. Japan has a massive US military base there. Japan was a superpower, and after even their defeat, they are still a superpower. Japan is a nuclear threshold nation. You see, this is the thing. That's why we have this unearned inflated ego, that unearned ego. Like we think we are something we have not even come close to achieving. Whatever he thinks he's doing right now, it's crazy, man. Thinking that he's going to become this thing Japan of this in Africa. That is just a joke. What have you done for them that they are going to give you that kind of status? It's just a pathetic. You are giving them all the tools that they need to destroy this. Sure, forget it. I will leave the panelists to decide. Let me play this so that I know that Jang will probably have an interesting view. He does have interesting views about these things. And let me play this one about the leverage. You know, I think this guy mentioned leverage, and let's see what he's got to say about it. Because last week
with a great moral issue involved, neutrality does not serve righteousness. For to be neutral between right and wrong is to serve wrong.
Ghana's president just said that at the United Nations General Assembly. And what happened next proved exactly why he needed to say it. If you don't know me, my name is TJ. I'm Nigerian and British mixed. And on this channel, we talk about African geopolitics.
Resolution A/80/L48 entitled Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 123. Against, 3. Abstentions, 52. Therefore, draft resolution A/80/L48 is adopted.
So let me break down what just happened. The United Nations General Assembly voted on Resolution A/80/L48, a resolution to formally recognize the transatlantic slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity, and to open the door for reparations for African nations. 123 countries voted in favor. Only 3 voted against: the United States, Israel, and Argentina. 52 countries then also abstained, refusing to even take a position. Those countries included the United Kingdom, Portugal, Spain, France, Netherlands, Germany, Belgium. And there's no prizes for guessing that those countries are not random here. These are the exact nations that ran the transatlantic slave trade for 300 years. They trafficked approximately 12.5 million Africans across the Atlantic. They built their entire economies on stolen African labor, and when they were asked to simply recognize that as a crime, they could not even bring themselves to vote yes. They just stayed silent. Now, you need to understand something important about how the United Nations works. I've made videos before about the General Assembly and the United States Security Council. We're talking about 193 member states, all of whom have the right to vote in the General Assembly. And no country in the Security Council has veto power. So because of the numbers that we've seen here, the resolution passed the General Assembly, but the General Assembly resolutions are not enforceable. The only body that can actually enforce anything is the United Nations Security Council, which has just 15 members. 5 of those hold permanent power, permanent veto power, which means if anyone else votes, those 5 countries can stop it with a single vote. Those countries are the United States, United Kingdom, France, Russia, and China. Do you see the problem here? 3 of the 5 nations that can veto anything binding resolution into reparations are the United States, which voted against, the United Kingdom and France, which abstained. The nations that are most responsible for the slave trade have built themselves a permanent escape hatch. They will never be held accountable.
So I don't want to, except that you guys want to watch it, but I don't want to go on too long. I know you all have your own opinions about this already. And but regarding the leverage part, he went on to talk about it later on, because I found that very interesting that he talked about it in passing. He didn't even make it a big deal. But it was about what we were talking last week, where almost everybody were telling me that we don't have any. I don't understand how we think like it's like we are thinking like our leaders, but it's okay. Let me get on with welcoming all the panelists. I want everybody to be equal right now. Jagun, thank you for joining us. From London. KJ, thank you for joining us from America. Dexter, an American, thank you for joining us. Ike is somewhere in the Caribbean enjoying himself. Thank you for joining us, Ike. And if you appreciate you for joining us too, thank you all for coming in. And you guys are the best of the best, because you are willing to have honest conversation more than most will ever like to do. So let me bring in Jagun, since Jagun was the first to join. Jagun, so what do you make of the headlines of the week? So let's just start with that as a way of warming up to a specific subject matter. So what do you make of the general headlines of the week and what you've observed this week? Because for me, I felt a sense of hopelessness, I have to say. Sorry. You're muted.
Excuse me. Thank you. And good evening to everybody. Let me begin by saying that we are 57:55, which means an hour has gone from our 3 hours. And it's been very enlightening listening to our forefathers' voice for this amount of time. Last week, we made mention of certain things that may or may not have been adhered to. But I think 3 hours is a good enough time for us to be getting into the meat of the bones in these scenarios that take place week to week. I think it must have been Wednesday that I saw certain things, and I really wanted to show because I wanted to express what these things meant. But we're here today, Saturday, and what we're discussing is very important about the disillusionment of the African leader, of the Africans themselves, of where we are going. As I've said, I'm an old boy now, and I've been thinking about these things for many years. I've applied my trade to the push economically of our people. I began something called UK Black Links with Black Business Directory in this country, which rose a lot of money. And it was Black people themselves that spoiled that company. And then I began again, Expo Africa. I went to Japan. I raised a lot of money, an awful lot of money. And again, it was Black people that spoiled that. In my experience, I can't tell you I understand our people. Apart from looking at our failures, a lot of the failures that I as an individual have, I can kind of bring it down to my own weakness in one way or the other, or my own level of Black African appreciation that maybe I should not give it as much respect as I've done in my lifetime. However, that is me, and I don't think I'm going to change. Having said all this, I can't see how we as a people can't see how clear the stage is. So much so that there are so many of our issues that we have on a personal, tribal, religious level that it prevents us from seeing the wood for the trees. The wood is right now, the clarity is that the AES countries have said enough is enough to the European and to the Western hegemony of their country. They have put it to a test. They have seen over the last 7 to 13 years of France being involved and supposedly getting rid of terrorists. The terrorist insurrection simply grows and they become poorer. That's what they have seen and experienced. Now, when we look at a country as big as Nigeria that has seen and experienced everything that has to do with an African, to be frank, Nigeria as one country has seen and experienced everything that has to do with being an oppressed African. Yet somehow we do not really give credence to that on the national level. We behave as though we are already beyond. Now, I'm saying all this to say what the wood is. The wood, as explained, are the AES countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, who are directly replicating with their own sovereignty and nationhood that they are the beginning of this revolution that says enough is enough. We don't want corrupt governments. We don't want corrupt countries coming and leading and telling us what to do with our wealth and further impoverishing us. We don't want this anymore. We are going to try by ourselves, and we would begin the alliances that make sense for us as a nation of people. That's what they have said. Somehow, this has offended a country like Nigeria, so much so that Nigeria wanted to go to war with these countries on behalf of Europe. That is the first move that tells us that Nigeria is already on the wrong side of history and looking to push further into Nigeria's mayhem of nonsensical achievements in a country called Nigeria. What do we want to achieve by following France to kill our brothers in Niger? What do we want to achieve by that, really? It makes no sense. Now, as far as Ghana is concerned, and Ghana, they've led the way many times where African consciousness, African togetherness, African unity is concerned. They've done a great job because there are few countries who can boast of their achievements down that road. At least they had Nkrumah. They had him as the first president who was a Pan-Africanist. They had him. So they have him in memory. The thing is, there's a difference between the Francophone and the Anglophone countries. I think the Francophone, as weak as they're weaker than the Anglophone countries, politically, economically, and all the rest of it. However, they suffered their neo-colonialism in a different way than we did. Their neo-colonialism told them that we are still colonized. We are still a colonized group of people. And the level of our colonization is hampering us from moving forward, even with our neighboring countries who are brothers of ours, who are Francophone as well. We can't even move forward with them, let alone the Anglophone countries. We have to think. The Anglophone countries, who knew very well about neocolonialism, seemed somewhat to join the colonialists all over again in oppressing their own people. So we knew, but we wanted to carry on with it regardless. Now, this position that we find ourselves in, I've said it before, we're stupid. And I don't like saying it, but it's a fact. I've said it also that we are weak. I don't like saying it, but it's a fact. What forefathers underlined with Eritrea and Djibouti as regards Ethiopia, including Somalia. I look at the Horn of Africa and I see that there's a power base there, and that power base needs to make sense. But what that power base is surrounded by is strange countries. Somalia that has been at war with itself for God knows how long. Then they have Sudan on the other side, which is in panic trouble. And then to the north, they have Eritrea and Djibouti blocking them extensively from being a power base on that Red Sea as we should have, as it was before when they had Aksum. Aksum was Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, and parts of Sudan. So we are not strategic people. We're not strategic thinkers. We don't know how to think about how the future is going to be. We can't fathom it because we haven't got enough information to say this is going to be our future if we don't make certain moves now. Me personally, I'm not necessarily with you. I've created a future in my mind that makes sense for Africa. I've looked at the politics and seen that, boy, the way we're doing things, we need to aim strategically and assuredly that we can hold a different economy. The first thing I would put to everybody here is that West Africa as a whole, including all the Francophone countries, central or west of Africa, should be one economy. And that one economy should be led by Nigeria. And the politics of that economy basically should say that strategically we don't fight ourselves, but no nation should come near us. This is what we should be doing. It's what we should be aiming for. It's the security that we need. But I know upon this panel itself and the listeners, there'll be many detractors against that, saying all kinds of things that may or may not make sense, but they don't make sense for any future, given the fact that we have great enemies out there. I'll end it there and see what other people have to say. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that submission. That Eritrea, that Ethiopia one beats me like crazy. You think Oibopo just molded Africa perfectly? Make sure the most powerful country in that region doesn't have access to the sea, something that no other region experiences. But Africa, we always manage to, allow them to shape us as they see fit. Welcome. Who is next? I think it's Dexter. Dexter was next. Hey, Dexter, I see your musical instrument behind.
Are you sure, Kofo Vala? Are you sure? Because
you were around, but you were okay.
Let you see was there before even got Jaguar was there before Jaguar. I was the first person that joined your program. Forefather.
No, okay.
I didn't see you. I didn't see you.
No, he was in the background.
Understand?
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, I'm curious about. I know you are one. I think maybe I'm mistaken, but you are quite a strong supporter of Israel. So, but I'm curious what you make of the idea that whenever anything is happening around the world, Israel often picks the racist side against us. Like from apartheid regime, they were working with. As a matter of fact, they helped the apartheid regime get nuclear weapon that they are training to use against black people. Now they are also paddy with Indians that have a caste system that says that the darker you are, the lesser you are of you are a lesser human being. And you see America is one of the original, isn't it? That resolution was basically to an extent about America with the transatlantic slave trade. 3 of them, look at the nations that voted against it: America, Israel, and Argentina. They didn't even abstain. They voted against. So what do you make of it?
Okay. Thank you so much, Forefather, for hosting. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Ife. My brother Ike, Jagun. Good to see all of you. Thank you, Forefather. Listen, I think there's more going on. I like to lean towards what Jagun has said. I think there are more going on than what we are saying. I think this is just a kite. They are flying. Because in the first place, are they ready to, since they've all voted and voted yes, what is Africa going to get? Because the resolution is not banning on anybody. So it's just an exercise in futility, which is what I've been seeing over the years. They sit down They take a resolution, they vote, they pass it, but at the end, nobody gets anything different. And so I think, this is me and my own thoughts, I think they are hiding something more. I think they are trying to distract Africans from being able to sit down and give themselves a good understanding of what is going on, the power play that's going on right now in the world. Because power has all of a sudden become might, and number will equally carry weight. So the more divided Africa is, the more we are not able to have a forum where we can now agree on which way we want to lean. I do not blame, the West when they do these kind of things in Africa. Because even we ourselves, just imagine Nigeria, we have not even agreed with ourselves. Then how do we form a formidable forum or a front? How do we put our best foot forward? Look at West Africa, ECOWAS. Since ECOWAS was formed, how many countries in ECOWAS are trading with each other? Let's even not forget about trading. That you can even, be able to pass and live in the other country and do business without being harassed. How many? Think of African Union. What has African Union been able to achieve? We couldn't even build a secretariat for ourselves. The Chinese have to come and build it. And so you go sit in the Chinese building to discuss the African affairs, and you think the building is not Bob. My brother, how long shall we continue to fool ourselves? How long? We are not the only ones that were colonized. Other regions of the world have been colonized. After the colonial system was crashed, they decided to reinvent themselves by creating different border lines. They decided to reorganize their own country the way that they know that will best serve their people. Why do Africa still hold on to the old ways? If we find out that there's a reason why Congo, for instance, or Sudan, for instance, is being kept the way it is kept, is that not for Africans to meet in OAU and say, look, this is what we see. This is what will work better. Can we restructure this thing? Can we do this? Can we do that? Is that not how a nation who wants to go forward discuss? Bosnia Herzegovina, when they were together, did Africans come and suggest to them to now divide and go their separate ways so that they become different countries? Did any of all those European countries that decide to become, even if they are just 2,000 inside, decide to become countries of their own, did any African man, president or otherwise, went there to go and sit and say, no, people have to do it this way or do this way, or people no agree, say, on go do this way? Why is it that we always find, or they always find somebody within us who will always find a way to destabilize the system? Most especially the French, whom I don't think that I have any love for. Because if you go read the history of interventions in the war, let's even say Americans are even fairer because they can decide to fight on your soil, and some of them will lose their life. Go and look at the history of the French. They've never lost any French soldier anywhere, not on African soil. They don't even help you to fight your wars. They just sit there to protect their interests. And as long as they don't come where their interest is, they won't go to war. So, what is the leverage? What are we going to get from Tinubu going to drag France to Nigeria? What are we going to get? Now, until we wake up from this our slumber, okay, until we wake up from thinking that the white man knows better than us, because let's face it, forefather, how long ago did they start getting white colors? And you see, you keep saying this about, I will not say I'm just an ordinary Christian. I'm a Christian that does research. And if you go back to 17 something, the whole of Israel was black. That's why a one-time president of Egypt said why he doesn't have respect for them is because they left as blacks and came back as white. We know those things. But are we going to rewrite the history? Are we going to rearrange it? No. So how do we now manage where we find ourselves? That is the crux of the question. We as Africans and our leaders have not been able to sit down and tell themselves the truth. You see, look, forefather, for anybody who wants to bring peace and progress in Nigeria, 1 week is too much. For any government in power in Nigeria, 1 week, one week is too much for you to put everything in place that need to make that country work, because everything is there. But out of their own selfish reasons and out of their own tribal sentiments, okay, they refuse to see the truth and call the truth and readjust those things. And I'll give you one example before I hand up. If you think that resource control is not good for the states, how come the gold in the north belongs to the states that are found, belong to individuals that own the land, but the one in the south, the oil in the south, doesn't belong to the people where it is found? It belongs to the federal government. Meanwhile, not even that it belongs to the federal government, those locations where this oil are found, no form of development is in those places. No form of amenity is in those places. And you say that we are dealing with the people who are serious in changing the status quo? No, we are not. So basically, if you ask me to say, I will say that Africans need to sit down and ask themselves, what is these people trying to play at again? Because what we are seeing, you think Ghanaians are priding themselves that they want to make them Japan? So based on what? Based on what? What is the thing that Ghana has that they want to make you Japan? They didn't think of making Nigeria Japan. At least we know we are producing something. Is you? No, there is another system. They are trying to keep us, while we're looking at this and planning and arguing amongst ourselves, they are doing what they want. And before we know it, voila, it's over. Let us learn the trick. You see, I've said this many times. I don't have any problem with
That's right, KJ.
I don't have any problem with what America is doing. America first, yes. Forefather, you are the president of Nigeria. Go with Nigeria first. Sit on the table with him. Say, this is where we stand. Oh, we like what you are doing. We praise what you are doing. We appreciate what you are doing. It should be your country first. Even for us, this is our country first. This is our modus of process. This is on this time we deal. And then you negotiate with people who are reasoning, not people who are brain dead. People who are reasoning comes to that meeting with you. It's not about your party. It's about a generation of people. It's about the survival of your people. And until we know that we are at another threshold of history, we are again going to be found on the other side. We are again going to be found on the other side. Everything is shifting, and it's shifting very fast. Nothing is stable at this point. Everything is in the move. Everything is on. It's just like playing playing chess. Everything is on the move, and we need to have our best players on the keyboard. That's what I would say, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate your point. You are sounding, Jago even agrees with you. That is saying that something is happening. I think we are beginning to realize that we are in his pickle. And I think it may already be too late. But that said, you never mentioned one word about Israel voting against us. But tomorrow, we are still going to find people lining up here to back the same country that has done this to us regularly. This is not the first time. It keeps happening over and over again. And our people don't wake up to it.
Sorry, just to wait before I go. You see, every country will come to the table what is of their interest. Let us go from that mentality that Africans have, that somebody is going to be talking, come and take on our interest. Nobody is going to talk on
Israel didn't colonize us now, so it's not in their interest to vote against it. They have no business with it.
They are coming to the table with what is their national interest, not because they colonize anybody. It is
so it's their national interest to be one of the three nations to vote against something to do with black people.
Okay, so now they voted against it. I mean, I voted for it. What's going to change, forefather? I want you to understand what's been going on.
Okay, I get that point you are making, that it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, then why not vote for it? Because the argument is not because it doesn't matter. Because they know they got compensation in terms of the Holocaust. They did. So if anybody should understand this, it's them. But they always do the opposite. Always do the opposite.
Well, all I'm trying to tell you, Father, that every nation will stand out on the interests of their people. Be it Israel, be it Nigeria. Only we, the black people, that don't go there and stand out for the interests of our people. Whatever they say, okay, no problem. You sign away without even consulting anybody. I don't know any nation where the president alone go to sign the country into a bilateral agreement without having to have even let it go to the National Assembly and other eyes look at it. We are the only ones. We're the only ones. We go there, they give us some of those holoshows, and then our head spins off, and then we begin to just sign away papers. At the end of it, that is it. Again, we are bashed into a corner until we learn that this is how the game is played and bring our look, forefather, no be people like us, no be our black people, they work for those people. No be Nigerians, they work for them. No be them, so why can't you now also carry your own team and be a team instead of being people who are going for jamboree? You carry people to go and shop and they say they have come for meeting. Take people who know what they are. You have to, you see, forefather, let me tell you why I always get annoyed when I'm talking about this thing. Nigerians have students who are teaching at the highest level. As a Nigerian many Nigerians working in NASA. There are many of them who are working at a very strategic level that you can even say, okay, we can't pay you, but we want to give you we're coming into the States or we're coming to England. We want you to act as our consultant on this issue. Those people will be glad to give you a complete correct advice. And you not fall into the pit hole Nigeria have been falling into since independence. So are we not going to change? Don't we even reason? Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Make it not be like the Korea.
Thank you. I appreciate your submission. And every day, one day you'll be here sounding like Jaguar and every one of us, because I see that your opinion is, maybe this Trump effect is beginning to have an effect on everybody. Like we begin to realize that okay, these are not as it should be, really. Dexter, thank you for joining us. As I said, a lot of things happened this week. You can come from the angle of the American official that said Nigeria could break up due to insecurity. I think if anything is going to break Nigeria up is injustice and the lack of participation within the nation. Personally, this is why I believe that Nigeria should have a Southeastern president, because it's going to help heal a rift. Because we forget, when the people go to a civil war like that, they become more bonded together because you have forced them to think as an entity. And if you keep them outside like that, don't be surprised they do what the Kurdish people do. They are going to gang up with foreigners against the country. They will do that. And I believe that that dynamic should be fixed. And part of the process of bringing the country back together is supporting a Southeastern leader from coming to office. Not a loser though, but an actual good leader that's going to come and run the country. So that's my belief. And this American official is talking about insecurity. I don't think this insecurity. America has insecurity. They are not broken. It's not insecurity. It's the internal division. That's what's going to kill us. So that's my take anyway. That's my own way I look at it. Dexter, what do you make of it?
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. I think your beliefs are germane. I can't fault them. But I don't really think that what Nigeria needs is a Southeast presidency. I think Nigeria needs the rule of law. I think even the people in the Southeast, it's not really about the Southeast presidency. Then they just become president.
I'm not saying it needs it. I say it's going to help.
But no. In the present day Nigeria, that's not really. If you do it, you're just doing it for all intent and purposes. It don't change anything. Nigeria needs to be the current construct. I mean, KJ made a point. How come the oil is the gold in Zamfara belongs to the governor, the state of Zamfara, but the oil that is located everywhere else in the southern part of Nigeria, all of a sudden, doesn't belong to the people there. You see, you have to deconstruct the lie of Nigeria. I think Pat Toby said it once. Anybody that tells you that Nigeria had a civil war for that, if resources was not the reason for the civil war, then you're absolutely joking. That's the truth. The thing is that, unfortunately, we can't really. The truth of Nigeria cannot be told while you still have the likes of Gowon and some people out there who will not want to accept that wrong decisions have been made. So if you need to read into what happens from 1958, 1966, even before them, 1940s, you'll find out that, look, forefathers, there is a whole lot of history behind why Nigeria is structured the way it is. And we must accept that Nigeria is not an entity that was put together by the indigenous people of the country. It was put together by the British. So it's put together to serve their interests. And when they were putting it together, they will put it together in a manner that they don't care about the people there. What they care about is their interest being served. And it goes to example, we are talking about the voting in the UN. The countries there voted for their own interests. United Nations, look, forefathers, let us stop bragging about this United Nations. We were not there when it was being formed. We should ask us, who were the major stakeholders when the United Nations was being formed? Now, they have brought in a lot of people to make it look like it's inclusive, but they are still going to determine what's going to happen. So we cannot just show up and start. It's just like you run your house, you set it up, then you invite people in, then all of a sudden the people want to kick you out. It ain't going to happen that way. You're not going to allow that, So I think we should stop putting so much emphasis on this United Nations. We should start putting more emphasis on what we are doing within our own space. You can't be going to United Nations to ask for crime against humanity when in Nigeria you cannot actually talk about the crime against humanity that is taking place. There's crime against humanity taking place in Nigeria. Look, Nigeria had a civil war that lasted 3 years, the full-blown war. And this to tell you that Nigeria as an indigenous state did not win the civil war. It was the foreign aid that helped them win the civil war. Because Nigeria as a state had a civil war for 3 years. 15 years they can't defeat Boko Haram. 15 years they can't. So and Boko Haram is considered to be a ragtag army. So you have to put all these things in context. Now, there's something on Israel we keep on talking about, if you read into history, the Jews have controlled economies wherever they went. These guys are wealth creators. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Look, there's no need hating on them. These guys are scientists. These guys are smart people. Anywhere, most of you are using their apps. Even this Google, this YouTube, you will find out that it has their DNA is in it. These are smart guys. And that's what makes them sit on the table. It's their brains, man. Their ability to think.
Hold on. Let me ask you something about that point you made just now, because it's very, very interesting. Because what occurred to me when you said that was that the Jews were scattered all over the world. They didn't scatter all over, go only to Europe. So you mean that the ones that came to Africa were dumbed down? So if the ones that came to Africa, if they were dumbed down, that means it's not necessarily them that transformed it. It's the people that they went to that gave them those skills and that they were more advanced, like the Europeans, that they ended up, because many of them ended up in Africa. You see what I mean? Many of them ended up in the East.
No, forefathers, you can't say that, because if you look through African history, you will find out that, example, if you go to the eastern part of Nigeria, you will find out that iron smelting has been taking place centuries. I think even some parts of Africa, you find out that this, and is in the Congo also, the first set of iron smelting was found in Africa. So don't think that they were dumbed down. No.
My point. But I don't know why your audio does that. I'm not saying that. I hope you're not saying that it's the Jews that were the knock culture, were part of the knock culture. What I'm saying is that to say that they are brilliant in Europe, I'm trying to draw a correlation that it may not be them, it's Europe that did it. It may give them the opportunity to do it.
You can't say that. You can't say it's Europe.
They're also in Africa. They're also in Africa. They are not any special in Africa.
Forefathers, you can't say, look, there is history. There's history, like the Rothschild family. There is history of, look, the war between France and England, it was literally Jewish bankers that were bankrolling it. They still control this financial system. They are the first people to master it. So my point, the point I'm trying to make, forefathers, is that you don't come to the table as a beggar. I mean, you've read The Prince. If you follow all this, you don't come to the table as a beggar. Oh, please, no. You come to the table with your own stake. with your own stake. Africa is not coming. Africa has not come up with something that the world needs. In fact, the only person that is doing something now is Dangote. That okay, he's built a refinery, but he built a refinery. It's not an indigenous system. And think about it, forefathers. Let me tell you something you might not know. After the Civil War, okay, when Shell came to Nigeria, do you know the first place they went to? They went to Owerri. They went to Imo State because during the Civil War, there was a refinery in Imo State that was serving the whole of Biafra. It was, you see this thing about what you call energy mix, where you mix petroleum products with methane that you get from plants. It was in Biafra they found that they were mixing the crude oil, the bioproducts, the petroleum products with palm oil. That was the first place they actually tried energy mix. They went to Imo State because they believed that there was a massive reserve of crude oil there, and there was a technology. How are these people drilling? How are these people still producing? But what did the Nigerian government do after the Civil War? You got everything, because first of all, let me tell you why Nigeria is so dysfunctional. After the war, you got everything about technology that these people have done, and you destroyed it. That shows that the technology you used to win the war, it was not actually your own technology. You bought it. Because even the Americans, when they fought after the Second World War, what you call the Second World War, they were looking for everybody. The Americans, the Russians, the British were all looking for German scientists. They were trying to get them. Look, after a war, you want to get the scientists. You want to get so that you can adapt whatever you didn't know from them. The Russian sub that sunk in the Pacific Ocean, America went to go and bring it up to find out. So, but which country gets into a war? You say, oh, we no victor, no vanquished. Then you get the equipment, you now destroy everything. It shows that you yourself, the thing you used to win the war, it was not your own. And that is why Nigeria can't work. So you see that the president of today cannot find any indigenous solution to the Nigerian problem. He's looking at adopting, let's go and get these people, let's go and get that people. A country that has 200 million people, you cannot build your own railway tracks with your own engineers. Do you know that Ethiopia, the dam Ethiopia built, was built with Ethiopian money? They didn't borrow. They did not borrow. So Nigeria has a population of 250 million people. Let's assume we have a working class of 80 million. Are you telling me that we cannot say that this is what we want to do for ourselves? 10% of the tax of everybody. This is what we want to produce. It will be Nigerian made. Even if it doesn't work the first time, we'll do it a second time, we'll do it a third time. Before, people used to buy Chinese products because we all felt it was substandard. But right now, that is the mainstay because they kept on improving. But we don't have to. Let me tell you, father, if you don't, we might not agree. You see, after the Civil War in Nigeria, everything about production died because for the war that the Nigerian side won, they didn't win it with their own ingenuity. So that is why even the civil service, just look at Nigeria, everything has been collapsing from there. Everything has been, look, the Nigerian civil service used to be one of the best civil service in the world. Other countries used to come and carry our civil servants to help their own economy. Since the 1970s, it has gone down. It is rubbish, completely dead. Dead. So until we tell the Nigerian story truthfully, and we have to reconstruct it. We have to honestly start again. If not, look, Nigeria is going to be going. So it's not about having somebody from the Southeast become president. No. Whoever becomes the president of Nigeria must be ready to say, one, country is not working, now reconstruct it. Where we have to, see, you will know when a good leader comes into power. You see Osibanjo, we have to give it to him, he was a good leader. When he came into the short period he was in power, the Nigerian trajectory, he was trying to do something, but obviously stopped him. And he has been, look, there are false lines in Nigeria. And until we tell the truth about one thing is that the truth will hurt people. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we're not ready for that. The truth will hurt people, but you have to say it as it is, and Nigeria has to move forward. Because if it doesn't move forward, it's not going to be, and that is why the United States is saying what it's saying. Because look, the United States has its interest. And if they see that the big Nigeria is not benefiting them, they don't care. Let us stop thinking that we are the one. We did not make this thing. We didn't make it. It was not our creation. It was not the indigenous people that came together and created it. This was the creation of the British. So if they sit down together and say, oh, we don't think this thing is benefiting us again, we will redraw the map like this. Look, we can be here tomorrow talking about, they will give us a deflection like KJ said. Give us something to be talking about, they restructure the whole thing. So that's why I take forefathers. Thank you. You are muted, forefathers, so nobody can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, a lot of people feel the same way. You know, nobody is impressed by what is going on in the continent. Look at it relatively half our population. Less than Iran is 19 million. We are going to 250 million, and we're growing faster. And look at, they are holding a superpower hostage. They are basically holding a superpower. In short, the world hostage, really. And they're like, if you pay us, you go through. The reason why they are able to do that, because they are willing to say, you know what, do your worst. Let's see the worst you can do. And tomorrow, they are going to excel more than us. We think we are going to live forever, but let's see anyway. Maybe tomorrow we might, or something will happen, our eye will open, and things will be better. You know, I have to be hopeful. Okay, thank you for joining us. So there are quite a few things that happened this week. You know about the Iraq one. You know about, I don't know whether you know about the Ghana reparation vote at the UN, which is quite seismic. It's quite an important vote because they declare that is the worst, I think war crime or some kind of crime against humanity, the worst one. And maybe that's partly why Israel voted against it, that, oh, how dare you call this is the worst when Holocaust happens. It could be, but they wouldn't come openly to say that. But the fact that they voted with the US and Argentina, which is a very known, that's where people from Hitler, they went to go and hide. Argentina, very, very racist place. So they are the ones that voted against it. So, and at the same time, Ghana went to sign security deal with European Union that same day. The European Union that were in that place, not voting for that thing against black people. That's for something that is supposed to support black people. Then they go behind the scene to go and sign the security deal that they are going to help protect us against terrorism. And this is the thing our African leaders do. They pretend as if they are doing the right thing while they are selling their people over and over again. They just do that repeatedly, naturally now. So don't trust any of them. No, our leaders don't trust any of them. Trust what they do. Don't trust. I don't have anything against them. I know I'm talking a little bit. I don't have anything against all these people or doing deals with them. It's what you bring back. Tinubu went there, he's asking for training and equipment. Do you know how long we'll be asking for training and equipment? It never ends. When are you going to actually ask for something tangible? So, Ike, so what do you make of all the events? You know, an official is saying that Nigeria is going to break up because of insecurity. There is the issue of Anioma State, if you want to comment on that, because that's a Nigerian issue. I know you like Nigerian issues more. And the court orders arrest of Turaki. So that one, nobody has touched that one. So welcome, Ike.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, welcome.
My question is to you, forefathers. What were you expecting the president of Ghana to do? Were you the person who is supposed to protect the country for him, or who?
His people.
His people. What do you mean by his people?
Algeria is the same population. Algeria defends his country. Why is he not using his own people to defend his country?
Are you saying that Algeria has no military or security power with any country in the world?
They don't go and beg European Union.
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm not talking about begging. You're trying to downplay the language to the sentence to begging. I am just asking a simple question. Algeria, they defend themselves, yes. But are you saying that Algeria as a country has no security or military pact with any country in the world? That's a simple question.
I'm sure they must have some security pact.
So, if the Ghana president is asking the same thing, that's why I ask you, are you going to protect Ghana? You that is saying he went to European Union to ask for protection or whatever. Were you supposed to protect Ghana?
No, Ghana was supposed to protect itself. Like
Which country protect itself?
Like Iranians are doing. Like Algerians are doing.
Really sure that Iranians has no military pact with any country in the world. Is that?
Military pact is different from bringing a more powerful country when you are not doing anything to protect yourself. Well, Iran is protecting itself. Algeria fought the French. They fought the French to stand still and kick them out of their country. Algerians did that.
There is no country that is not ready to protect itself. It's only your country, Nigeria. Every other country, they protect themselves. And also they seek for help when the need arises.
Okay, let me correct something very, very quickly. Algeria, the same population as Ghana, has more than 600,000 soldiers, even more than Nigeria. Ghana has 15,000. What is wrong with them?
Okay, let me show you what is wrong. What is the living standard of an Algerian army and the living standard of a Ghanaian army or a Nigerian army? What are their living standard? Because you make your research.
The living standard is poor because they are not a strong nation. They are a mumu nation that decide not to protect themselves. If you don't protect your home, what makes you think you're going to be rich? Your people are going to keep suffering.
Fathers, you are saying these people have 600,000 soldiers, right? Ghana has 15,000. Then I am asking you a simple question. 600,000, 15,000 soldiers. I am asking you about the living standard of all those soldiers of 600,000 compared with 15,000 of the Ghana or Nigerian soldiers. What is their living standard?
Their living standard is way higher than that of Ghana.
Sorry?
Their living standard is way higher than that of Ghana.
So what are you talking about? Because the living standard in Ghana is not up to that. Who will want his son or daughter to go there and die? That's the question.
The reason why their living standard is higher is because they are stronger. They defend their interests.
My goodness, God. Is it all about defending the country with an empty stomach, or defending the country having everything that you need to defend your country? Which one is?
Okay, when they fought the French, you can argue that they had empty stomach because the French was ruling them then. They fought the French to a standstill and kicked them out of their country and built a stronger nation out of it. So the same thing. Why is Ghana not doing the same? Why is Nigeria not doing the same? It's the same thing we are. So I'm just giving you an example of fellow African countries. So Algeria is in Africa, almost bordering Burkina Faso, Mali actually. And yet, look at what they are doing for their own people. Our people are not doing that. And what is they going to do with European Union saying, "Oh, we are going to be the Japan of of Africa"? It's like, do you know what Japan is? Japan builds stuff. You guys don't build anything, and you are tangling with a far more powerful nation that can just swallow you overnight. But we have made this mistake before, and we are not going to learn. But I know, carry on. I know you have your own point to make about this, but I just thought I should highlight that point because maybe you are not understanding the difference between the two countries, Algeria and Ghana.
The countries, he said, they build things, but we can't build anything. It's true. But Dexter was telling you, during the Civil War, the Biafrans, the scientists, and everybody, what they used to fight the war. After the war ended, what did they do? What did the Nigerian government do? They destroyed everything, right?
Yes.
So this is the problem.
Why do we do that? That's what I'm saying. Why do we keep destroying progress?
Are you blaming me or are you blaming KJ for that?
I'm asking a question. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying, why do we keep? That's what I'm saying about Ghana too. Why are we like that? What is wrong with us? Why would you keep doing stupid things like this?
But I think that question should be for you. You should ask the question and give yourself an answer, right? Then I want to come through like this. You were talking about African countries. I want to ask a question. How many of us that is in this platform has lived in any other African country? Is there any one of us here who has lived in another African country before?
Does 6 months count? If 6 months counts, I've lived in another African country.
Which country is that?
Ghana.
I have lived in a couple of African countries, more than 2 years. What's the question?
Okay, my brother Maska. You see, I lived in Mali for 15 good years. And in my 15 years of living in a Francophone country, I traveled and I lived in all the whole Francophone countries in Africa. I went as far as Mauritania, Nouakchott. You see, there were days, there were years when Nigeria as a country is respected around the world, even within the sub-Saharan African country. But what is our level of respect today within our neighbors? Because the first thing, they see you with a Nigerian passport in the West Africa. It's either you have come to traffic women through their route to Spain, or you have come to push drugs through their country. I am telling you as an experience, as where I lived. I traveled from Mali to Senegal, to Nouakchott, to Senegal, to Gambia, to Burkina Faso. So what I'm telling you right now is that when you have, there are years when you have a Nigerian passport, when they see Nigerian passport, they respect you. You said something here. I don't know whether it's you or Desta. When countries in Africa were buying, almost looking for Nigerian civil servants to come and work in their country. During the time of Babangida, Nigerian civil servants and professionals were everywhere in the world working. Am I correct? Nigerian professionals. Maybe Maska was part of it. When Babangida was a military head of state, Nigerian professionals.
I worked as a private company person, not as a government person.
Okay, but at least what I'm trying to say is a fact. So that's why I'm saying, because
you're right. Even as at today, there is what is called technical aid corps. Nigeria still sends people to African countries, even as at today.
If that technical aid corps was when I came to know about it, when I came to know much about it was when Babangida was in power. Because if you travel from South Africa to East Africa to West Africa, in every department of life in government, you see Nigerians running the face of such country. In Gambia, Nigeria was the Chief Justice in Gambia. Am I correct? In Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in Namibia, in so many countries of the world. But where are we today? Come on, Togo here, Benin Republic, that is our neighbor. They have no respect for you. But these are before. When they see a green passport, they respect you. But today, what does your green passport do for you? Even between Mali. Look at Mali today. We are not respected. It's not because of me. I don't want to be respected as a Nigerian. But it's because of what the government in Nigeria is doing that has made us look like we are not existing. Look at the time of Obasanjo was in power, and Obasanjo is going for a visit. This visit president used to go, and you see Obasanjo stand with the president of the country or prime minister of the country where he went to. You see power. You can see power in Obasanjo. When the man that is standing, you will know that the man that is standing with you is the powerful president that you cannot talk to him anyhow. You cannot do anyhow. You cannot speak to him anyhow. Because we used to say that the eyes eat before the mouth. But when you put yourself in a position of you are going to beg, like AJ said here, when a president travel with about 500 to 1,000 people that has no business to why he was going. Your last visit of your president. Some governors left their responsibilities in Nigeria and go to Abuja, fly to Abuja to wave their hands. And some of your governors went to London to stand, to wait for your president to arrive, to make him welcome in London. Governors of state in Nigeria abandon their responsibilities in Nigeria and go to London to welcome the president of Nigeria. The same country where your president left, you joined him to go and welcome him in London. That's the problem. Look at, if you forefathers, the way you talk about security, the way you talk about our military, the way we talk about we abandoning our country for other people to run the affairs of our country for ourselves. If you are honest to yourself and you watch as a Nigerian, the level of corruption that you have in the government of the country you call your country, the politicians, the level of corruption that is existing, and sincerely and honestly, you will want to tell your son or your daughter to join the Nigerian military. A military soldier was arrested last month or last week. He was released last month or so. What was his offense? He said that they should allow the politician children to join the military. That was his offense. He was arrested and that was kept in a very bad condition, fed poorly, and after that they discharged him from the military. That's your country. That's the country you call your country. Somebody said that let the children of the politicians join the military. As a soldier, is it a very wrong statement to make for you to discharge somebody who has almost spent 1 or 2 years in the bush protecting your country? But for the fact that he said that the children of politicians should join the military, today he was discharged from the military after spending some weeks in detention and being fed poorly. And now that I saw that, and the other thing that I have seen, and you want me to send my son or my daughter to join Nigerian Defense Academy in order to go and fight for Nigeria. We talk about resource control. The whole people from the south side, where is the office? The office is in Abuja. Do they care about what is happening in the south side? Everybody is in Abuja, scrambling for the national cake, amazing wealth, stealing the national cake and property. And at the end of the day, you really do not want to tell yourself the honest truth that we are seeing a country that is being bastardized by people who are supposed to be in prison, living in affluence, flying on private jets, building mansions and castles everywhere around the world, siphoning the national cake to different banks around the world. And those countries where they send those money are using it to develop their own country. They fly to those countries. They go there for medical treatment. They go there for vacation. And they see all those things. Still, when they come back to your country, Nigeria, nothing changes. Every little thing, they fly them abroad. Common headache, common rheumatism, they fly them to the best hospital around the world. How many billion did we use to build the clinic in Asorok? God is my living witness. The day this man took over, the day they launched that hospital, we were in this program like this. If they can reverse back what I said that day, that I told them that what they saw in that Abuja is all about game. That after 2 months, if you go there and find paracetamol, you should know that I'm telling you the truth. With the billions that was spent in that clinic, still your president every 3 months, he will leave the country and fly to France. They deceived you and me. Use Ethiopian airline, paint it green and white. And I told them here that day before it was Dr. Damages was hosting this program. I said, you see this flight, they launch now. Before 24 hours, Ethiopian airline will tell us that this is their flight. And what happened? It didn't even last 24 hours. We discovered that the plane belonged to Ethiopian airline. Is it this country that I will give my children to go to the Nigerian military to serve? You have to be honest, forefather. So the Ghana issue you brought about, he's telling you that we the slave trade.
You are muted, forefathers.
Yes, yeah. Let me say something about that recruitment, because you said it a few times. If Nigeria is in this posture, I would not encourage you to send your child to go and serve in the military. I feel bad for the people that are doing it, because they are sacrificing themselves to keep the roof up. Because basically right now, they are fighting an unwinnable conflict. So why would I send somebody to go and fight a fight that they cannot win? That is the problem. But if the Nigerian state changes posture, let's say a leader that we support becomes a leader and says he wants to increase the size of the military, yes, you should do that.
Yes, I will support that.
Exactly, so we are on the same page.
During the time of Shagari, people were motivated to join the Nigerian Defense Academy. Everybody was scrambling to send their children to Defense Academy in the days of Shagari. It's a fact. Who wouldn't want his country to be protected? But are we trying to be honest to ourselves right now? The former defense, is it the chief of defense staff? Is it Musa, retired General Musa? Is it defense staff or defense what?
Defense minister, isn't it?
He was defense
minister of defense now. He's minister of defense now.
Now, presently, is the minister of defense, right?
Yes.
He was fighting the Boko Harams and all the whole things that was going on. What was his achievement? Today, he becomes Minister of Defense. He went to inspect Egu Square, where APC is having convention. The whole security apparatus of Nigeria was released in Egu Square for a political party, a single political party in Nigeria having their national convention. The whole security apparatus of Nigeria was diverted to
Eagle Square.
Eagle Square. And your defense minister was proud enough inspecting the place of Eagle Square. Is it his job? Where was he supposed to be? So this is the problem, forefathers, that most of us who think that, some of us who have a different opinion or idea about what is going on in Nigeria means we don't love Nigeria. Nobody loves Nigeria more than I do. Like every other person. I have family. I have brothers and sisters. I have village people. I have town people. I have kindred people. I have schoolmates. I have everybody. Whatever that is going on there is affecting me over here. So, but in the present reality of life, how tenable is it that I am going to ask my son But like as we said, if we have a new leader who have a vision, who has a plan, who has a program, who recognizes what the problem of Nigeria is, just like as we use our hands, destroy the people that we are supposed to be able to make Nigeria to become a great country. Most of them, like KJ said, travel around the world, my brother, and see the powerful positions Nigerian men and women are holding in different parts of the world. Travel around the world and see for yourself. Remember the people that Babagana brought back for them to come and run the affairs of Nigeria. Some Nigerian intellectuals who were living outside, they came back. But the Nigerian politics situation couldn't allow them to stay. Most of them went back. Because the system is not run this way where they are coming from. So when you travel, because one of my greatest hobby in life is traveling. I travel around the world. And whenever I travel any country I go, my source is looking for Nigerians in whatever capacity. Because I know that we have them everywhere. And when you discover Nigerians in a place, in another country, doing great things, and you look back to what is happening in your country, where you have somebody like the governor of Edo State as a governor in a country called Nigeria. Are you telling me that most of these people who are governors running the affairs of state that are more than 15 million people in a state, are some of them worthy to be local government chairmen? That's the problem. Because it's only when you travel you see that we have great Nigerians everywhere doing great things, both in public and in private sector. Like my brother Maska said, the time he was traveling, it was public, it was private. But you can see, whenever he comes here, when he's talking, he's speaking from experience because he is an insider to what is going on in this country called Nigeria.
Yeah, but Oga Ike, I wanted to push back on one other point you made. I really don't like using that term push back, but I want to ask you a question about it. You said Nigerians are doing great things overseas. But are we though? We don't appear in any major invention in the world. We don't hold on now. Let me just see. We are not present in any Nobel Prizes. We are not we work in these institutions, but we tend to be bag carriers. Because is there any major technology you say in the world like graphene or quantum or any advanced tech that you say in Nigerian is at the tip of the spear of that? I have not seen it. Even black, give me even black person, not just Nigerian, black at the tip of the spear of any of them. That is it. I feel like maybe we should have a proper appraisal of where we truly are. That we have, out of 1.5 billion people around the world, we don't have one person at the tip of the spear of any major sciences. Not one that I know of. If you know, you can let me know.
Let me end like this for another person to speak. Until Nigeria recognizes that we need each other in order to make that country a great country. Until when Nigerians decide that we have to recognize that we are one people. One time I was talking here, Maska was there that day. I told him my best friend, while I was living in the north, is from Kano, from Bebeji local government in Kano. Till today. So I am a detribalized Nigerian. And what I'm telling you, I've lived in every part of Nigeria. And I've lived in every part of West Africa. And I've seen things in my life. There are good and wonderful Nigerians everywhere. You can find them everywhere. But only few politicians that are sitting in Abuja, they are our problem. And it is people like me and you are going around Nigeria and in internet and online, supporting these people who has put us in a situation where we are today. And they are not trying to see, because when we say we don't have electricity, they say, take rice. We don't have a medical center, take rice. Because everybody, let me tell you, let me end like this. Obi, not Obi Kubana, the other one. What is his name? Obi what? Obi
Kubana.
No, the other one. Chief priest.
Kubana chief priest.
Kubana chief priest. Did you hear what he said when the son of the president took him to his father? When he came out, did you hear what he said? He said, today I have gone to see the president and all my enemies are running away. And today he's a member of City Boys movement. So automatically, he is not doing City Boys movement for anybody. But the question should be that the chief priest should answer us is, who are those your enemies now that are running away from you? Because he did not join because he had anything to do for even people from his village. But he did it for his own. That my enemies now are running away from me since I met the president. So that's the country we have found ourselves. I raise my case.
Yeah, Fofala, just to help you. If you can listen to me, Nigerians have made a lot of strides. They are top Nigerians. In fact, Nigerians constitute 2% of top scientists in the world who have made major breakthroughs in the areas of malaria drug research, which was in 2026, aerospace material science, robotics assistant surgery, biotechnology in agriculture, medical innovations. If you remember Philip Emegwa was the army colonel who invented the machine that helped to transfuse blood, before it was not possible until he made that design, which gave him a world. He won a world Nobel Prize on that. I don't know if it's Nobel Prize, but he won a prize on that. He was an army colonel, was in the army. So I think, yes, I just don't want to take my time to do sort of research, but there are Nigerians on top of major places in the world, managing and putting their footprints on the ground. We are not lacking who to help us. We are lacking men with big hearts who can bring people together and say, this is what we want within the next 5 years. I want this achieved. And create an enabling environment. In Abuja, there's two guys who are drone experts who are now making multi-billion dollars drone factories that are even collaborating with foreign organizations to do surveillance drones. This is in Abuja, and I'm not even outside of Abuja. In Abuja, there. So we don't lack people who have the ability to create. What we lack is the resource, the manpower, or the brain to tap to harness what is being produced. If you go around the Nigerian universities, you find out that there are so many designs, there are so many technology breakthroughs that are hanging there. Nobody wants to sponsor them. If you remember, I was in the university when that yam pounder was made, and we were told it was a Nigerian who even designed it, but nobody sponsored him. He had to take it to the Chinese, who agreed to now, buy over the design, and the man sold his design, and today the yam pounder came from there. So I mean, there are many other examples that are there. There are people
I think we see. Let me highlight what I'm talking about. You see, the examples you gave are more like tangential breakthroughs. We are not talking about the science itself, like AI now. At the tippy top of the AI, that are people that are breaking new grounds in AI. Let's say a Nigerian does ethnic, be able to use AI to translate, let's say Yoruba to English or whatever. They are able to do that. He is leading in that area, but not in the AI itself. So you tend to see that in many areas, like even in medicine, it's okay, in surgery, in maybe operating on the ear and stuff like that. But the technology behind those things.
They
We are
are
not there.
Nigerians. I want you to understand this for far. Just because you don't have that information doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's a Nigerian doctor who, for the very first time in history, operated a woman, brought out the baby from this thing, operated on the baby, put the baby back into the womb, and she delivered normally. That was a major breakthrough which reigned around the world. There are many such breakthroughs in Nigeria. We are not dull. We have a very poor leadership. That is, and who not only poor, they are interested in what will come to their pocket, not even for their tribe. Because sometimes we make a mistake and say these people are fighting for their tribe. No, these people are criminals who are just concerned for their own generation and their children. I'll give you an example. Just shortly ago, I just read the governor of Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State is one of the backward states in the Igbo land. Okay, with no insult to anybody who's from Ebonyi State. But the governor is having a bulletproof or top class, in fact, a premium BMW.
KJ, I think you are wasting your effort.
Why?
Yes, the reason is simple. Forefathers himself, he knows about statistics. Okay, if there is 100 million people, and let's say 20% of these people are genuses, but all these 100 people will spend all their lives struggling just to eat, to feed from hand to mouth. How will you get to know this genius among these people?
No, I agree with you. I've seen that happen. I've seen minds completely get destroyed.
For you to waste your energy. The reality is that we are genuses, but our own genesis will never come to see the light of day. Why?
Because of our culture.
All our genesis will be almajiris on the street. Half of them will be in the farm.
Exactly, because of our culture. That's my point.
Half of them will be bandits. Okay, so the idea that because we have not produced any genius and therefore we are dumb is actually a very dumb argument.
Yeah, but okay.
Because hold on, forefathers. If you look at it, take an American society, for instance, somebody that is half a genius, if you see how that society will propel that guy, you'll be shocked. You will be shocked. So I think you should go back and look at your thesis. I think the presumptions are wrong. The fact of the matter is that the journalists among us will not see the light of day. But come to Nigeria, you see all the young kids that are, because every journalist was a young kid before at some point. All of these are children. They are all, in fact, go and look at our schools. How are these people going to be the prominent scientists you're talking about?
I think you are misunderstanding me to a point. I'm not saying that individually we are not geniuses, but our geniuses are not being propelled to a point whereby they are the tip of the spear in such a way that because of our culture, our inability to propel them, nurture them. That is what, because I know that for sure. If you put a Nigerian and a Chinese man and give them the same condition, Nigerians will outpace them. But the problem is because of the culture of the Chinese, theirs is propelled a lot higher.
No, it's not a cultural thing.
Okay, then what is it then?
Okay. It's a wickedness thing.
Is that not part of our culture? It's part of our culture now.
Forefather, is there anywhere in the world where you go, the people are poor, the people who voted you are poor, then you take your money and go and buy a 400 million naira? In fact, it's more than 400. It's about 5 billion naira. BMW to drive in a street where almost people who are walking, who are going to be passing, most of them don't even have shirts on. Does not happen anywhere. So you see, that money alone can bring up some 20, 30, 100 children in that your community, can train them and bring them to what Master is talking about, that genius level where they can become useful and multiply. We don't have it. And the truth is that nobody who is hungry can go and be thinking about innovations. Why? How will you do it? You have to first innovate your stomach.
Other people are hungry, but they do though. Other people are hungry. Chinese people are hungry.
You see, you are not understanding what we are saying, forefather. Not hungry that you cannot eat. You can say they are poor, yes, but not hungry that you can wake up in the morning, you go and sit in Masca's gate, and if Masca don't come out to give you something, you will not eat. That's what most Nigerians
like that too. They were living on rations.
Okay.
The entire nation
I
was
give
living on
up.
rations.
I give
No,
up.
I understand what you are saying, but I'm trying to let you know that there are nations where they are living on rations, but it didn't stop them because it's a cultural thing. If we don't look at somebody, I think I don't know who came on this platform was telling me that a young boy of about 7 or so years has already crammed the Quran back to back. I said, if that boy was given a maths textbook, a philosophy textbook, or this in a theoretical physics textbook to cram, would that not, we will be creating geniuses? So there's something within us. We are simply refusing to do it. We had Oyibo people come to Africa
No.
hold on, let me finish. We had Oyibo people come to Africa for almost 400 years. None of us built their ships. We didn't. We didn't bother.
Forefathers were the first
We
people
never
that were
built it.
building ships now.
Our culture doesn't let us scale things up. It doesn't let us nurture the best minds.
Do you
That is
know
a problem.
what slavery did to Africans? It took the best of Africans out. What was left behind are the weak
Was it
ones.
not us that gave it to them?
No,
Is it not?
no. Don't you see? That's what you keep saying, forefather. Go back and read the history of slavery. Those people overpowered
They
not
allowed
every
it to
community that they
happen.
went to.
They
They
allowed
got.
it to happen.
It was because they were the first. It's like going into a city, you go into a street, you beat the bully there. After once you beat the one who's the leader, the rest will submit to you naturally. So you take out those kings who they knew were too strong. They crippled them, they made a mess of them, and then their people have to submit. So listen, we must understand how these things work. It's not the other way around. Our people just didn't gather and say, okay, come and take our brothers, come and take our sisters.
Yeah, but even if that is true, it is still us. We are responsible. We failed. So I'm not trying to make excuses. It's still us, and I find it very, very scary. Actually, when I was checking these figures out, I was quite scared. I was like asking, have there been any Chinese Nobel Prize winner in physics? Yes. Has there been in yes. Have there been in India? Yes. Have there been any black around the world? No.
It's
No.
not true, father.
Anywhere.
Who told you that one now?
Eh?
Who told you that one? There's not been any black person around the world found anything. How about bros? Come back. Calm
There's
down.
not been a black person that has ever won a Nobel Prize for anything to do with science. You know why we win Nobel Prize? For Nobel laureate. In other words, writing their languages. That's the only place we win Nobel Prize. So we're talking about 1.5 billion people.
Father, who awards the Nobel Prizes? Now black people.
They gave the Arabs. They gave all that. Why is it only us?
Hold on. So why don't you people, since it's so important to you people, organize your own? Didn't Obasanjo organize First Tax 77, where everybody around the world who was black came? What made you people to stop doing it? If it's not because people don't chop all the money. So who stopped you from putting your own? Who stopped
No,
you?
but I think forefather has a point, because sometimes also as black people, no race is perfect. One of the big problem I have with black people is we have a way of refusing to see our weaknesses. It's true. I don't think the black man naturally is inclined to sciences. We are more inclined to suspicious, superstitious beliefs. And I think it's a major problem. I think some of these questions we should raise it and actually look it in the face and deal with it. How is it possible that no black man, since the inception of the Nobel Prize, have won anything outside peace or poet? Why is it like that? Why? We should ask ourselves that question. I think it's a valid question, sincerely.
Meanwhile, if you go back into history, even the American history, you find that the majority of, for instance, the modern architecture design was powered and done by a black man. Why didn't he win a Nobel Prize? Why are we not reading about him in the history? Let's leave that. That's why I say we must, until we go back and begin to rewrite the history. For instance, I've been saying it here. There's no way people be living in Lupe and then you come from England and say you discover your Niger. What about those who are living there before? What happened? They don't have eyes. They are all blind. Okay, but we have refused to come to our own place of saying this history was written this way. No, we no longer accept this is how it is written. This is what happened. Okay, the man was able to trace the tributary. Okay, but there were people living there who knew there was existence of River Niger. This is simply my own argument. I've always argued this argument. Okay, even when I was in secondary school, when the teacher come and say Mongo Park is, I said no, sir. But we read that Nnamdi Azikiwe was in Zungeru. What was happening there? Didn't they have eyes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So also on that, KJ, also on that, okay. Look, you need to read the story of Mongo Park, and then you respect the person. The fact of the matter is that yes, River Niger was there, but who took the time? Which black man took the time to ask himself, okay, what's the source of this river? Where does it end? What is this size of this river? What can this river be used for? Which black man has done that?
I agree with you. That's why I said we
The
can
thing
say
is,
betray
the
tributary
one
of
guy that came, there
we
is one
didn't
guy
discover
that
it.
came, one guy that came, I can't remember his name. He recommended a book. That book was an eye-opener for me. Because one of the things that I realized, we black people, we have so many things that is useful around us. We have a nonchalant attitude. We have zero capacity for inquisitive thought process. Somebody, even on this platform, you see it. Half of the thing people will say is because somebody say it. You're not even going to question, how will this thing make sense? It doesn't even make sense. Nobody will question it. People will carry that story and be reverberating it around. I honestly think that we black people, we have to ask ourselves, because like I keep saying, the world is not only us. We are living with other people. So if you're going to survive, you have to look at what your neighbor is doing and find a way of putting your life together so that you can live also as a respectable individual within that community. But if you keep behaving anyhow, at the end of the day, people will be treating you anyhow. They look at us and they laugh at us. If you read some of these white people's books, you will be shocked how they look at us, honestly. In that book, that girl was writing that there are people need to come and see that there's so many good things in this Nigeria that even the people don't know about it, that they should come and be packing this thing, and then they can go and package it and be bringing it. She has the temerity to write it in a book.
This is why, let me add this. This is why our leaders keep going and asking for equipment and training. Equipment and training. Do you like our defense minister? I hope he's not this Musa. I think it was one of them under Buhari. The British official came, and you can see the British official. I can see, because as a British person, I can read them to an extent. You can see that he's nervous that maybe this guy. There was a time Nigeria had the opportunity to do something. Maybe this guy will ask for something that he doesn't, or maybe he may not appreciate him very. The guy came and said, "Tell us what you want." The British guy was telling our own defense minister, "Tell us what you want. Anything. Just tell us." Literally on camera. I've never seen that before. Just tell us. They are eager to please you because they want you to be on their side. But what did our minister ask for? We just need training, and we just need a caterpillar.
No matter what you and Masca say, I still remain on the same position. I'll give an example again, Masca, of what Masca knows very well.
Yeah, you're just being a typical black man now.
No, I'm not. Why don't you?
How can you make that statement?
Why don't you listen
what
to me?
People say,
Why don't you listen? Masca, why don't you listen to me? Why don't you listen to me? You see, when you cut that way, you may miss what I'm trying to say. Now, we all who live in the north have been eating moringa leaves since only God knows how long. Now, moringa has become a very highly sought after product in the world because of its derivatives. Now, these things have been lying in our backyards, and we have been growing it. Some of us climb it to plug it to eat and use it to make soup. When it became important, and some Nigerians who researched it, and they went to look for government to assist them to be able to put it in capsules, which the world is doing now, and put it in tea bag, which they are doing now, and export it. Did they get the assistance they needed? They didn't get it. They started going outside to source money for international community to sponsor those things, and those people quickly saw the importance of what those things are, and now they have overtaken us with our own moringa that have been sitting in our backyards, sitting in our farms. We have been plugging and eating. This is what the problem is.
So let me ask you a question, KG. Do you think it's the British government that gave Mongo Park money to come?
No, you cannot say that because that would
No, it's just so
Karen,
answer the question.
hold
Let's
on.
be honest. Let's be open.
And I will answer this way, there are many people who we see in our countries now who say they are coming on they are riding bicycle across Africa. All of them get sponsors. They all have sponsors. They all have sponsors. It may not be government, but there are a group of people who have come together and say, okay, we are going to foot this your trip and we will share whatever the outcome is when we bring it. We don't have such an organization in Africa, but these people organize it. Okay, there are many people who go to expeditions in Africa for one purpose or the other. They get people who sponsor them. People sponsor them. They go and do those things. For on our own level, these people are more advanced because they have the ability to find out those things. We are saying instead of our government to even use the little ones the universities have been able to find out. Listen, a friend of mine heads Nigerian processing and something zone. Okay, sometimes when they sit and tell their frustration, you wonder whether the place was established for the purpose which is called. So I'm not trying to indict anybody. I'm simply saying we also, as a people who want to see our people develop, we need to get up from our sitting positions and begin to do things differently. That's the only way we can harness what we have in our backyard. It was these same Africans who were told that palm oil is the worst oil in the world. But before now, our forefathers have been eating palm oil. None of them ever died of heart attack or anything. Because somebody wants us to be buying seed oil, they now tell us palm oil is bad, so you don't eat it. Okay? So you begin to look for the ones they processed and giving you, and you are eating and getting cancer. We must see these things. We must be able to say them and know that these things are aimed at doing something, at our people. And that's the way it goes. Okay? I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but I think I have tried.
I know you have tried about this, but you see, like if you look at everywhere I turn, I see the same pattern, and our people don't pick up on it, and that's what makes it perpetuate itself. We don't pick up on it that this guy is coming back with. That is not what Modi of India came back with. That's not what Vietnam Prime Minister. They will, every time they come back from all this meeting, they will say, "Oh, they signed an agreement," and it's a loan. No? They will sign an agreement, and then not much to gain for us. Then they will say, "Oh, we are going to get training and we're going to get equipment." What equipment? Is it only a radio you keep getting? There is nothing we have. Look at Egypt, a country that is half of our population controls 218 F-16 jet fighters. We don't have one, and we have been friends with America for ages. So they didn't give us one. So I don't blame America. I blame our people because our people don't have ambition.
Yes,
we don't ask for anything.
We don't go there with any results. I see. See, no time. You see, until you have a friend. One of the things I learned growing up is most of my friends were drunks. They drink. When I mean drunk, I don't mean they are drinking, but they drink. And because they drink, most of the time when I go out with them, they are looking for how to buy me something, and they get tired of buying malt. Okay, so they keep saying, "Okay, so what do you want to buy?" I would don't 3 bottles of malt should be enough. Don't drink. But so that taught me one thing: if you don't go to a table with a demand, whoever is giving you this will give you whatever he likes, or he can just decide to do whatever he wants. All right, our people are afraid of putting these people on the spot. That's the truth. That's the truth.
No topic. Is it just town hall? Town hall meeting?
No. I think it's become that to an extent. That's what we are beginning to, because we're heading towards the finishing. This thing, because if I start making it structured now, we are going to shoot past the 3 hours.
You never make anything structured for father. You want to start today?
Don't start now. It's been very, very structured. Everybody has had their say apart from Baska. If Baska also have a say, and Ify is always free to have a say, and Uzo has joined us to have this conversation. I think I try to, after about 2 hours or to 3 hours, then we'll start easing it up. In a way, that's what.
What's the topic for father, so that
okay, the topic is about, I think I wanted to wade into it's tied to what is going on in Africa right now with Ghana, and what Ghana has been doing when he went to the UN Security Council to go and to put forward the reparation vote, and it passed with 120 something countries supporting. and obviously the European countries abstained. And then the ones that decided that they're going to vote against, like, how dare you? America voted against, and America under Trump is likely to vote against. And maybe under some other Democrat may not actually. Argentina voted against. We know how Argentina is now with race. Then Israel, the third country that voted against that resolution. At the same time, let me add this information. At the same time, when Ghana is doing this, that same day, those same nations that abstained from that vote, the UK, France, all of them, not UK because UK is not part of the EU. Ghana went and signed a security deal with European Union that same day. They are signing a security deal to allow European Union countries to be coming to their country, carry out surveillance on Africans, basically surrounding the Sahel nations. So that's what happened, and a lot of people are very furious about that. African Americans are furious for their own reasons, some of them anyway, the FBA ones. They don't like the idea that it's an African country that's trying to get money for slavery. You see what I mean? So, but what do you make of it on that front? There's also the Iran war, if you want to comment on it. Trump is threatening, and every time he threatens, Iran tells you, if you dare to destroy our power plant, will destroy the power plants in the whole neighborhood. Trump backs up that. Trump backs up and said, no, we are not going to do that. I'll give you 5 more days. Like, if you after 5 more days, Trump will give them 10 more days. Man, it tells you, and Iran, one of the things we are discussing here is about inventions. Iran invented they built most of those things themselves. They even gave Russia the Shahed this drone. You see how if you use your own people the right way, you can accomplish so many things, but you are free to approach it from any angle.
No, I think you've said it all when you said when you use your people the right way. Mm-hmm. And for me, I think that is the bottom line. I think as a people, I'm not at this my age now. Presently, I'm not too hooked up on government. Okay, I have come to believe that as a people, people must always take their destiny in their own hands. Forget about government, forget about even the geopolitics of Europeans dominating us, trying to put us and blah, blah. I think what is really important that as a people, we must take our destiny in our hands. And it starts by asking the correct questions, asking ourselves the correct questions. There's something Rudolph used to ask, who did this to us? And I think that's where we should always start, because I believe the real progress in life starts when you ask yourself the right kind of questions. Am I okay? Am I not okay? What should I be doing? It all starts with the right questions. It's not too much to do with the answers. If you don't ask yourself the correct question, you end up perambulating. So we need to ask ourselves, like, maybe some of us are thinking somebody did to us. Me, I've answered that question. I think there's nothing wrong with us. I just know that there's a difference between when individually you're thinking. In fact, there are a lot of things that as an individual, you do it one way, but when you are a group, it becomes counterintuitive for you to behave the same way. What kind of example will I give you now? Okay, so for instance, maybe a lot of people would not appreciate it, but I will still use it because I think it's a very basic example. Let's say economics, for instance. Let's say there is even in a country generally, if you are an individual, the idea is that you should be thrift, you should be saving, you should spend less. But as a group of people, as a country, as an economy, as a community, if everybody keeps his money under his pillow, that community will begin to be poorer and poorer. The community that will begin to share things around, even if it's as gift or whatever, when things are moving, they're changing hands, a community tends to prosper more. So I'm just simply saying that as an individual, it's it's advised that you are thrifty, but as a community, as a group of people, it becomes counterproductive if you all bring that that thrift mentality to the table.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm saying that as a people, one of our major problems is that we have not started thinking collectively. Everybody is still thinking at an individual level. The fact of the matter is that if I buy 30 cars, it's counterproductive. If as an individual it will be okay, but if I put myself into the society, into my community, to buy 30 cars is counterproductive to the community. To start with, I am going to give wrong signals. Everybody would think that cars are important for starters. I would have removed a sizable amount of resources within the society or community that can go into other things like education, health, into something that is innate and useless. When you have more than 2 cars, the balance probably will be unproductive. So I think for me, that is where we Black people need to really collectively start thinking. What is the difference between you as an individual and you as a member of community? What do we do as a group of people? Okay, we're all going to be different community, but we need to learn to, when you come out as a group, as a community, you need to put your individual difference aside and also be able to relate and think collectively as a society. Collective thinking is a problem for the Black man. Honestly, it's a major problem for the Black man. We've struggled and we're still struggling with that collective thinking. Even on this platform, you will see it. Everybody wants to speak. Nobody wants to listen to anybody. And so how are you going to move forward as a group of people? Because in the end,
let me ask you though, is it not because the reason why we are struggling with that term you use, because I've heard of collective intelligence, but I've not really looked at collective thinking. Because if you look at collective thinking, the part of the problem is it not because we think it's not essential to arrive at a solution. Imagine, let's say you are trying to discuss or negotiate something with somebody, and there is a pressure of time and pressure of necessity. You have to reach a solution. Both of you are more likely to try to reach a solution because there's the pressure that if you don't do it, let's say I say you push, you could negotiate with each other, and if you don't negotiate, you don't come to an agreement, you come and will kill both of you. You find that both of you will reach that agreement quickly. So maybe
I understand it, but I hear you loud and clear. But still, that you see what you're saying now. I don't want to sound derogatory, but even this thing you're saying, forefathers, it shows you the level of our thinking, of the Black man's thinking. Why would you wait? Why do you want to wait until when there is an emergency before you start putting your life together? In my place, there's a proverb that says, that KJ can interpret. You ought to go and look for money before the need for the money start arising. Because when the need for money arises, then the idea that is when you want to go and look for money is very stupid.
Okay, you see, this is an interesting point. I think we are about to come. Master, hold on. I think we are getting somewhere now, because what you just said just now, why do you wait until you need something? In other words, being reactive before you actually act. Because the reason why that keeps happening within our own culture, because even other societies do the same. They always wait before they react. The reason why we are not seeing it.
Okay, forefathers, I think, see, like I said, what is important for me is the kind of question you ask. You are asking why. In my mind, that why is belated. It's like the person who have not looked for the money. The problem is here with us already. Why we do what we do is still relevant. We should ask that question. But the most important question now is, how do we move out of it? Because we are here. We are already thinking like this. What should we do?
But we are touching on the reason why we are not moving. You have to know why you are not moving. Let's say something is stopping you and you know you need to progress. You need to deal with that thing that is stopping you. That's what I'm trying to highlight. That the thing that is stopping us from moving forward is the fact that we think it is optional. The other people that have moved forward, they didn't have options. They face an existential threat. Like Iran now. They've always faced an existential threat. So they had to plan for this time. They saw what happened with Iraq. And Iraq dealt them a blow too. So they learned their lesson fast. They didn't have much of a choice. This is what I mean. It's like you have to somehow be pushed.
Forefathers, this is, I hear you. I take your argument. I don't want to belabor there. You have a very solid point. Okay. All I'm saying is that there's a problem which for me I don't want to go and dive into it. It will keep me back where I have been, because this your argument of existential threat. When a whole world is selling your own people into slavery, when your whole world have colonized your whole continent, is that not enough? This Iran that you're talking about, how many of them were sold into slavery? Who colonized them?
They didn't colonize them. I don't think
exactly. So we are the ones that, if you're talking existential threat, we are the ones that have faced and are still facing existential threat. We've only been surviving by the grace of God. When COVID came, everybody thought that it would wipe the whole of Africa. Everybody thought so. Even me, I thought so. Things like this, this old disease, that this HIV, people were thinking that it would clear.
But it didn't.
That Africa today, as it is facing a very existential threat. If we are not realizing it, then the problem is not around existential threat. I think it's simply about the capacity.
Docility.
Maska, you are an intellect. You are somebody with critical reasoning, and you are interacted with people from different parts. So you are not the mass of the population.
Okay, so this is where my point is, that even if you go to America today, it's not every average American is moving the crowd. You
see, try to understand where I'm coming from. Like, no matter what is happening now, what you said about slavery is true. But remember, that part, they won it. They went on to colonize us. They won that one too. We've never really fought for anything since then. Since the colonization wars, we never fought for anything again. And we never won anything. Like the Algerians now, like an example, so that you understand what I'm saying here. Like, if you look at Algeria, one of the few countries in Africa that did that, that fought the French, look at how they are behaving. They are very, very independent. They don't want anybody to tell them what to do. Every time they're arguing with the French constantly, because they are very, very they want to assert their sovereignty. South Africa tried to do that. Even if South Africa barely even fought, they tried to assert their sovereignty. Zimbabwe, the same thing. Because if there's something that happens to you when you've had to almost suffer to I think that somebody was saying it the other day, that a nation has to go through this, or people have to experience this for their eye to clear. They'll say, oh, you know what, let's figure out our problems. And you have to survive it too. You don't when that happens to you fail, the problem might even be bigger if you're not careful. If you're lucky, like the Japanese and the Germans, you are fine. But it's not guaranteed. But
okay,
if you survive
I'll rest my case for fathers, because I see a lot more people are coming on board, so that other people can also speak. But before I rest my case, I just would want to call your attention to what they call tunnel vision.
Yes.
I'm telling you that there are two things that you keep pushing. Security and this issue of existential threat that people must suffer before they move forward. I don't know the existential threat Dubai met. I know that, look, somebody told them that your oil cannot pass more than 2016, 2018. Okay, but this is the reality also that face Nigeria. Nigerians don't need anybody to tell them the same thing. But look at Dubai today. They've moved forward. What was the existential threat that
they faced it? They faced it. What do you think Israel is doing there? Have you checked their history? They faced it. All of them faced it. Yeah, all of them.
All right. Look, I rest my case for fathers. I don't want to go into that tunnel together with you. You will not drag me into a tunnel.
I'm looking to it.
I refuse. I stay outside.
When the Ottoman Empire was there, kicking their backside left and right. They all went through it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Now everybody, you see, this you are looking for trouble. All these people.
I thought Maska was a guest.
Masca, oh, you see
I
that?
thought you are my friend. What you call this now? You want to
I
attack
thought you were
me?
a guest today.
So
Why you
after
dey do like
Mafta give you for the news, Abuja, you can't
Look
attack
at that.
Kamabi.
I think we should just relax now.
You forget so soon.
There's no point. Time is already up now.
Hold
It's
on.
3 hours.
Hello.
What's the point? So, AY, thank you for joining us. I think AY came in first before Uzo, or is it
No, I
Uzo?
couldn't before. Now let him go though.
Okay.
You hear am?
Look at that, gentleman.
I guess now you be city boy leader for Texas.
Life and the right now. You a joke?
Don't get
Not the
us
hide
started with the city boy nonsense, man. So, AY, what do you make of the events of the week so far? Try to keep it brief so that others can chime in too.
Which are which now?
From the reparation stuff, the kind of double talk many of our people do. You pass reparation, and at the same time you're signing deal with the same people that are opposed. I kind of sat it through with the reparation. They didn't vote to support African countries. Trump threatening Iran to blow up his power, this thing, then backed off because Iran threatened back. And the whole thing that it's almost embarrassing. Trump is basically saying, Iran, come outside the deal. Let's end this fight. Iran is like, we are not having it. And then you look at Nigeria, an American official said that Nigeria could break up because of insecurity and stuff happening against Christians, stuff like that. There is also the Anioma State creation that Akpabio backed. I'm not sure whether that means that they're going to create it, but Akpabio supported it sometime this week. So, yeah, whatever direction you can come in through and, talk about it.
Come to the back door.
Yeah, that the Nigeria breakup team, I think that's just nonsense, man. I don't think that guy, Nigeria government, they are even too lazy, man. They need to reply to that guy just making noise all over everywhere in Nigeria. I don't know why he want to break up Nigeria. I don't even know how they want to break it up. That's the most difficult thing. How do you want to break up Nigeria? People don't even understand the complexity of the country. I think what the government needs to do is to deal with this issue of insecurity. Those people that supported the American military in Nigeria, how far? You see, we were saying that these guys, they were not going to help Nigeria to do anything. This is the reality. They are there on the mission. So the question we should be asking ourselves, what are they doing in Nigeria? What are they doing? What's their interest? Since they came into Nigeria, the insecurity has actually increased. It's not reducing. So we need to ask, so what are they doing? What intelligence? What is their job? What are they doing? So the government needs to take insecurity very, very seriously. You see, we will just keep dividing ourselves along religious line, along tribal line. We, all of us, we have to find solution because people will call it Christian genocide, Muslim genocide, this genocide. But the one common thing we all agreed on is Nigerians are dying, irrespective, especially in the north. I'm a bit confused about this crisis. I don't know why the Nigerian army can't really deal with this issue. It's actually very confusing because I would have thought using technology, you can really do a lot, to be honest. With just little drone, you can monitor the movement of terrorists, of people in the forest. I don't know if they are not using drone, if the drone are not expensive. $5,000, you can have a drone that will monitor a whole state. So it's I don't know what's going on, to be honest. At this point, I'm also confused as everybody.
I gather that America has brought in a lot of drones into Nigeria, but I don't know why we keep thinking the technology is going to solve it. America had the largest drone base in Niger when Boko Haram was on the rise. Israel has drones over Hamas for 2 years. Hamas is still starting to die. Why do we not? Let me move on.
Anyway, the question is, why is it that your government has no drone? Why is it they don't have the drone?
I don't know if they have. I don't know if they have, but one thing I know for sure, there is massive corruption going on in the security settings. It seems some people are benefiting from this. They don't even want the problem to stop.
Your president used 1.5 billion to buy a private jet, to buy a new presidential jet, right? But you don't have drone to monitor your country from terrorist movement, terrorist organization, or whatever, right?
The drone is not the problem. Why do we keep
It's not.
asking for
Drone is not the
drone?
problem. Yeah, drone is not the problem. It's not going to solve it.
I'm just suggesting. I don't really know at this point. I'm very confused, to be honest. But I think the government are not doing a lot to stop this crisis, because I feel the way the president removed subsidy on the first day, the way he unified the naira on the first day, why did you not declare state of emergency on the first day? So people will know you are serious. You give the security chief a marching order. I need to resolve this in 6 months. You know what I mean? But he looked away, but he was able to go grab money because he will get a lot of money from the oil subsidy remover. And they made a lot of money. So what's going on? I saw Dr. Damages was sharing a video today where the president was still talking very empty on the power sector. Oh, don't worry, we are going to have power, blah, blah, blah. I keep wondering. The minister of power, now, you've been there, I don't know for how many years, close to 4 years. You now want to go and contest for run for state governorship election in Oyo State. And there is no significant improvement in the power sector. The president, you promised Nigeria, that's why these politicians don't listen to them, because what the president should be telling us, this is what we have done, this is where we are, this is where we are, this is the progress. I know when I said it here, somebody was arguing with me that there is no way on earth, nobody can give Nigeria light in 4 years. This is reality. But what I would expect anybody that is vying for position of the president, you should be able to give Nigeria a timeline. At least, even increase our megawatt, tell Nigeria in 4 years, I will increase the megawatt from 4,000 to 10,000. Then you work day and night. Let's have the production. Then we deal with the transmission. We deal with the distribution. I thought the guy that says he's a Harvard graduate, sincerely, it's a big of disappointment. I think that position he would have given to El-Rufai.
Do you know how sometimes this is why I said this week there's a sense of hopelessness. When Trump threatened Iran that was going to blow up their power line, one guy came online and said, America, they will try, but they can't. Because the way Iran wired this country, that you can blow up 10,000 different points. They still have power because they wired it in such a way that you can't destroy it. Because they knew this day was going to come.
Let me even tell you this. The biggest power plant in Iran only produce 5% of Iran electricity. So even if you blow it up, Iran will be fine. See, Iran, they're prepared. They are not. I don't know why people underrate Iran. Iran are not playing around. Iran are some of the most intelligent people in the world. Put me anywhere. It's because of the embargo in America. When you go to even the West, go to research lab, not history. Go to research lab in engineering, in science. You will meet Iranians doing heavy stuff. I know professors in Iranian, in digital signal processing, in computer security, in AI. They are so good. Iranians are not playing around. They are not pushover. It's so fortunate that, just imagine, even with the sanction for over how many years? Over 40 years. Look at what they are doing. Iran generates more than 100,000 megawatts of electricity. That is enough to even carry America as a country, as big as America.
Unbelievable. And they
You
understand.
can't even listen. You can't even carry Texas. Stop making your assumption. You can't even carry Texas. You can never carry Texas. Look at America as a country. Stop that making that assumption, man.
What cannot carry?
No, I think
saying
it's
that.
right. Because what you are saying is
You can't even carry Texas now. Hey, you know what we are talking about?
Electricity.
Sorry to the conversation. Don't 1 gigawatts. Not gonna.
Say what you do.
America choose power.
Listen to me. Listen to me. 100,000 megawatts of electricity will carry the whole of America.
No.
Talk about what America is. Because
America choose. I think almost more than 1 trillion.
So listen.
I don't know how to describe it again.
Let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about Nigeria and what is happening, not America or Iran.
Do you know what 1,000 megawatts of electricity is?
No, I don't know. Sorry.
That's
what is it?
About 100.
So America, they have how many states? Okay, hold on. Let me break it down for you. America have how many states?
I don't know. Keep on going.
So one second.
Talk about something. Talk about what you don't know. Just like they like to see. I like to see what you want to see.
Yeah,
America only allow you to see. They like to see what you want to see. They will not allow you to see what you don't want to see.
Forefather, listen to me.
That's what you should understand.
Listen.
America actually uses 1.1 terawatts.
That is true. So, it doesn't mean they consume everything.
They generate.
Hold on. Ideally,
what the consumption and generating and distribution have to do what we are talking now. Say something else.
Uzo, hold on. Ideally, 2,000 megawatts.
I can't even imagine. Terawatts is out of this world. That is crazy.
Hold on.
No, let the way I keep on talking now.
So 2,000 megawatts.
You have everything.
We carry any state in America.
2,000
every house.
2,000 watts is 2 gigawatts.
Yeah, that's a lot.
No, it's not a lot for a state like Texas.
What are you talking about? What is Nigeria producing?
Nigeria is producing about 6. You remember generators produce about 30 gigawatts in Nigeria. Other generators. So, but it's just inefficiently done. Typical black man. You know how we roll now. We have to roll like that.
What do you? I don't know. Do you know what? So hold on.
What are you even spread? What are you even talking? What are you even discussing? What is the discussion here now?
Hold on.
For 5 minutes now, not anything meaningful. You don't keep on.
You're not
my time now.
You're not making use of your time. I don't see your time. Man, sure is there.
Don't have
this. Man, sure is there. Yeah, just talking.
You can do research on AI to tell you, but let me move from that, right? So on the Iran issue, right? So Iran are showing America shaggy, man.
In their own soil, American soil. Let them trouble in American soil. Them they show American shaggy. You can't fight war in your own country. You say you are winning.
This guy.
Let them fight on their own soil. Let them throw one bomb to Washington.
So
that means I'll give them heart. Yes, now.
So you come here to start arguing.
You are fighting war in your own village.
Come on now. See, okay. Finish what you are saying, then we can let Uzo come in his own because clearly he has his own opinion.
Uzo, you calm down now. Why are you like this? Why are you like this?
It's Uzo Carlo now. What do you expect?
So the thing is, if this war continue in Iran, the pain is everybody is just gonna pay for it all over the world. That's what you are seeing right now. So Iran are ready to continue this war, man. they are not fight down. So I think they need to have negotiation and stop this madness. I think it was very, very unnecessary. Day one, I have been saying that. I think as of yesterday, they completely closed this Strait of Hormuz. So they are ready for that.
The war is scaring me a bit though, because
it's scary.
They lost a lot of leaders, and
So that is what makes it
I don't
more
see Iran.
dangerous.
I don't see Iran agreeing to stop anytime soon.
They will not stop. That's what makes it more dangerous, actually.
That is concerning because America will think, okay, these people won't stop. We have to stop them somehow. We have to stop them somehow. So it could escalate further. Because if I was Iran right now, I would think, okay, if we end the war now, they are going to come back again at most a year or two. They will be back again to come and attack us. They've attacked them twice already.
That's exactly the fear, actually. So
that's the biggest fear.
Yeah, let them just fight it. I think they were patient enough because somebody was talking about Israel. Israel, they are bullies, especially with the support of America. I heard some Nigeria defended them that it was about their interests during the apartheid. Israel supported apartheid in South Africa. I don't think people know what was going on in South Africa. That's why they are supporting that madness. You cannot support that. So do you know even when Pakistan were developing their nuclear weapon, Israel wanted to attack them? Read it up. Israel were ready. They wanted to attack them. It was the America that stopped them then. You know, they were forming alliance with India to attack them. That's why till today, Pakistan don't even recognize them. And not Pakistan, they are nuclear power, so they don't care.
Wow.
I think Iran
I can believe that because Israel is quite close to India.
Yeah, Iran made the biggest mistake of not acquiring nuclear weapon before now. It's a total mess. Because that would have everything.
Are you saying that you are in support of Iran acquiring nuclear power?
100%. 100%. I'm in support of any country acquiring nuclear power. 100%.
So AY, how would you like it that Boko Haram also has nuclear power?
Is Boko Haram a country? What kind of question is that?
Iran is known to support proxies, terrorist groups.
America does support proxies? America does support proxies?
Let's stick to the point.
Yeah, I'm asking you now. We are sticking to the point.
Iran is known to support proxies like proxy terrorist groups.
What do you mean proxy terrorist group? Like what?
Like Boko Haram. You know, they are known to support
Iran don't have link with Boko Haram. That's false.
They have link with ISIS. They have link with several other things.
Hold on. No, whole break there. No. Iran is an enemy to all these people that you're talking about.
Wait,
not just this, they are enemies.
They have
enemies to ISIS,
to Hezbollah and
Hezbollah,
Hamas.
yes.
They have links to Hezbollah and Hamas.
So Hamas, first of all, Hamas is a political party. They brainwash all of you.
Oh, why? You are supporting a political. Is that the kind of party you like to?
Hamas are fighting for their survival. It's a political party. They are not terrorists. Yeah, I'm supporting them.
Can we have a party like Hamas in Nigeria?
Oh man, you see, we are so
big. It's a simple question.
All you have to ask in this situation is you got to ask him what he knows about the history of Hamas and Hezbollah. That's where you have to start. Then from there you school him. Because obviously he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Do you know Netanyahu? Let me ask you a question. Do you know Netanyahu helped create Hamas? Do you know he was a major sponsor?
Leave all this. Let's not go back and forth. A simple question. Will you like a party like Hamas in Nigeria? Simple. Is that the kind of party? So there's nothing wrong with a party like Hamas operating in Nigeria.
Hold on. Don't answer that. I think the approach of saying that you are supporting Hamas is not going to be accepted by a lot of people because Hamas engaged in what is considered a terrorist act, attacking a whole civilian population, and that is a terrorist act. Let's not try to whitewash it. Even if We know why they're doing it.
No, okay. All right. So let's approach this a different way. This is what you have to do. You have to say, for example, that let's say Hamas, right? What is the history? Again, it has to go back to the history of Hamas, and then we have to go back to the history of Hezbollah. How did they come into formation? How did they become who they are? This is where you have
somebody is talking.
So this is where you have. Let's
get out of here. What are we doing here?
Hold on.
Is it a beer parlor approach, or are we here to learn and study? If it's a beer parlor approach, then you guys can have fun. I'm not trying to get involved with you. Like, go away and I'm not trying to get involved with you. You're drunk.
Ouch! What just happened? Okay, what just happened?
Who got left? Thank God, though.
No, I don't think he left too. I hope I didn't do it by accident too. Also, if I did it by accident, I'm sorry.
You did it intentionally, forefathers. It's not by accident.
No, what do you mean?
I wanted to bring forefathers. There's something I wanted to point something out to Dexter. You know ANC in South Africa. Do you know why Mandela was in prison?
Yes, I know about it. Yeah.
Why was he in prison?
I know they were ANC. They were carrying out attacks, and Mandela was like a strategic head for them. And all that.
They were tried for terrorism.
Yes, that's
Okay, so.
Hold on. Let me ask you.
Maska, you made a very good point. But Maska, what happened when Mandela came into power? What did Mandela do?
By that time, they have stopped apartheid. I'm sure if in Israel today, in Palestine, they stop the apartheid they are doing, I'm sure the leaders there will look like a Mandela.
Wait. Exactly. But wait, Maska, you have two different approaches here, okay? When Mugabe came into power, what did he do? When Mandela came into power, what did he do?
No, I'm not looking at Mandela as a person now. I'm looking at circumstances. That's what I'm looking at.
Exactly.
I'm not looking at, my argument is not about individuals. It's about circumstance. When somebody is tried for terrorism, he was jailed for I don't know how many years.
29 years. 29 years.
I think let's
it was 27 years, not 29 years.
You're interrupting me, please.
I'm not interrupting. I'm just correcting something. Obviously, you don't even know.
Let's differentiate something. Let me differentiate something. The act or like the Irish terrorism, the South African one, is slightly different from that carried out by like let's say an example what Hamas did, like suicide bombing, going to civilian areas, start just shooting people indiscriminately and capturing people, children and all. It doesn't matter. You capture baby and take them away. I can understand the reason for doing it because these people have been brutalized. The same crime have been committed against them too. They have their own people in Israeli jails. As a matter of fact, a lot more of their own people in Israeli jails, including children, dead bodies. Israelis hold on to it. Yes, we know that. But that is a terrorist act by the Israeli state itself. And the same thing that the Hamas is doing. So we have to say plague on both of their houses.
Just for the record, it's on record that is the Israeli government that brought up Hamas and funded them and created them.
True, but it still doesn't mean that Hamas doesn't have agency. You still go and commit crime against innocent civilians. So, from my point of view, that they are both terrorists.
My argument is that, look, I don't think that the definition of terrorism is black and white, especially if it's to do with people that are in a certain circumstance. I can put it to you. If I'm a Palestinian, I don't think I will be sitting down on YouTube. I can put it to you that most likely I will not guarantee that I will not be a terrorist. I will be lying to your face. Well, if they kill all my parents and everything, then what is the essence?
It's true.
Forefathers, I have an information. Just an information, please.
Please go ahead.
If you know that you mistakenly removed Uzo, can you bring him back? Because it's going to be unfair
that the CEO of Forefathers or whatever also has been here. So I don't know why the team went
intentionally.
You know
why you want him to remove me because your boy was shouting on me and I didn't reply?
Why do you?
What are you talking about?
I didn't remove him.
No, I'm asking. You don't have to yell at me. I'm asking. Why are you saying? Well, hold on. Why? Wait, Mr. Mike. You said if he was removed, why am I still here? I didn't argue with your boy.
How are you making conclusion what I want to say?
I'm saying, is that what you said? I'm saying, is that what you said?
Oh my goodness, God!
That's not what he's saying. He's just saying that if I deliberately choose I should bring him back.
Okay, but then he said, "Why am I still here?" Right? He did say that.
No, yeah, he said that, but you are
He
not.
did say that. What do you mean? He didn't say that?
No, he said that because that's not the trust of his this in the interjection that he made. He was talking that I should bring Uzo back in. Uzo is not in backstage. I don't think I took him out.
I understand that, but I'm saying even if you took him out, and I'm going to move on from this, even if you took him out, why is he saying, why am I still here if you took him out? I didn't argue with your boy. He's the one that was yelling at me. Well, what are you guys talking about? But anyway, I'm going to move on. I don't have time for this nonsense.
Uzo is not even in the room, right?
Yeah. I think Sho probably came to say something. I don't know, Sho. Can you contribute to the conversation so that we can find a way to round it up?
Yes,
you're muted.
Yes, yes. Is there any noise coming from the background, like a fan or
nothing?
Nothing
so far.
Okay, that's good. My fan extractor is going off. Right. Anyway, good evening, gentlemen. And okay, good evening, gentlemen. I just thought I'd come, and chime in on this Israel not voting or voting against. The US, of course, they are the main perpetrator. So if they vote for, like many people have said, it would mean straight, pay up. And for those who are wondering why Israel won't vote for, I think it might be due to two reasons. And these are just my opinions. I might be wrong completely. One, forefathers, I think you alluded to it, that for them, I think somewhere in their mind, there's this rivalry of which one was the worst. Was it the Holocaust or was it the slavery? So, for them to vote for would mean that they are saying slavery was worse than what happened to them. So I think that sort of rivalry might play a part. And secondly, America is their homeboy. So they're not going to vote against their homeboy. If we are to vote on this panel against forefathers or vote on forefathers issues, AY won't vote against forefathers in most cases. If Jide was here, I won't vote against forefathers.
Why are you assuming that though?
It's an assumption. I might be wrong. It's an assumption. Jide won't vote against forefathers. Whatever the case is, he wouldn't even read what he's voting. He'll just press his fingers, forefathers, yes. Do you understand? So you have your allies, you have people that you're close with. And if Israel votes yes, and America has to pay, this war that America is funding, where's the money going to come from? If they've paid to you African people all the trillions and trillions, who's going to fund Israel's next war?
Sure, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you also explain why they supported the evil apartheid that was going on in South Africa? They were actually
because the government. I don't want to generalize the people because the government are horrible. It's like saying Nigerians are horrible people. We have horrible government. So the Israeli government, I personally believe they're horrible, despicable. They're just always.
Like asking why Akpabio is supporting a Tinubu.
Do you understand? So this is who they are. So if you tell these guys to vote yes, it means that the next war Israel wants to go to, if US have already paid up the money to some people in Africa because of what they did, 400 years ago, who's going to fund their next war? So you can't expect.
But haven't people been paying attention to how the United States, Israel, and Argentina typically vote? When it comes to race, when it comes to they've always voted the same way. I don't know why people are shocked.
And for me, I watch a lot of football, which you guys on the other side will call soccer. And I've watched football from the 80s, and I've never seen a black player play for Argentina. I've had to go and check who was the last black player. As in, I watch any if 10 random people are playing football without a name, I'll watch it. I follow Nigerian Football League. I know who is topping the league. I know who won the league last year. I watch football. I live for it. I've never seen any black player play for Argentina. I had to go and research. The last person was a goalkeeper who was like a reserve goalkeeper in the 70s.
Wow.
Before that was in the 20s. I mean, look at Brazil. Their best players, over the years are black people. Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, Pelé, Garrincha, black people. But go to Argentina, you can't find anybody. What happened to them? It's well documented. I listened to Judy speak about it earlier today. I listened to a lot of people speak about it. It's well documented. So when people, it would have been a surprise if they voted the other way. They voted exactly the way you would expect them to vote. So I'm not surprised. And for this I told you so thing that we're doing now, I think it's maybe it's your time to gloat to say we told you so about America. But the argument I made at the time, I will make it again. You are not the one wearing the shoes where it pinch or where it pinches. The people in Nigeria who are in Benue, who are in Nasarawa, all these places, if you tell them the devil himself has made an offer to come and save them, they will take it. They are not rational thinkers. Not because they don't want to be, but there's so much pain that they cannot be rational. Anything you throw at them, they would take. And that's the point I was making, and that's the point I'll still make now. Those sort of people, to them, Nigeria means nothing. What are you preserving? What is it that America can take? How worse can it get? They're already on the floor, so they're not afraid of falling. But for those of us outside of the situation, we can be more analytical. We can be more logical to say, oh, look at the antecedents of America, and they did this here, they did. I even suggested people to do series, for those who are interested, to do the series on, what America have done over the years. Like, take one story at a time. They've been to too many places. You don't have to look hard to find stories that you can do in half an hour. Each story of what country they went to, what they did. Is it Nicaragua? Anywhere. Just, you can blindly just pick one country and say, this is what America did, how they destroyed it. Enlighten the people in the nicest of way. I know they're adults, they don't need to be massaged. You want to tell them you're stupid, Ajagun will say rubbish, rubbish. We're stupid people, I don't like to say this. But if you present it to them like that,
you need to report him to the king.
It's a bitter pill. You have to sugarcoat it for them. Unfortunately, but there are brothers and sisters. We have to present it that way, sugarcoat the bitter pill, so that they can take it. So those people, you can't fault them for saying, let America come. Whatever they want to take, let them take.
I think, okay, let me ask this question. You see, that is a valid point.
Before you ask, I'm really low on battery. I've had major problems. I've got a little bit to contribute. Can I say before my battery run out, I'm now on 0, practically. And it's going to run out even though I've got it plugged in.
So,
I'm on 0, bro.
We are sure that it cannot last up to 3 minutes. Okay, if you are sure.
Well, I don't know. It may last. It may not. I don't know. It's plugged in. I think it's pretty fun.
Don't be calling Uncle Jack the 3 minutes, man.
If that 0% lasts up to 5 minutes, I'm going to have issues. Please go ahead, Jack.
Okay. Nice one, guys. I take umbrage with the way the conversation went a while ago. It's kind of been balanced a bit, but the story has been told to people like Dexter that, really the question is with you. Where have you been for the last 2.5 years? Was what took place in Gaza a measured response to what happened to them, so-called terroristically?
Your audio is a bit shaky, Jack.
Wait, please let me continue.
Your audio is a bit shaky.
Please let me continue. I think that's the one case for you to have a serious review on what Israel is. I don't know if you're aware that before there was a lot of problems with the
is it me or anyone can?
Yeah, it's bad.
Your audio is bad, Jack. Your audio is bad, really.
I think it's the battery, he said. Maybe.
Yeah, that happens when.
Wow, I know that's the battery.
Are you?
Yeah, it's really bad, very choppy.
Yeah, it's really bad. So I wanted to ask about the point you are making, that those people, you can't blame them, and that is true. The same thing goes. I remember the case of the Kurds. They collaborated with Americans to bring down Iraq. Right now, they are doing better than the overall Iraq population, but generally they are all doing, strategically and everything. They are not doing that well. That's why Iraq during this war, Iraq is being attacked by Iran, and America is attacking Iraq, and Iraqis are attacking Iraqis. That's how bad the situation is in Iraq. So, but the point you are making is sound. However, should their opinion, if you are looking at the greater good for the country, should their point of view be taken in terms? How do I describe it? Should it win out? In other
No,
words, that's what I mean.
it doesn't have to. All I was advocating for at the time was for us to be empathic and to understand them, where they're coming from. They cannot understand us. They don't get it. They think we're selfish. You're outside of the country. Your life is fine. So it's convenient for you to say America's going to take the gold. The gold means nothing to them. I sent you a video. You saw it, where there were, illegal mine in Ocean State. Gold. You saw the one in, was it Zamfara? You shared that one. So you see these things. So for people living 5 miles away from that mine, they see it, but they can't touch it. It doesn't benefit them in any way. I mean, someone shared on this panel that their wife's nephew passed away because there was no oxygen, at the hospital. My mom was rushed to the hospital 2019. I won't forget, around December, UCH Ibadan, they told my brother who took her to go and get the mask they will use to administer the oxygen. UCH, well, they had oxygen, but they said we can't administer it because we have no mask. So UCH Ibadan. If you're talking hospitals in Nigeria based on history and all of that, you mentioned UCH out of the top 3 hospitals, but it's a shadow of itself. So when people are going through things like this and you tell them, oh, America would destroy Nigeria, they're thinking, destroy what? What is there? So are you saying you're enjoying something that can be destroyed? Because to them, enjoyment is a foreign word. It's alien to them. So when you say they would destroy, they're thinking, no, they can only make it better. It's already destroyed. So it's like two sides of the coin. They cannot see what you're saying. So I was saying, let's be empathetic towards them. They are drowning and they can't see. So our language and our delivery had to be better. It sounded like we're just standing and showing off and like, we know these things, you have to know. How can you not know? We all say it all the time. Politics, even history, our local history has been taken out. How much more international history and politics? They don't know. Data is expensive. Don't think a young chap in Nigeria will sit down and be reading up on the history of Nicaragua and what happened between Chavez and somebody. They don't care. They don't. So
but think about it though. Part of the problem is sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
What you are saying about them, how they feel. In empathy, the other parts of the country feel empathy for them in terms of, they don't want all those things to be happening to them, IDP camps, and they blame it on the leaders. But when they also watch the same people that they feel the same empathy towards, advocating for foreigners to come and attack the country, you see how the stuff can leave the country kind of in a schism whereby one side wants foreigners, the other side doesn't want it, and it gives the foreigner powers over our affairs.
I get you. I think what would have worked was you let them say what they want to say. You manage it. You try to dampen it as much as you can internally. You know the dangers. When I say you, not just you as a person, but I'm saying the collective, you know the dangers. A lot of even Nigerians who are well-traveled and well-read in Nigeria know the dangers. So you dampen it. It's like you have a child that's crying. You are dealing with their cry. I understand you're crying. I understand you're in pain, but I have to let us make the best decision for everybody. I can't say because your hand hurts so badly, we chop it off. They want that hand cut off. It hurts so bad. Please cut it off. And you as the parent is saying, I hear you. It hurts so bad. You want it cut off. Don't worry, we'll cut it off. We'll take away the pain. You just say whatever you need to say in that moment to show empathy, to say, we're with you, we get you, we'll get the best result. But when we're saying, oh, our people, I'm so tired of them. Oh, you have to read, you have to do this, you are not knowledgeable, low IQ. They're thinking, Ogun kill you, kill your knowledge. Somebody who's lost everything. You are telling them they don't want to know. So that was my point, and I said it. And I'm not saying baby people, but they need help more than criticism. It's not going to kill them.
I agree with you on that point, because
that's what I was saying, and that's what I'm still saying. I'm not saying let them win the argument. No, it's not good for us. And I said it at the time. I never advocated for. I know enough to know that they're up to no good. I know enough to know that Americans are up to no good. So I was saying, yes, don't let them come, but please don't ignore the cry of these people.
Yeah, and this is what has formed even my hardening opinion that, like, help me to understand to an extent what the Southeasterners have gone through in the country, because when the kind of conflict that occurred targeted all of them basically in that region, and so he formed them into a group, and then when the war ended, instead of to kind of try to bring them into the system fully, because if you don't, the danger is that you're going to have the people that feel very resentful, and like you said, you can't necessarily blame them. So they will feel very resentful against the country. You see a lot of them, like when Trump wanted to attack, they are saying, fine, come and do it. Let's break the entire thing up. So I've learned that lesson, and when I studied what happened in Iraq, it's a very, very serious warning that you can't have people carry your passport and you are treating them badly, because it's going to come back to haunt you.
Can I say something?
You have to learn that lesson.
Can I say something about this? This is a very important. I like what Sho said. I really like what you said. It was very interesting.
Welcome. Greet everybody now. Show malign your reputation and that of AY. You say you are zombies. You don't have any agency. That whenever there's any vote, they're just going to vote for me. Yeah, you see. That's what he was saying.
It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. I understand when she says.
No, it's very funny.
I understand when she says that. I understand.
Jide, they borrow you time. I want to finish my stuff, but I think you want to interject.
Yeah. I like what you said. What you said is very interesting about.
Jide doesn't interject. Jide will start lecturing now. So let me just warn you.
No, I don't take long.
If you don't add log to it. It has to be very, very snippy.
No. Honestly, like, so the thing is, okay. So this is how it is, right? Clearly, our people need help, no doubt. They are like, our people are oppressed. They are going through hardship. We all understand that, and they need help from anywhere. They are desperate, and people that are in a desperate situation, they tend to make the wrong decisions. That's exactly the thinking of the imperialists themselves. So I'll give an example. Cuba right now is going through starvation. The Cuban people, just imagine the Cuban people to be Nigerians in Nigeria, in Southeast, in Lagos. They could easily turn against the Cuban government and cause riots and instability and take over the government. Right now, as I'm speaking, Cuba is going through starvation, worse than what Nigerians are going through in Nigeria. You understand? So I think it still comes to the fact that it's a mentality thing. I still think our people do not have the right mentality on how to undo hardship. I'm not saying they do not need help. Yes, they need serious help. We need to do better in helping our people. Yes. But in as much as that needs to be done, do you know that
the literacy rate in Cuba is about 99%?
Yes, absolutely.
That plays a key role in what you just said. Okay.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yes, I agree 100%.
99%.
Education is very vital. You know, we keep talking about education, right? A lot of us, whenever I talk about education, I talk about education. Political education is part of it. But also, like, mentality, ideology is also, well, it's still connected. Because ideology underpins the society. It's not just politics. Look at Iran. Look at Iran.
Jide, you didn't hear.
Okay. I'll stop there. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jide. We are going to get to you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. That was society.
Yeah, no worries. So just let me finish quickly. So I've touched on the Israeli vote and all of that. Why they voted the way they voted, and Kemi, of course, you know, the darling of some people. Kemi, bad enough. Enough.
Your girlfriend?
No, not Chim girlfriend. Chim like that.
That woman, she's evil.
Kemi said the UK should have voted against. Don't even abstain. Vote against it.
Wow.
She should do anything to be loved by these
She's
people.
a
But it's okay.
sellout.
Yeah, of course she is. So in terms of Anioma, on a lighter note, what's that lady's name? The senator's estranged wife.
Who?
I don't know.
That baby.
Regina.
Somebody should tell Regina to go and beg Papa because she can be first lady because that man will be governor. You know, he's the one pushing for Anioma State.
She is the one pushing.
You'll most likely be the first governor if that state is to happen. So Regina should
That state is just little work.
So that she can be first lady. So talking about Nigeria again, just to come home a bit. Forefathers, I know you talk about security a lot, and I if I was a military officer in Nigeria and I watch this show, I'll be offended by you every week, because when things happen to these guys, you hardly talk about it. I know you have bigger issues and broader issues, but we lost another 11 in the last 1 week. We lost 11 of them. And they would think, for somebody who wants us to be recruited and increase our numbers, when we get, I think these ones were, they were waylaid, and waylaid is not the right word. What's the right word? They were
ambushed.
Thank you. They were ambushed, of course, because inside job, they were ambushed, and we lost 11 of our military men. May their souls rest in peace. It's the fact that I'm not saying you should spend all your life tracking this news, but it's all over the place. To even mention it, to say, this is my people, my constituency, we lost another 11, despite the fact that we don't have enough. So as the military guy, I'll be thinking, this guy, does he even know when they do these bad things to us? Or does he just want us to just add more to us so they can take more out of us, add more and take more out, by these terrorists? So we lost another 11. And I saw the Minister for Defense. I don't agree with a few of our people who have said that he was at Eagle Square. What was he doing there? I saw the video when he arrived. He needed to be there. I don't like Tinubu and everybody around him. I dislike them a lot because of what they do to us. But he's the president. Number 1 was there. Number 2 was there. Number 3 was there. Their wives were there. That place needed to be secured. I don't like them. I don't want them to be safe. But fair is fair. You can't have your president and everybody at Eagle Square, and you won't have your top security officials go and scan the place and make sure it's safe. So they did what they had to do. What I just don't like is the body language. It was like, WWE, when you watch Ultimate Warrior going to the ring. It was like giddy. It was like a little, like a baby horse. He was very excited at the place. I was like, come on. When did you retire? Or when did they retire you? Your boys, your men are being decimated. And you just looked happy and excited to be there at Eagle Square the day before to make sure the place was safe. I have no issues with him being there, but, body language, it speaks a lot without saying words. People can read your demeanor or your body language, but he just went there very happy, like a celebrity or something. So I think that was really bad. And listening to the Chief of Defense Staff in the last few days, he said, and the Nigerian army has been trying to clear up his mess in the last 24 hours. The Chief of Defense Staff, Oloyede, he said that this safe corridor, where the program of rehabilitating this, sons of BITCHAS, that even in the Bible, the prodigal son was allowed to come back home. He was talking about the terrorist committing the most. I mean, I see some of the videos of what these guys do, and you're talking about them in the same light as the prodigal son. This is the chief of, these things are not coincidence. Chief of Defense Staff. The NSA called these same people our brothers about 3 weeks ago. And this is the point I keep making to forefathers. I am for recruiting more people. But if you recruit more into our soldier and hand them over to these people like Oluyede, people like our NSA, they will betray those boys. And they will be ambushed. Because how can the National Security Advisor be saying that these terrorists are our brothers? How can the Chief of Defense Staff be saying that they are like the prodigal sons who have to be reintegrated into the family?
It clearly showed they are treating them with kids.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you recruit more, it would make a little bit more dent, but you won't get value for your money. So recruit more, yes, 100%, we need more. But more than that is to get the people that will pull the strings, that will call the shot, to be Nigeria first as opposed to these guys who are sold out.
Sure.
How do you
Sure. Let me ask you.
our
Let me ask a quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
How long do you think it takes to build a formidable standing army?
I have no idea. It's not my area of interest, but using from scratch.
No, just
like
take a wild guess. Anyway, what you would call a battle-ready, effective, and formidable army.
If you ask me, I'll probably say, 4 years? 3?
On average, 10 years.
10? Oh.
Yeah.
Don't mind him, he's talking nonsense. He always talks this nonsense all the time.
Oh, Father.
Okay.
He always talks this nonsense. Can you just stop? We don't want to.
There it goes. Not listening. You are, as usual, not listening. You're.
Stop. Let's move on.
To top it off for you, another news that came out in the last 48 hours, Nigeria signed a deal with China to come and help us supply eggs, EGSS. So they want to produce 6 million eggs per day in Nigeria, and there will be one farm in every geopolitical zone. So the 6 geopolitical zone, one each, with each farm in each geopolitical zone producing 1 million egg per day. So the pilot states will be Oyo State and Kaduna State, and they will do 1 million each. So they will do 2 million a day, and if that works, they've signed a $900 million deal with Chinese company of government. Sorry, why can't we produce eggs? Eggs, like the chicken. You feed the chicken will produce the eggs.
That's a disgrace, actually.
$900 million.
Sometimes we need to know what we are talking about.
Nigeria is quite a high egg laying.
No, not a high egg. Let me tell you.
We produce a lot of eggs. It turns out.
Let me educate you guys.
Oh yeah, go on.
Yes. This egg comes from chicken, right?
Mm-hmm.
The challenge Nigeria faces all the time is there is all sorts of bird flu, all sorts of sickness that today you have a lot of big farms that are empty. So look, I don't know, when you said it, honestly, I was quite interested.
The farms will be in Nigeria, not in China.
No, I know, but guess what? I trust Chinese people. I know that they will find a way of dealing with the sicknesses.
Masker, it's not the disease. It's not the disease that is hampering the production in Nigeria, Masker. I have people who are involved in this poultry business. It's not the disease that is hampering production in Nigeria.
What's the problem?
One problem is, first of all, the cost of producing has skyrocketed. You are producing eggs. I have a family member, you are producing eggs. The demand is so low that you are not turning it. You need to sell it out quickly. If it's not going out to the market, you have to scale back. So it has to be profitable also.
Anyway.
It's not about the flu. It's not the flu.
That's for me, all I'm saying is that, look, I would have spoken like the way show is talking, let's say 5 years ago. But now I've learned that this acting is not as straightforward, honestly.
But Master, maybe what the Chinese are going to do is they're going to bring the synthetic. They're going to bring the synthetic eggs for us.
It's not about eggs. It's about what it represents. That we can't even produce eggs. We're signing a $900 million with China. So what's going to be next? What else would we outsource?
Yeah, but whether it's true,
we are importing everything already.
I don't understand what you're saying. And look, I said it last week.
So what I'm saying is, why can't we empower our farmers? Why can't we fund them, give them loans, and let them produce eggs? Why do we need China to be involved in egg production in Nigeria?
This is the problem with the mindset our people have. We know
it's
that.
Not mindset. It's not. Look, it's not a mindset issue.
Okay. It looks like you have. Okay, it looks like you have something to say because you feel strongly about this.
I have something to say. All I'm trying to say is that I hear show that look, why can't we produce egg? But I think for me, the issues are even because we import everything. We import toothpick. Okay, we import truth. So the question for me, even why do okay? So even don't look at the complication, but why, if you have to import, why do you need to import toothpick? Well, how important is toothpick? Why can't we just say no need for toothpick? I can understand egg because meat now is very expensive. Look, these things we are
I know.
discussing.
I don't think we should be growing imported egg though. If
But-
you
but
can get
no,
they're not imported.
why
They're going to be done in Nigeria. It's just going to be overseen by.
Where I
Chinese
was even going to show is that for me, you see, we shouldn't be surprised because this issue of the money that Tinubu collected from the UK, it is to expand our port, isn't it?
Modernize.
For whatever it is, that port is not for export. And if you come with an export argument, I'll counter you that, okay, export will not exist in the air. You have to put the infrastructure, things like electricity, things like the rail system and transportation, even the financial system, to enable the production of what you want to export. You can't start by expanding or modernizing the port. You don't start there. I'm just saying that, look, the problems with Nigeria are multifaceted. Let
me just address one point.
Sorry, forefathers. For me, for egg, I am here in Nigeria, and I'm beginning to see that this egg production is getting more complex by the day. More complex by the day, honestly. But anyway, I rest my case here. Go ahead, forefathers.
No, there was something Show said about servicemen that this in basically the victims of the insecurity in Nigeria. The reason why I don't talk about it that much, because if check on those things that much, if I do, if you guys come here, I'll be shouting at you all the time. You want that? Nobody wants that now. I'll be shouting at you all the time. So I have to be trying to fit in, take a break, and be reasonable with people, so I don't keep shouting at everybody like as if I'm the only person. They'll start asking me, "Are you the only person that I seen them? Are you the only person?" All this kind of stuff. That's you have to rein yourself in a little bit.
No. That's an excuse, because we would like you to be able to control yourself. Control yourself.
You hate it when I shout you. You don't agree with me that you should be saving all these lives and all that. So when I start arguing all those things, people feel like I'm a little bit like too dictatorial. I'm not giving them any leeway to explain. As if, but it is what it is. So just to let you know, that is the reason why I don't talk about it all the time. If not, now I can't. That area is very, very. I feel very, very strongly about it because there are lives actually being lost. I don't want to. If I start glimpsing in that, you're not going to like me this evening. So let me look at it. Let me keep it that way. All right. I think Jide is here. Let's have Jide's input on events of the week because quite a lot of
very nice try. I was here before. Nice try.
Okay.
Very nice try.
I got 7 minutes.
Okay. You see, let me apologize to Mr. CEO about what.
I don't apologize. You're gonna do it again. Don't listen. Don't apologize.
Hold on.
Don't tell me to hold on. Continue with the show. Don't apologize. You've done this since I've known you. You and your little friend over there. It don't matter. Go ahead.
Even if I do it again, it doesn't mean I shouldn't try to apologize. See, my point is that I didn't mean to just dismiss him for the point that is raised because I'm sure he has a context that he's making the argument, but that wasn't my context. And I didn't have the patience for it, so that's why I withdraw the statement from the way I went about it. But
it doesn't matter. Listen, like I've always told you guys, and I don't like talking about this because I don't want people into my private life. But until you show me it doesn't matter. Let's all be on here, keep pretending like we know what we're talking about, and then when we hear things that people that have experience in these things want to talk about, just because I don't like that person or whatever it is, I'm just going to shut it down. Nigeria is not going anywhere from that. This is not about watching too many YouTube videos, regurgitating whatever nonsense people watch. Because there's a few people that do that on here, and then when someone else wants to talk about something that they haven't experienced in, you see the envy comes out, and they start attacking the person, poking at the person. It's like, what do you guys gain from pretending like you know what you're talking about? I will never get it. That part I will never understand.
All right, you are here. I'm sure. I do agree with you a lot on geopolitical stuff. Quite a lot of them, not all of them, but I do agree with you, especially on the Middle Eastern issues. But so, what do you make of the events of the week? From Ghana reparation to Trump backing off. That backing off to try to blow up Iranian power plant. That one, it was funny because everybody know that one there, price of crude oil will be $200 per liter right now. That would have unleashed hell everywhere. So what do you make of the events of the week?
That would have been a disaster, man.
Total crazy bad
Iran, we
situation
are ready to
right
blow
now.
up all the water desalination plants.
I don't know who told Trump to make that kind of silly this trend. That was a crazy one, man. So, but what do you make of it, CEO?
What make of what?
The threat that Trump made of Iran, to Iran, that he was going to blow up Iran's power plants if Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz within 3 days. Then when he approached the deadline, he extended it to 5 days, and now he's extended it again.
It was obvious he's posturing. Either he's posturing or he's waiting for his forces to amass and be prepared and they can attack Iran again. It's obvious. It's the same playbook that they've been using since last year. But even more than that, I didn't follow the show at all. I followed it earlier, maybe like just before I came in when Dexter was talking. And it was what I was hearing you guys talk about, and which I thought was pertinent to what I wanted to speak on, was why Argentina and Israel voted the way they did. And yes, show us touch on it, but I also think people should go look at the voting patterns of countries over time in the United Nations. They've always been the same. There's nothing to be shocked about. The United States, Western Europe, Israel, Australia, New Zealand, to a large extent, always go on one side. And then the rest of the world go on the other side, usually aligned with Russia and China. So Cold War still going on to a certain extent, right? But there's something I want people to also know. And I've spoken on this when I first came on this show. And I'll never forget, because I was a boy, I was excited, and I was seeing these events happen. In 2001, right before September 11, there was a United Nations conference planned for New York. But prior to that, there was one happening, I think, in Durban. I don't think it was Johannesburg. I think it was in Durban, where the world was trying to figure out how it would move on with the racism that was permeating and perversing the world, most notably here in the United States. And at that time, as a boy, I was like, oh, okay, there's going to be change, because as anybody knows, there's a lot of racial disparity and discrimination in the United States. I remember the Jesse Jacksons were out there, Louis Farrakhan, Suzanne Rice, all these people. There was a lot of protests on the streets of Manhattan and Brooklyn. When they voted, it was a vote against racism. Don't quote me now, but it was it was on racism. This was in 2001. The world, what we are talking about now, it was very similar. The world voted to condemn racism, to condemn the slave trade, and now the UN ratified it, and there was going to be actions taken. Well, unfortunately, before the ratification happened in New York. September 11 happened. I say all that to say the same parties voted against the rest of the world in enacting a law of a world law against racism. The same people, the United States, prominent, and Israel. They were the main ones. If I recall, I don't know if Argentina did, but I do know, and I remember for a fact that the United States and Israel voted against it. Now, this started making me think more about the relationship between the United States. This started making me think more about the United States, the relationship between the United States and Israel. Of course, I've been hearing about it years prior and trying to learn more. I was very, very, very young, but now it gave me an in-depth analysis. And then September 11 happens, and then you go look back and look at what happened prior to that. So in essence, I think what people have to realize, and Africans, we have to realize that we've always had people that are permanently our enemies. They're not going to declare it to you, or I should say as Black people. They're not going to declare it to you. But their actions will tell you. We can try to whitewash history, or they can try to whitewash history as much as they want. But I say people should go learn. And when I always say that, it's not condescending. It's just, I think with knowledge, people will understand more. People like to, on this show, I get it, people like to shout it down because they don't understand these things. And maybe because of their conditioning, they think you're attacking them if you say something against Israel, or if it's the United States, they love whatever. But the parties that played a significant part in the slave trade that brought our ancestors over here and destroyed Africa as it is, are still the same, voting against these UN resolutions. The United States played a huge part, obviously, in taking people across the transatlantic. And Jewish businessmen also played a huge part in sponsoring the ships and the trading routes, or the effectiveness of them that brought millions of our ancestors and brethren from Africa to the New World, i.e. North America, South America. Now, of course, it would be expected that, like Sho said, knowing these things, they know that they will have to pay reparations. Well, not so much the reparations, but of course there will have to be a cleansing of history. Because without a doubt, and I've said that on here, if I've said it once, I've said it a billion times, the worst crime in the history of humanity was the crime against the Black people by the rest of the world, European world now I'm saying, against Africans and the way they treated us and brought us here to become chattel slaves, less than cattle. That was the rights they gave us. We had no rights. So I say every time we bring that up, there are people that because of their present prejudice, they would say, well, what about Arab slave trade? And what about the trans-Saharan slave trade? Well, keep falling for the brainwashing of the white people, if you will, because there was none that was worse. And thankfully, the United Nations has also agreed to this. No crime in the history of humanity was as bad as what they did to us in bringing us over here. No crime was as bad as what they did to us, taking us to the Caribbean, taking us to South America. If you read about the atrocities and you think about what they did to our ancestors, buck breaking, rapes, forcing fathers to breed their own daughters, cutting off tongues just because they wanted to stop people from eating sugarcane.
Can I ask you a question based on what you're saying?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, Jago, don't do that.
Wait, no, it's very interesting.
No, sorry.
We
There are
shouldn't
people
be like
that
this. We're being educated.
No.
It's
I'm
quite
sorry.
important. Let me take some time. I've been snapping.
I'm sorry, Jago.
Wait,
I'm sorry, Jago.
I've been snapping in.
We have gone over time already. We can't go that much more. There are people that have to say their piece before we close out. I'm sorry. We have already had 4 hours of this now. So because if we carry on, we're going to go for 6 hours, 7, 10 hours. That's fine.
Let me put it to you.
Time for that, but not now, not today.
Let me put it to you, bro. I've been going in and out of this conversation because of my own fault in the battery situation. I only get about 7 minutes up. It's never gone to 20%. So based on the fact that I haven't really spoken much, let me just, it's an intelligent question.
You have spoken already. At least you've spoken at least twice.
All I want to do is ask a question.
This is his first time of speaking. Let him just finish speaking. Then we have to go to Okija. He has not spoken at all.
I mean, it's okay if he wants to. All this while, he would have asked his question. Like, if it's a question.
No. I have to do what needs to be done now. Please go ahead.
All right. So in any event, we cannot keep being lackeys for white people. I don't know when Africans will get out of this mentality of stop looking at things from a tribal aspect and a religious aspect. Because if the rest of the world, I mean, you have someone called Vicarious in the comment section, foolishly, and I don't say that loosely, foolishly still arguing, saying, well, the trans-Saharan slave trade was worse than the transatlantic slave trade. Do you think historians that would have had to have looked at everything placed on the table, analysts, are that stupid that Mr. Vicarious is the one that knows that what we suffered in the hands of the Europeans was way not in any way comparable to what we supposedly suffered in the hands of the Middle East. Now, this is not to say slavery did not occur. And this is not to say there weren't atrocities committed on us by both parties or the Arabs. But what we need to be very careful about is this recent attempt at whitewashing history, this recent attempt at comparing, when you say, well, you did this to our people, and they'll say, well, do you know the Arabs did this too? And not only do they embellish the facts, they exaggerate the numbers just to make it look worse. And even more saddening is that we have Africans that then support them and then carry out their messages and try to spread it without realizing that what they are doing are promoting white supremacist tropes. So in essence, I just want to say the United Nations has done well. Ghana has done right for the world, and Nigerians try to get out of your colonial mentality, try to get out of your subservient mentality, and try to get out of your, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but try to get out of your inferiority complex. If you can do that, the country is going to rise. But if you always want to stick yourself to, what is it?
Oh, I thought it was my turn. Okay, go on.
But if you always want to stick yourself to the apron of the white man, for whatever reason, usually religion, the continent is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Saying the same thing.
You're part of the MVS one. It's okay. Jealous boy.
It's okay. So thank you for that.
This boy, wait, Fafa, let me address something. Jide, you've only been in the United States for like what, 6 years, 7 years? Why are you always coming for me? I don't know you. Why do you always come for me?
Me come for you. Me of all
Yes. What did you just say? He's going round and round.
No, I said it. Listen, I said that you are saying.
I don't want to talk to you, Jide. I don't know you. Listen, I don't know you.
No, it's my turn.
Every time, hold on.
Break it off, guys. No need, Jide.
Hold on. Jide, I thought you have spoken.
No, I haven't spoken.
Break it off, please. Jide, when is your turn you speak? Please break it off.
When is your turn you speak? I came before you. What is your argument?
What fathers told me to speak earlier, but I was patient.
Okay,
what are you talking about?
You have about 13 minutes now into it now.
Jide. Hold on.
No, there's no hold on.
Hold on, forefathers. Please, forefathers. Jide, stop talking to me. It's very simple. Stop talking to me. You do this thing. I'm not here to compete. You've been here for 6 years. What the fuck? I've spent 14 years in experience in school. What the fuck are you?
CEO, take it easy. He's not that much. What he said wasn't that offensive. Just take it easy. Clearly you know more than him.
He made a good point.
No, you need to start since from day one. Wait, hold up. Maybe this is the day we need to cut it up. And I've told you, forefathers. And because hold up, forefathers. Me and you, we go back and forth. But I understand that. Just give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds, please. Me and you, we go back and forth. But there's still this camaraderie and disrespect for each other. I've spent more time in education, and forget about the fact that I'm from here, spending my life or whatever. But I've spent more time in education and in government sectors and doing that. Like I told you guys back, so I don't like talking about this thing. Why is this? And I always face this with Nigerians that because they just look at you, they want to condescend on you and say, "Why should you know this?" or what? Stop talking to me. It's very simple. Listen, we're not friends. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to be your friend, Mr. Cuba, Mr. Nicaragua.
You are supposed to, by and large, both of you agree with each other. I don't know why we are arguing.
Nobody doesn't like me, and I'm not surprised doesn't like me.
It's okay.
I don't know you. I don't want to know you. Stop talking to me. You do this all day.
Can we stop unmuting ourselves? Let me carry on with the conversation, please. Okija, thank you for joining us. I'll have Jide close out. So we welcome to the show, and it's a shame you came in a bit late, but take 5 minutes. And there's the issue of the reparation resolution. There's the issue of
freaking idiot
of the country. Take it easy. Can we stop? I'm going to send both of you backstage now. We're already closed anyway, so you guys don't get to talk anymore. So there's the issue about reparation. There's also the issue of the American officials saying that Nigeria could break up due to insecurity. And there's Anioma State. So, any direction you want to come. You can also go into the Iraq war. That one seems to be, not Iraq war, sorry. Iran war that is going on right now. Trump keep backing off all the threats. According to there's an interesting point that CEO made that Trump is using to buy time. Maybe that's true. So it's an interesting point that he made there. So please go ahead and make your submission. 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you guys, lady and gentlemen. Nice to meet you guys again today. Actually, I was interested when Shu talked about the farm, the Chinese firm coming to Nigeria for poetry. That was why I got in. But anyway, let me start from the beginning. I mean, reparation, I think we Africa, we tried to do that. I think when Obasanjo was president or so, and there was a UN resolution. Obasanjo was one of the people that kicked against reparation for Africa. So I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know what good it will do Africa reparation. If you send all the money back to Africa, except they're gonna give it to the individual. The Hamas in Nigeria, being APC, they will distribute the money and then use it to do some other stuff. Some people will like. We would buy houses in London and some other places. So, except if there's any way the money could be given to individuals. I don't have opinion.
What did they use it to buy like like a company, use it to buy like a refinery that Nigeria will own, use it to buy tech companies, and those companies are not necessarily run by Nigerians, but the profits go to Nigerians because money is not nothing. Like the people that owned slaves were compensated. Holocaust, crimes were compensated for. So the transatlantic slave trade is the only one so far that has not been addressed, especially in the context of African Americans too.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest with you, like, if a country was supposed to be good, if there's, like any country that, has everything needed to be great, that's Nigeria. But at least, you guys have no more opinion about Nigeria. I mean, like, when I wake up to, these days, I pray, God, please, let Nigeria divide. So my mind, so I'm not like a Nigerian now, in thinking. So I don't know what to say about that. My prayer is that Nigeria will dissolve so that people will find, their bearing and try to see if they can work out things for themselves. Because 60-something years is not a small thing. With all the money wasted, because the system is so corrupt. I don't know if you guys took an issue. I don't know if any people talked about it. We had 160.
How many countries do you feel it would create, Okija, if we were to break up? How many countries do you believe Nigeria would become?
Even if it's 250 million countries, so be it, but let it just break. Anyway, so just let it break. But anyway, so I don't, for that I don't have opinion for the war. I think Trump was convinced by his brother, his son-in-law, who he listens to Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu is their family, rabbi, and
wow,
Jared Kushner.
Yeah, Jared Kushner.
Netanyahu is a rabbi.
Netanyahu is no. I mean, I'm just telling you. Maybe he's a rabbi. I'm just telling you, it's not he's not a rabbi, but maybe he's rabbi. So he convinced him that they're going to extend that the Bible said that when God gave the promise to Abraham, he said that these people will from the Red Sea to all the Euphrates, that's their boundary. So I think that's what the rabbi that he's trying to do to widen the border so that the border will go over to Euphrates. So they started a stupid war, unplanned war. First of all, Trump fired the black Joint Chief of Staff guy, who was level-headed, who was going to give him a balanced report. So he unretired a white man and made him the Joint Chief of Staff. So the man came and whatever they were saying, the man was agreeing with them. So they went to war, stupid people, a bunch of DEI hires. None of them none of them there, from Trump to the Hexet to the man. They're not qualified to be dog catchers, but they are, the ones, in charge of the universe. So that's what we see. Economy being decimated. People, look at their 401k, look at some, like go up and go down. That's what we are dealing with. That's about that. So, but my interest is mostly on the farm because what's his name? Our brother that lives in Nigeria, the Masca, he made mention, and what's his name again? Dexter replied. So the issue is that it's not that just like we're saying, Nigeria needs to be destroyed. So that could you imagine that in Algeria, most East African countries, look at Nigeria, you see people, you see kids, they grow up, they don't drink milk. I mean, the milk is a vital thing for kids, growing. From before you are 12, 13, you need to be drinking.
Some children, not all children. Some are lactose intolerant.
So, but you see in Nigeria, whereby they carry cattle from they drag them, then they can't produce anything. You go to Algeria and some other African countries, you know how they sell sachet water in Nigeria. That's how they sell milk, fresh milk. They put in Nigeria. Yeah, Libya, Algeria, all these North African countries. They sell them. Everybody will be able to buy milk, drink milk. Kids needs to be drinking. But in Nigeria, look at. But the issue with this is I don't know. I don't like the formula, the way they want to use the Chinese people coming, because I used to read this Asian magazine, I used to visit Mexico magazine, business. So I remember there was this company in, I think in Thailand. They were the largest poultry processor in Thailand. Every 4 chicken in Thailand, they process one. It's a Chinese company, but I mean, like, their family came from China a long time ago, so they stayed in China. I mean, in Thailand, and they started they went to a lot of businesses. So one of them is the poultry. So they, just like Tyson and other companies do in America, they give chicken to farmers, and farmers will raise them and then they process. They have a 14 kilometer processing plant for poultry. 14 kilometers processing factory. So, but like there was a Chinese company that wanted to buy them. That's like mainland China wanted to buy them. Once when they wanted to come into the Thailand, what he did was he partnered with this company. Not instead of come in and then start all your things from free. That's what's supposed to happen in Nigeria. We have seen a lot of feed manufacturing companies in Nigeria. Other like vaccine manufacturing, people that do this, what do you call it, those small chicken, those small chickens people use to raise. There are some companies in Nigeria, especially in Western Nigeria, that do all those things. So they establish, but once this Chinese company come, they will just get out of business. So it's not supposed to. They should have let them Chinese company come and invest in all these companies and then make them bigger. Yeah. Then but Nigeria doesn't work as a country should work. A lot of people will suffer. A lot of people will suffer because you find that it's possible that Chinese will be making egg in China and be bringing it in Nigeria. Just they make the egg instead of like having chicken raise the egg. So a lot of companies will suffer. People who invested there. So many people because I follow. There's some channels I follow. I follow what they do. The people who are into pottery. They invested so much. And even in Nigeria, I know in Anambra, because a Bariam farm settlement used to be a farm settlement. This guy built he built a farm settlement. So, but all those farm settlements now, nobody is using a whole lot of them. So there was a friend of mine who was telling me, let's take this, poultry part of it. Like I was like, I don't have that kind of money. But you see, a lot of evil over in Nigeria. You see some of these farms, they're empty. Nobody's using them. So what are we going, instead of inviting Chinese? When you have local, why don't you just invest in the local companies? Bring people from China, whatever, to train them. So that Nigerian thing. That's
we are sabotaging ourselves now. We know that now. Like, was it not somebody that mentioned that after the war there was a lot of inventions that Nigerians destroyed? Was it not Buhari that did this rice, this thing that supported Nigerian farmers? Tinubu, what did it go and do? You flooded the Nigerian market with Chinese products again, rice and grains. So it's like we go one step forward, our people destroy it again. We go. There's no stability in just focusing on growth.
And this Chinese company, they will come and then I mean, I don't know if you've heard this somewhere else. Because I used to follow a lot of Chinese, follow their parliament. There was one guy, I used to follow, who analyzed their parliament. There was a time they made they had a debate in their parliament that they would send 1 million Chinese to Africa, and they've been doing that. Yeah, they've been doing that. They say, some of these companies in China, I mean in Africa. In Africa, you see some of these Chinese that come to Nigeria, other African countries. They are not. They are people on parole from prison. They are about to be released, and they send them to Africa. So they'll be making money, and the government will be taking the money, paying them some of it. It's
wow.
What they
our people, they allow nonsense.
You go to Liberia, you see Chinese. They run Chinese madam. They run the what they call prostitute place. What do you call
motels?
Brothel. They run they are the madam, and black Liberians are the people doing the work, the workers. The Chinese women, they are collecting the money.
What is the difference between motel and brothel? Is it who controls it, or what is it all about?
No, brothel is for sex work. Motel is regular
cheap short-term stay.
Yeah. Yeah, so
that's interesting.
Yeah, so you go to Ghana, you see Chinese, they what do you call this machine, the slot machine, you draw and it will be, ringing and money will come out or whatever if you win something. Chinese, they made small ones and we invaded Ghana with those one in villages. In the morning, kids will just stand before the thing and they will go to school.
The thing about China is that they will flood your market if you let them flood your market. They don't generally force their way in, at least in the countries that we have seen like Japan, UK. I think there was a case where I think it was Spain. Spain wanted to reject some contract that they signed with China, and they've already agreed though, and they've been working in that arrangement. Then they called the Chinese and said, no, we don't agree with this anymore. The Chinese was like, okay, what do you want? And whatever they demanded, the Chinese just gave it to them. Okay, let's carry on. You see, the Chinese, their own approach is they know eventually they are gaining more because they have more manufacturing base. They will do business with you, and it's your job to capitalize on it to make something good for your own people too. And so far, I must say, we as Nigerians, we should be manufacturing a lot more by now, but we are not.
I have my uncle's friend. He used to make toothpick in Okija. He closed that factory because he couldn't compete with the imported toothpick.
You can't. The Chinese government subsidize it. What chance have you got? They will subsidize their workers to produce it cheap, and they will just flood your country with it.
And then they give them. I think they decrease it now, but it used to be. I think it's 17% now. But I'm not sure about it. I remember when it used to be 19 for to help our people to support people to export. If you ship something worth $100 in China to a foreign company, government will match, will give you $19. So they used to do that. I think they decrease it to 17. So Nigeria, they have export processing council, whatever. But you go to export processing council, because I've talked to export processing council people there. You find out, you can't get anywhere. So what they tell you, okay, Nigeria, they think then Nigeria was matching like 13%. But you know what they tell you? They tell you that, they will give you the money, but they will only give you 2%. They will share it, the remaining.
Imagine that. You see, that kind of attitude, you are killing the potential of the country to start producing goods. Man, Nigeria is a case study.
The civil service Nigeria need to be like, fire everybody. The civil service.
But there are some things that are actually being made in Nigeria. It's like you see it's like bowls, plastic stuff. You tend to see that they make certain things in Nigeria, but at the base of it, you find out that like some of the raw pellets that they're using, you find out that they brought it from China again, or the people that are making zinc to shape the zinc into certain shapes. The actual zinc itself is made from China. It's like on and on and on and on and on. There is nothing that is at the base that Nigeria is manufacturing. The only thing we are doing now is Dangote refinery. Thank goodness, Dangote refinery is started. It started. The fact that the refinery can work, it tells us that it's not totally impossible.
Dangote refinery is full of American oil. They take about under 30. Wait, they take about under 30% of Nigerian oil as it is. The Nigerian NNPC is selling the majority of its crude now outside of Nigeria, and they're getting dollars, and that dollars right now is being used to pay off the debt. So we're getting money straight in to Nigeria, dollar worth, and we're sending it straight out. We're very foolish, idiotic, criminalized people who haven't got a clue about the way forward. You may mention these things, but have you looked into these things and seen how the Dangote refinery is presently performing, when right now, with the crisis that's going on in Iran, and the Borno Straits, Nigeria has the biggest advantage in the world with both the crude that is coming out of the ground and the refinery that we have. However, we are not at present making any step forward with these two operators.
Thank you. Jide, have you finished? Okay,
yeah, let another person.
You don't. Okay, you're not interested in Trump, eh? Okay. So,
I've spoken my mind on Trump. He's just he's. if his son-in-law deceived him.
Oh yeah, he did say that. He did say that. America, you know, America is beginning to remind me of Nigeria a little bit. Go ahead now. Go ahead. It's you, Jide. It's you now. Apart from if he decides to say something, then you.
Am I still part of this program or not?
We thought you had left. It's okay. You are very much part of it. You are very much part of it. After Jide, then we start rounding up. 1 minute, say something to Nigerians, and then we close out. So Jide, welcome, and give us your breakdown of what happened during the week. Try to focus on what happened during the week, because I really would like your input on these events.
Yeah, I will start with Ghana, and Ghana showed that all their narrative about Pan-African liberation, anti-imperialism is all slogan. They made a case for, which was great, they made a case for the transatlantic slave trade being the crime against humanity. And clearly we could see that the United States, Israel, and I think Argentina voted against it. And earlier in the show, I explained the reasoning, the historical context into why these countries cannot afford to support such movements or such resolution. So, I don't want to go back talking about it, but I've had so many things that are disturbing, because when you see, one thing I've noticed about some of our people is like I said, I always respect people's opinion. When we come and talk about issues, we always try to deflect, to try to evade what is really going on, because we like the oppressor. So we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade today, and some people are actually trying to now evade that conversation and move to the trans-Saharan slave trade. Now, looking at the two slave trade, the trans-Saharan slave trade was also evil. It was very evil. In fact, the trans-Saharan slave trade was longer than the transatlantic slave trade. Yes. However, they were two completely different events, in the sense that when the trans-Saharan slave trade was going on, it did not have severe negative impacts on African civilization, African kingdoms. In fact, during the time of the trans-Saharan slave trade, in as much as it was evil, it decimated some communities. The negative impact on African civilization was minimal, even though it was also longer as well. So it did not have any significant impact. The transatlantic, as compared to the transatlantic slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade was also evil. However, what we need to understand about the transatlantic slave trade was that when it happened for about 400 years, which the impact is still there, it is still revealing itself in Nigeria and our Afro-descendant people in the diaspora. That impact paved the way for colonialism. That impact of the transatlantic slave trade paved the way for the creation of that bondage called Nigeria. The bondage called Nigeria was created as a justification to stop the slave trade. Maybe we don't understand how much of an impact the transatlantic slave trade was. You see, the transatlantic slave trade was so evil, but the remnants of African culture can still be seen in so many parts of Latin America, right? In the Caribbean as well. But if you look at the trans-Saharan slave trade,
regurgitating everything I said, just move on, Jealous. Just move on and talk about something else. Regurgitating everything. I already said all this. Let's move on.
But when we look
you
at
see how it feels now.
It was more puritanical, assimilating like the victims into Islamic and Arab-like culture. So there was no trace of African culture. Now, having said that, talking about that, now I need to focus on.
Besides, Africans could easily come back to Africa from the Arab world. There's no real barrier, is there? I don't know.
That's not the issue.
If you cannot make it back to Africa from the Middle East, maybe carry on. Before I go and say something I will regret.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, right? Like, what was I saying? Yeah, so I have had this myth so many times, and I know because Zamedi said that he's going to have a different show for this, because I think there's so much to know about that slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. There's so much to know, and I believe not all of us, but a lot of our people are still uninformed. Like, completely informed about what really happened. I'm not just talking about Africans, even African Americans. Because like I said, I said it before on the show, that if you look at what's going on right now among black people, there is an agenda by the white supremacists, by the imperialists, to ensure that we keep being divided across all lines. So that even the African diaspora cannot unite with Africans. And we can see it play out in the US. There's always tension between African Americans and Africans socially, you know. Now you have splinter groups like FBA, ADOS. I don't want to digress. But there is this narrative I've been hearing online. And I've been hearing that narrative so many times that we were the ones that enslaved African Americans. That we were the ones that captured them and took them. That's not true. I've heard that story. When I talk to African Americans, I try to debunk that myth. Another dangerous myth I've had, because that myth is to blame Africans for the transatlantic slave trade, which is also part of the divisive.
Jide, are you two truths can exist together. Are you debunking the fact that there was an internal slave economy within Africa?
What do you mean? There was an internal slave economy.
It's well known that the Madam Tinubu from Lagos was a slave dealer, built her wealth on slave. Even the Benin Empire was involved in all these things.
Your empire, yes,
so
you're right.
My point is this: let's not, as we try to tell a truth, we don't have to minimize. We just have to tell the whole truth.
Yes,
okay?
That's exactly the point. There's a difference between half truths and full truths. What you said is right, but there's a more complicated picture to the story of the slave trade. Like there's a more, like I hear that thing a lot, and it's a very dangerous myth because it spills hatred towards Africans. It spills trauma, the trauma they have, they put it on Africans. Because I've heard that thing so many times. It's not actually a full truth. So I'll give an example. There were slaves that were captured, even in Nigeria. There were slaves that were captured, taken to the New World, and they were even given condition that for them to be free, they should come back to Africa and capture other slaves. So they will give them repatriation to come back to Africa. That will free you, but you will come and capture other people. I'm not making this up. These are things that are documented historically. Like African people will be enslaved. They will bring them to the New World. There will be some of them, they are probably maybe children of kings or something. They have so much influence in the previous kingdom in Africa. Maybe they are educated. A lot of these people, I don't want to sound controversial. Some of them were Muslims because they were coming from powerful kingdoms. They were even associated with kings. Because a lot of the African Muslims at that time, they were part of like the top hierarchy. Like they were the kings. They were a lot of the Muslims, even in the Oyo Empire.
That depends on where they came from. What you're trying to say can be put into one clean sentence, which is this: the issue between African Americans who are FBA and the diaspora of Africans who have traveled there is simply an issue of ignorance and of bad language. When they say Africans, they're correct. The only thing is there is not just one African. So that terminology needs to be further understood. But continue. I mean, we don't want to go through this now. It was actually the question I was going to put to.
And one of the things.
Actually, the question I was going to put to BBR, and I thought it was a question that would have been thrown out, would have been expanded by him if I was to ask him.
It's okay. Don't expand on it.
You see what I'm saying? You said every my man's going to end now, and then you're going to take 5 minutes. You're going to take 5 minutes and speak, and then the next one's going to end, and you're going to take 5 minutes and speak, taking away everybody's time.
Even if it's unfair,
you're tragic. You're tragic.
Take it easy.
I'm easy, but you need to take it easy. You spend 1 hour. You spend 1 hour at the beginning of the show.
Can you
and
leave it,
spend
please?
5 minutes after everybody has spoken, so you know how much you have spoken. It's your show.
See, you can speak 200 times. It makes no difference in terms of the fact that you still have had a say. So you've had your say.
What does that mean? What does that mean? That goes nowhere near fairness. That goes nowhere near balance. That goes nowhere near understanding who you have on the platform and who you can give some level of grace to.
Can you leave it, Jagun?
I can't leave it because you're spectacular.
Leave it for now. Jide, the point you kept making
You're
about
the
trans-Saharan slave trade, we forget. I think that one goes on for longer.
It went
but
longer,
similar,
yes.
it goes on for longer. But has similar amount of people in total. So what that tells you is that there was a lot more impact with transatlantic one.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
A lot more people for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also they took them away from the.
I don't think that analysis is very good. I think that's a short-term analysis that does not speak about the depth and breadth of pain.
I know. We know the depth of pain is even worse.
Sorry,
why are you taking me away? I'm just saying what I'm saying.
Jide, is it possible that the lack of
hold on, don't ask him any question because I just
it's for you, just a consideration. Is it possible that the lack of proper documentation of the Saharan slave trade has given us a very limited information to know the atrocities? Example, Egypt was not a white nation. Morocco was not a white nation. Algeria was not a white nation. Yes. Today, you don't have traces of the blacks there anymore.
Yes.
Now, that is within the African context.
Yes.
We come here and talk about the Argentines, how the blacks were systemically wiped out. What happened to the blacks?
The thing is, he had something important to say, and you allowed
makes
him.
no sense because the blacks in Egypt still exist.
Jide, let's leave it. Jide, round up 30 seconds so that we can start actually wrapping up the
finish.
show.
I gotta get
30 seconds now. You've been talking for quite a while.
I'll try to make it faster. So the point I'm making is, even the people that are descendants of slaves, they can trace their ancestors. Some of them may even trace their ancestors who have captured slaves themselves. So if you say that, if you are a descendant of slaves and you say that, oh, Africans enslaved you, you may even be in contradiction because you may also trace your ancestry to people that may have also been involved in capturing slaves. Because even the middlemen that were capturing slaves were also enslaved. It was very complex. You see what I'm saying? On your empire, they were one of the top empires when it comes to the slave trade. That empire flourished from slave trade. Eventually, people of that empire, the middlemen, a lot of people from that empire were enslaved. A lot of them were enslaved. In fact, a lot of people that were involved in that slave trade were also enslaved. You see what I'm saying? So it is more complex than saying Africans enslaved other Africans. And you that are in Africa, you are the ones that enslaved us. We hate you. It's very childish. It's part of it's a lazy analysis, honestly. Now, my final point. I'll talk about the Iran war. This Iran war, I've said it and I'll keep saying it on this show. It's a war against imperialism. It is an existential war. If Iran loses this war, all of us, we oppressed people, we are in deep trouble. Iran must win this war. They are resisting. Every support that they need, we need to support them. Because the price that Africans cannot pay, either because of their mentality or other factors, Iran is paying it severely, and Cuba. And they must win this war. Because if they win this war, the world will not remain the same again. This world is full of evil, injustice, exploitation, oppression. It will be a game changer. And Iran will be an embodiment for the liberation of oppressed people. You guys are not giving me a lot of time to talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank God we have finished with everybody has spoken today apart from Ife.
I didn't speak in this round.
It wasn't. That's the first time Jide is speaking. It's not a round. Everybody
no. Jide has already said he spoke before. I didn't hear it.
I spoke once. Everybody spoke once. He spoke
for 3 hours. So that you spoke the rest of the time.
Yeah, he spoke once.
Yeah, you said.
let's bring Jide. Jide, I don't know Jide. I mean, sorry. If have you got something to say about Nigeria and
No,
or
the only thing I was very mad about what happened this week. I think it was this week. The MC Olomo judgment against him, and he said that nobody's gonna get him out of that place except Tinubu. I mean, you see, we have a long way to go. The audacity, his audacity to go against what the judge. So that's why I say we don't even have a government and we don't have judiciary. How dare him? One of his daughters is a nurse here, works in the same hospital I work. Can he come to this country and, just run common red light? But a whole judge gave a judgment against him. He said that he will not obey it, except if Tinubu is the only person that will remove him there. That is the country we have. Imagine if it's me, imagine if it's you. And he even brought army with him. They came with him. So, I mean, when we come here every day and talk about what is happening in our country, it just surprises me how bad we have deteriorated that country. Who is MC Olomo? If he's not Agbo, tell me what he is.
It's not Agbero.
What is he?
Do you know how MC addressed Tinubu? Do you know what he calls Tinubu? He calls him Daddy me. My dad. Forget to. I'm not justifying what they do, but MC Oluomo sees himself as Tinubu's son. And Tinubu sees him as a son, a useful tool. He calls him Daddy me. That's the way he addresses him for years. It's a hopeless one. That one. They've taken Agberoism to Abuja, what they've never seen, now they are saying. That's why I came back to talk on this one that you said. No, thank you.
Yeah, so my other question, I think I'm going to need somebody to explain this. What is the benefit of United Nations to Africa? What are we even doing there? What are we doing there?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't understand when you people say like 5 superpower, the China, US, and Russia, and UK and France. I have never seen of any benefit this organization to Nigeria, to Africa.
Can I explain what United Nations is and why it is useless?
Okay, so please tell me, because I mean I don't even understand why we still have our name. Yeah, can you tell me?
Keep it brief, you've used your time.
Yeah, I'll make it very simple. So like you have weak nations, you have strong nations. And you can have a bully in a house and you have a child that does not have power. So what United Nations does is it makes everyone to be at the same table. Both people that are strong, weak, have strong, everybody on an equal table, so that you can all have like, okay, we'll agree on how we are going to organize each other. We will live together peacefully. That even if we want to fight each other, there will be rules, right? But what you now have was that institution was created after the Second World War. After, the World War. So people that won that war, they were the strong people. Like you mentioned, China, US, and Russia, right? They are the strong people. They now form the UN Security Council. But at the same time, you have what? You have UN, human rights, all these other, all this, I don't want to mention all of them, but you know what I'm talking about. You have the international order. That is used to make sure that everyone is on the same page, so that we will not be living in a jungle, so that there will be rules that will dictate how we live. But what you now have is that because of those winners of the Second World War, they are fighting each other. The one that won the Cold War, Uncle Sam, is now the one funding the United Nations the most. So if I'm the one funding you, I'm funding everybody, I can bully you. I can easily, because I can decide I don't want to fund it anymore. If I don't fund it anymore, there's nothing you can do about it. You understand? And it's even in my country. The headquarters is in my country. So what's happening is that the biggest funder is now the one now deciding how countries should associate with each other. So that country that is funding can do anything it likes because it's the bully. It can do anything it likes and get away with it because it's the one funding everybody at this point. The other ones that won the war, they don't have as they have power too, but they don't have as much say. You understand? That's why the UN is useless. That's why that bully can go and attack another country and get away with it. You understand? That country can go and cause regime change in Africa. Nothing is going to happen because it is the one that has all the institutions through its corporations. You see what I'm saying? That's why that United Nations is very useless. I'll stop there. Thank you.
So, but a country like Nigeria, can they pull out of that organization without any consequences?
The problem with that is that if Nigeria pulls out, it's going to we'll be very isolated. Like, we'll be completely isolated because we will not be able, even Iran can choose to leave, but Iran cannot leave. You know why? Because anything that Iran does, it still has to be under, because it's like a community, right? Say the United Nations like a community, even though it's useless, but it's like a community. Like, if someone is attacking me, United Nations, I can report to everybody and fight back. People will understand, even though they cannot fight that person, but people will know that, okay, this person, what the person doing to me is wrong, so I can fight back. That's what. So if Nigeria moves out of the United Nations, we'll be just isolated. We can't make any. I don't know how to explain it.
But of what benefit? Because we are not benefiting. Is it not better for us to be on our own?
Because the world is ruled by treaties, ordinances, and agreements. That's just the bottom line.
The only thing I feel
we benefit more. We benefit more than
borrowing that we are borrowing from this country. That is the only thing I see that.
No, all those UNICEF, all those programs they run in Africa and they run in Nigeria. They have a lot of programs in Nigeria. We get that money from United Nations.
Where are you getting the money?
That's what she says. Benefits.
Where is the benefit of the money? Can you see
I know some communities, like I know about UNICEF. I know I have someone that worked for UNICEF. I remember when they did a lot of boreholes, in Anambra State, all over Nigeria they do that.
That is the only thing we're benefiting from.
No, not all that. Immunization, all those things, that's United Nations.
Benefits. Always benefits.
Yeah, I think the point she's making is trying to highlight the fact that we don't necessarily gain from the UN. If anything, we may actually be compromised from it because you have to sign certain agreements, share certain information, and leave yourself kind of vulnerable. So, like, I think Morocco was out of African Union once, and I think there was another country that was out of the UN for a while. Maybe it was Israel or something. The whole world didn't implode. So it's a valid question to ask. What is there for us? Because you had the French, was it French or a European official said about the World Criminal Court that it was designed for African leaders. International Criminal Court was designed for African leaders. So some of all those things are not designed to favor us. It's just designed to keep us.
It's not designed to favor any part of the world except the top 5 on the Security Council. That's just the fact of life. So it's just to put everybody in check, put everybody in order, and make sure you acquiesce to everything that was at the top 5 do. This is why they bind you with treaties. This is why they bind you with trade and security agreements. That's just it. So, but pulling out and isolating yourself, you are only asking for a North Korean style society, because now what the world is going to do when you do not abide by the crumbs that they want to give you from the United Nations, then they're going to make sure that your society becomes even more despondent. It becomes worse than it actually is now. But the aim of the aim of the United Nations is not to make you rise. It's not to make Africa rise. Now, if you can finagle your way and get out of it, good enough for you. But the aim is to put everybody in check and put the rest on the top of the hierarchy and let the world move on like that. So regardless of whatever organization is formed, the way the world is and the way it's moving and the trajectory it is upon is that there will be those on the top and those on the bottom and those mid-level. And the ones on the bottom, like Russia and India and China, when I say bottom, I say it loosely, have to now come together and form an alliance like we're seeing with BRICS and try to get themselves out of the control of those that we regard as the West, meaning Western Europe, North America, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So this is what the world has always been going through. Now with the United Nations, previously before that, it was the League of Nations. So in essence, that's what it is.
Thank you. And support the diaspora voting. Can you take 2 minutes to make your, because the others are going to take 1 minute to make their final submission, except if he hasn't finished, she's always free to have her own say. All right. So support the diaspora voting. He came late, so I'm sorry. It's 2 minutes. Then everybody else 1 minute to say what they need to say to
No, let me go last now. So I just finish. Just let me go last.
Okay. That is quite an idea. That's quite an idea. Let's bring Okay, Ike, are you ready to give your 1 minute closing out submission?
You reach our turn, it become 1 minute.
We have gone over time. I don't want to. I'm already in trouble as it is.
They want to give us a human right.
Oh God!
Don't reach our turn. It become 1 minute.
That's so.
Why will it not be 1 minute? After all, it took 2 hours to talk.
You know what? I'm not going to be talking again. You will not let me rest. I'm not going to be talking again. You see, what I was going to is that.
Forefathers, do you know I wanted to say that earlier? I wanted to type it. Wait a minute. It took you 44 minutes. 44. Yes. I was timing you. I was just sitting down here. Why will it listen? No, joke apart.
Didn't you enjoy it? I was saying reasonable things.
Forefathers, we have to be considerate. Remember, we have other people joining from, like from Nigeria. So we have to consider the time difference. That's number one. Number two, the data they are wasting, burning, waiting for you behind the stage. I don't think it's fair. At least 10 minutes, 20 minutes is okay. Whatever you want to talk about, when everybody comes to the panel, we can sit down and talk about it. But if you stay here to stay like 20 minutes,
you're right.
To be honest with you, I'm not.
Yeah, you're right. 10, 20 minutes. 20 minutes is more than enough to say what I need to say. Then I can do another 20 minutes after the show when everybody's running away. But it's all right.
What are you talking about? And again, the funniest thing, you will spend for almost 45 minutes monologue talking. After when you bring everybody, you will tend to overshadow everybody. That's not right.
Sorry to say, it's like you stay alone. I don't think you have to stay. I think you stay alone in the house.
Oh God, how did you know?
I just know. Trust me.
This kind of stuff that you are just.
It's not. Sorry, it's not only you. Sorry, no, it's not only you. I know that people here that stay alone. I have not seen them.
What about Babagana?
Wait, now let me use my 1 minute. Can I use my 1 minute?
Yes, please, Oga. Let's do 1 minute.
Listen, everybody, forefather would decide. With forefathers, you can stay 2 days here, not because he doesn't have a wife. So he doesn't understand.
I don't think he has a companion. He doesn't have a companion. I don't think.
For example, where I live here in the island now is 11 o'clock. My wife has gone to bed, right?
Okay.
I am supposed to go to bed with my wife at the same time. After we prayed, I'm not supposed to be here. So maybe you don't understand what it means. That
it doesn't.
Sacrifice I'm making because of I'm talking about Nigeria. I am sacrificing my marriage and my relationship and my love for my wife because I'm supposed to cuddle her to bed when she sleeps.
Touch something.
You understand? So, forefathers doesn't have a wife, so you can stay here.
You never understand. You never understand.
No, forefathers, you have to do something about it. Honestly,
I just want to wish everybody the best of the new week. We're entering the Easter. Is it the Holy Week? My brothers and sisters in the Muslim community celebrated already. I didn't see your meat, but it's well. It doesn't. It's no problem. God bless everybody, and I wish that we all will be talking about issue of Oluomo. Like if he brought here. It's always at the end of the day that is to still tell you that all this issue of world politics, what is eating you is greater than this world politics you are talking about, because I don't know in any platform around this world that you see Iran talking about Nigeria. But we spend time here talking about Iran. The people you are talking, they are living a better life. They have, even in the cost of war,
they have
light. They have light.
You are not better off.
They have light.
What is the minimum wage? What is the minimum wage in Iran?
Even Ukraine that has been fighting for almost 4 years now, they still have power.
So
we don't even have to
sometimes, listen, I don't want to talk much, but sometimes you have to face reality. These people you are talking about, Venezuela, we talk about it every day. Do you know what their minimum wage is? Let Jide Google it. What is the minimum wage of people in Venezuela, and what is the minimum wage in your own country? What is the cost of a bag of rice? And that is why you are telling somebody that he should go and put his son and daughter to the harm's way, all of in the name of trying to defend Nigeria. Did you not see Oluomo today sharing people 2,000 naira in their convention? This is the context. This is where they have reduced this country. And Aburo, who is the tout in now I'm a conductor on Lagos from Oshodi to nowhere, from Modo to Danfo, has become a powerful politician in Nigeria. And they're the people that are ruling you and making decisions for you. And you're sitting in London talking about Iran, talking about
another country,
talking about America, talking about
God bless you, my brother. God bless you.
Is making decisions on your behalf, and you are happy.
God bless you.
I wish you
all say no.
Thank you. I did say that I wasn't very happy with our predicament, but
so that is 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay.
It's extra. Okay, yeah. Please give us your 1 minute closeout for Nigerians. Thank you for joining us.
You guys know that I've changed. Nigeria needs to be, dismembered, so that everybody, should just go home, and I'll still be friends with some of you who can still come together and talk about issues. Like Ike, saying, I was thinking about it this morning, and why is it that it seems that we were raised, the same all the time? We're interested in news. World affair, we listen to, maybe like me, I listen to BBC while in Nigeria, BBC Voice of America, Radio Germany, but that's Radio Deshawell also, whatever. Radio France, we stepped into all these things, and then we carry it over. We're becoming old men, and we're still talking, we get into other people's affairs, but then our country, and we don't take time to debate what is going on, because I feel for Palestinians, I feel for Iranians, but just like Ike said, you can't fight them. When we had what do you call it, NSAS, movement, people were killed. They were unconcerned. They were doing their own stuff. We have to find a way. If people, for people who want to Nigeria to work, spend a lot of time talking about Nigeria. Not only talking about Nigeria, but doing things. But me, I don't retire. I don't. That country don't tell me, I don't tire.
Fair enough.
Thank you. When I went to Nigeria recently, I have to be honest, I wasn't very keen on leaving the country. That's the truth of the situation. But so it tells you that it's not everything that is bad. I was going to London, but I wasn't that keen on leaving.
Keep quiet. Stay there for 1 month.
Look at that. I stayed there for 5 weeks. What do you mean 1 month?
Nigeria is a sweet place. Trust me, yeah. But don't tell me say he doesn't want to leave. Stay there for 1 month. You see.
I stayed more than 1 month. I stayed more than 1 month this time.
Nah, that is. But you see the rubbish that is happening there. You'll be angry. Not that you tell me.
I saw the rubbish. Believe me, I saw them. But it still didn't make any difference to the way I felt when I was leaving. Oh, come on. Even at the airport, the lady that was flagging people through some of the points, and she was saying something, I was like, when she was talking to me, I was feeling like, man, what is the point going back to this place and all that? Nigeria,
Nigeria too sweet.
What kind of, see, I was just saying, the lady at the airport was talking to me. I was about to go past, and I felt, no, that it was actually Nigeria is a good place to be if things were working right. There were things because I don't have to go to school anymore, so I don't worry about school. The only thing I worry about in Nigeria is the health, bad roads, insecurity, no power supply, all those things. Those are but if you remove those ones, Nigeria is fine. If you remove those ones, Nigeria is fine. Perfectly fine.
What do you think we are becoming for? It's not just basic amenities. What is Nigeria looking for? It's not basic amenities. So what else? You think we care about making the money or this and that, building mansions? No. Now building people having to offer that the ones looking for mansions.
Okay, let me carry on this thing. Jagun. The Jagun.
You see, I'm down to 0% again. So my voice is probably exactly.
What I'm going to do is that the next
Am
time
I
post, I'll have a conversation. No, it's not very clear. It's choppy. I'm going to have a conversation about the best.
Yeah, you chop my time now.
We need to
now you chop time.
That have come in.
I told you I was on 7 seconds earlier.
Jagon, let me say this. If we limit the number of people that come in, we can have the people that come in make more contribution and have fuller say about, because then they can go round and round on the topics. So whether it's best to limit it, because if everybody keep coming in, it leads to frustration. People will be here for 3 hours, they will speak only once. You see what I mean? So maybe it's good to limit the number of people that comes in so that we can circle round and round. I don't know. It's something that I have to.
You think that's a problem?
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying it's an option. We have to discuss it. But Jago, please go ahead.
I have a question before we start. How do you? I know when you said something, because honestly, I don't like the way you moderate sometimes, but it's okay. But you said something that when there was a flare between I and the other guy there, the guy you said that he was better than me. How do you evaluate who is better on the part? I don't understand, because when you say things like that, it's divisive.
How do you mean? Did I say he's better than you?
Yeah, you said that, but it's okay. But there's another thing.
Hold on.
There's another thing.
Who are you referring to? Sorry. Who are you referring to?
I don't know his name. He's there. He puts different things on his. I don't know his name.
Okay. Oh, no, I never said he was better than you.
Wait. Not just that.
At least that's not what I meant.
I've noticed something that you do. So if someone
is there, you didn't me.
You don't talk.
No, it's not
but
you,
if I now respond, no, it's not you now. It's not you. if I now respond, that's when you now react.
Sometimes it comes across like that. Sometimes it comes across like that.
But it's not. You see what I'm saying?
Maybe because I feel like it's easier to stop you, that you are going to understand.
Yeah.
AY is very understanding. AY hasn't said anything for a while, apart from when he snipes at me from the. So sometimes some people are more understanding than others. Yeah, some people are more understanding.
Okay, now you're acting like the forefathers. Now you're acting like the United States, right?
Hey,
how can you say? Wait, no. Hear me out. How can you say? How can you say you're stopping someone that is defending themselves? I didn't talk to this guy.
Hey, God.
So relax. When you attack someone, when you attack someone, hold on. You let him talk. Why can't I speak?
No, please. Everybody cannot be speaking. Diago will not have it.
That's cool, but you can't attack someone all the time. You know what I mean?
We have to understand that Diago makes a lot of sacrifices to come here. Diago makes a lot of sacrifices to come here. So let's also respect that effort that he makes. He doesn't have to be here. He could have just listened in the background, and he chooses to come on and say, make his contribution. Diago.
But wait, look at him crying about him thinking you said I was better. Why would I? I'm not in competition with you today. CEO, what is wrong with you?
CEO, leave it, please. Leave it. I'm trying to. Diago, thank you for joining us. What do you have to say, based on the conversation and to Nigerians? 1 minute, please.
I had a lot to say, but I won't be saying it now because I'm on 0%. I'm about to shut down. I know I'm on 0%. I don't come through very well audibly. So you chop all my time from 7 seconds till now, and that's me.
Oh, sorry. Next time, I don't know what I can make about that. I'll see what I can do about that. CEO, 1 minute to Nigerians, and you to yourself, whatever you want to say, really.
Listen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Why
loud
is
and
this
clear.
thing all dark all of a sudden? Oh shit! Hold on 1 second. Let me turn this shit up real quick. 1 second. Pardon me for cursing. You know, I
Everything
really
is
don't want.
perfect on this side, though. Everything is perfect on this side. We can
It's
see you.
not well.
We can hear
That's
you.
perfect for you. That's perfect for you, not perfect for me, because I've been dealing with both of y'all for a long time. And with you, I can stand because on some level, I still look at you like, even though you come at me, but I can still understand where you're coming from. I've always faced this where people think you are not deserving of maybe a certain knowledge or certain aspects of life, and they try to look down on you. I've faced it a lot with Nigerians. So when I see the envy and when I see the jealousy, I get it. For example, look, he's crying here talking about you said I was better. I'm not in competition with you. And to be fair, even if we were in a competition, you couldn't lace my boots. So, and I say that with all disrespect. I
Wow.
mean, what is there
Can
to?
we?
No. What is
You
there?
are saying
What
it and not
you said?
saying it at the same time.
Yeah. So what is there to compete with you? You always come on here. You were attacking me. I'm talking about I was talking about the trans-Saharan and transatlantic
Nigeria,
slave trade,
capital
things that
person,
happened in 2001 that I experienced here in the United. And I'm explaining these things to you and going further and to explain how the United States, Israel, Argentina, and the rest of these countries vote the way they vote. I juxtapose it, and then I went on to talk about the slave, and then you here arguing, you start interrupting me, talking about, oh, you're going round and round. But then, in a typical envious manner, envious fashion, what does he do immediately you gave him the mic? He starts talking about the same thing, and he does this all the time. So I'm not here to compete with anybody. I'm here to learn. I'm here to spread knowledge. This is why I do not talk about what I do not know. I'm not in the business of regurgitating what I read or what I saw on YouTube 2 minutes ago, or checking Chat GPT for 10 seconds and thinking I'm an expert on that in that field. That's not my style. And I'm not here talking about my mentors or John Meisherman because I watch him on YouTube. That is not my style, okay? So moving forward, maybe check your envy, check your jealousy, check your inferiority complex, check however you're feeling, and leave me alone. Leave me out of it. I don't talk to you.
Thank you.
When you
Thank you.
have a tendency since I met you to always come at me. You said you just started learning about geopolitics during COVID. You claim you're 30 years old. You have a good
Use more than
35
3
years to
minutes
go.
now.
Yeah, I mean,
More
so
than
just
3
leave me
minutes.
alone and back off from me. Just back
Yeah.
off.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I didn't say that you were better than him. I think he probably misunderstood what I was saying. Everybody is good at what they do here in their own ways.
Crying. Fuck.
Let me see. Jaguar has his audio is messy. And AY, thank you for joining us. You have been very civil. Apart from when you want to blame me for something, it's all right. I don't like when they try to malign you that you agree with me all the time. AY doesn't agree with me all the time. He disagrees with me on, especially when it comes to Islamic stuff. We have our own disagreement too, but we disagree in a polite manner. Hence, it doesn't look like fight. Yeah, people don't understand how to disagree in a polite manner. Yeah, I don't agree with you there all the time. I'm not sure where I disagree with you fully, but I've not had any major area. But me and AY disagree in some areas. So, AY, what do you make of this discussion so far? Especially with this Iran stuff. I hear that Houthis have now decided to join in, and we also see that Nigeria, they are trying to say Nigeria is going to break up if we don't fix insecurity, as if we didn't know that. It just makes sense of everything, and if you want to say something positive to Nigerians, I'm sure they would need it, and not need it to help.
Yeah, honestly, where we are here, we are with the war. To be honest, it's a mess already, so we just have to deal with it. I would just say people should prepare for the worst. It might really get bad. people in Nigeria are really suffering, especially with the price of gas going up almost every week. The more the price is going up, the more price of stores are going up in Nigeria. Right now, it's really hard for the people. I think instead of this, the government can come in. If Nigeria government really want to subsidize gas, this is the right time to do it. I think they can go into some kind of agreement with Dangote and tell Dangote to seal the price, then they are going to pay the difference. So you can do this, to be honest, you can benchmark the price at $1,000, at 1,000 naira, and just make agreement with Dangote and supply the gas and make sure, try to manage the system. It's really tough. I really, I've been shouting now. I'm really tired because those people supporting the evil Trump is doing, it's sad, but I've been shouting, even as regard to Nigeria, people that want violence, that want war, that want Nigeria to be attacked. I said, if you destabilize Nigeria, we are gonna pay for it. This is what we are not. We think it's a joke. Nobody win in a war. We are gonna pay for it. So this is the reality. This is what I think we should prevent as a country. We need to unite and speak in one voice, because even whatever is going on in Nigeria, if that country finally destabilizes today, everybody is gonna pay for it. So if you think you are in abroad, you have family, you have extended family back home, where are they gonna go? So it's a lot of issue. If Nigeria want to divide, I really feel it's very disrespectful for the American guy and keep on disturbing Nigeria with this division, with whatever is going on in Nigeria. It's a shame that the government are not doing enough. You allow foreigners to speak for the country. I don't listen to this kind of people, man. I feel it's very disrespectful as a country. If Nigeria decide they want to divide, that discussion should be within Nigeria and let the right thing be done. I'm not scared of division, really. To be honest, I'm a proponent of one Nigeria, but I'm not scared of division. My only thing is, if you decide you want to divide Nigeria, divide it with fairness, do it in such a way that no minority group is oppressed. I really care about the minority group in Nigeria, to be honest, more than even the majority. Because the majority group, they are the problem. They are the biggest problem of the country. So they can go on their way. Let the minority go on their way. Go on their own. This is the way I see it. If you decide you want to really break down the country, you go ahead and let minority in the north move to their direction. Let minority inside move to their direction. Let them manage themselves. So it's very complicated breaking up Nigeria, except you don't know Nigeria. I don't know how you want to break it up. It's very complicated, but hopefully we don't get to that point. The one final thing I know, unfortunately, you did discuss the political issues going on in Nigeria currently. I think Konkoso has prepared to decamp to ADC this week. So I think that's a new development. We see what happened. So we're still gonna watch it this space, especially with Atiku and Peter Obi and Konkoso now. You have the likes of Amechi. So I want to see if they'll be able to unite and produce a single candidate. I know that will be difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult. If I want to project, sincerely, I see Peter Obi moving out to a new party, because Peter Obi, there is no way on earth he's gonna get the ADC ticket, except Atiku is gonna approve of that, because ADC really belongs to Atiku. But if Peter Obi decide to move to a new party with Konkoso, that's gonna
the election is lost now. That's the conclusion now. There's no point.
It's gonna change the dynamics of the whole
because that's splitting the vote in three ways at least. So
yeah, but it will have more momentum if that happens. It's gonna be interesting. Just watch out.
Okay, particle space with Kwankwan. So
just watch out for the space. So I think the
I mean P2B with Kwankwan so is the most dynamic ticket. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So APC sincerely they need to sit up. I know in their head they won the election already. Yeah, of course they have the momentum, but things can change very fast with what is going on in Nigeria, with the suffering of the masses. They can be a major revolt. Hopefully, somebody is advising Tinubu correctly, because he might be. They might go into that election with overconfidence, and
you have gone well more than your time. What's that now? You are abusing
you
it.
See, you've been giving everybody like 10 minutes.
Nobody get that. You are supposed to take 1 minute to say this thing. You're going for 5 minutes.
Okay, that's all I got though. So I wish everybody.
Thank you. Well done, AY. Let's see. Like, share, and subscribe, and also subscribe to 2Niger. That's a news channel. I'm gonna be doing live streams on that one exclusively in the coming weeks, especially when I start having more time and election is getting closer. I'll be doing more live streams from there. So it's yes.
Is it my turn?
Have you not spoken?
No, I haven't spoken for 1 minute. It's my turn.
Okay, your 1 minute. Okay, do your 1 minute then. Do your 1 minute. Okay. Thank you.
First of all, I have 1 minute. So I will say something, then I'll read something, and that will be the end. Okay, for today.
Forefathers, yeah. Look at two of them.
First of all,
oh God, can you stop?
First of all, we the Nigerian people, I've always said it before, we need to have, I know me and forefathers have had this conversation before on the panel. We need to have historical responsibility. We need, for any revolution to happen in Nigeria, if we lack historical responsibility, it will never be successful. In fact, there can never be a revolution in Nigeria if the will of the people is to align with the oppressors. And unfortunately, the Nigerian people still align with the oppressors. They align with the oppressors' values. They align with the oppressors in solving their problems. They align with the oppressor to be the one to actually provide for them. They align with the oppressor to lead them. And as a result of that, Nigeria will keep being what it is. Unfortunately and sadly, Nigerian people will keep suffering. It's quite sad, but this is the reality. Unless we change our mindsets, unless we become... For those that know what I want to say, silence is the best answer for a fool. A fool that thinks he knows it all. He flares up when he hears
he did that enough. For I cut him off.
The diaspora voting. He didn't say anything. He's not calling any name.
A fool does not know the meaning of the words. Listen.
He's not calling anybody off.
No, now, let me finish, please.
He's not cutting anybody off. And please, don't be doing that now. You should be better
Forefathers, yeah.
Okay,
darling, you shouldn't be doing that now. Darling. Forefathers, yeah.
Look at them. You need to stop it. What is the matter with you, man?
Forefathers, yeah. Look at them.
He's not even talking.
Look at them. Favorite. Get your girlfriend out of here and knock him to go look for a girlfriend. Forefathers, yeah. Then starts talking with his whiny voice.
Can you leave it? Let me not be encouraging this kind of attitude. Why you people? I should be worried that you people are having to go at each other constantly. I don't know why. You guys I don't even know why, really. You guys doesn't seem to like each other. And you should be aligning because most of you share similar opinions. You have similar opinion in many issues.
Maybe wisdom comes when.
For let's be real,
Can we leave it now? Can we leave that? Let me go to.
It's just envy. That's it. It's just envy. It's envy. That's it.
Okay, so
envy.
the last two.
He wishes it was me. That's all.
I will be timing into now that Kene is here because I have to make sure timing. Because Kene is
I won't wait for just a minute.
It's a time buster bunker.
Yeah.
He likes to bust time this restriction. 2 minutes. And you, Kene, I think you're one of those people that support Israel, isn't it?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
So, are you aware that they voted against black anti-slavery? Hold on now. There was a vote about reparation at the UN.
Please hold
only
on.
3 nations voted against it. Only 3 nations voted against it at the UN. United States, Argentina, and Israel voted against reparation. Hold on, so you will talk. They voted against it. Then remember, you take that one, take Israel out of that one. They put it with South Africa. Israel was supporting the South Africa regime. They actually helped them get their nuclear weapon. The South Africa regime, they helped them get it. So, and they are also aligned with India. That is also a caste society. When we're talking about people that Israel has special relationships with, at their worst. So, go ahead.
Those 3 nations are one to ask the reparation. Who is going to pay the reparation and to who?
It's going to be the people that enslaved people that compensated their slaves. They compensated these people.
Who are the people? Who are the people that enslaved people, and who are the enslaved?
The people that enslaved people.
I haven't got to that question yet. Questions to answer right now.
Hold on. It's very simple answer, really. The people that enslave people are the Western nations, UK, France, and all the other countries. Yes.
Okay.
And who were enslaved?
Where are Arabs? Where are the Arabs on there?
The one that they are addressing is the transatlantic one.
Pardon me?
The one that they were addressing at the UN was the transatlantic one.
No. Why leaving behind the Arab?
Because the Arab one is different in the sense that it happened at a longer period of time, and that has a similar number of people. No, it has the same number of people that.
Who forgave them?
Nobody forgave them. That one could be brought up again.
Now this is who are the recipients of this reparation? Who are going to be the recipients? Or
the various different groups, communities, nations. So,
Africa,
hold on. You are asking the wrong questions. You are pretending as if you don't know.
No, why I ask this question is because these people sit down in their offices or their conference room or wherever you call them and make noise over things that stimulate your emotions, and you begin to talk about it.
So it's only Israel, Argentina, and the US that knows better than the rest of the world.
Yes. I support them for doing that. Nobody should pay anybody any reparation. If the Arabs slavery isn't going to be on that group, they should forget about it. And again, who are going to be the beneficiaries? You and I, forefathers, you know that our forefathers also were affected in this slavery of a thing.
Yes,
are you telling me that at the end of the day?
Hold on. Are you trying to say that because of that, the Jews should not have been compensated for the Holocaust?
Well, that was Holocaust, right?
So their own is different. Our own is not the same.
Hold on now. Forefathers, I'm coming. They fought for it.
Hold on. No, because this is a very interesting line of questioning. Because I have to ask you, so you give a clear answer. You are saying that the Holocaust it's okay for them to get it. Am I mistaken to get compensation for it?
No. Hold on. Now, see, for the fact that my people, over 3 million people were killed during the Biafran War, and no compensation was given to my people. I don't think any other person deserved that compensation.
You keep quiet.
Yeah,
hold on. Are you saying that Israel does not deserve it?
Hold on. Nobody
Jews
deserves
does
it.
not deserve it. Okay. Yeah, that's consistent at least.
Okay, see, you see life.
Want to compensate. If there should be any compensation, hold on.
Listen to me.
Kokoli.
Okay, listen.
Hold on now. It's not your time.
No.
You're about to.
I want to be the look. Listen, when it
If
comes
there
to
should be compensation for that, every victim should be on that
people
list.
still vote on it, and if they feel that they have to
Should be
give
simultaneously.
pay. Simple.
Every victim should be on that list, and the discussion over should be discussed simultaneously. You don't discuss one.
No, hold on, please. Hold on now. This is support diaspora voting. Hold on. See,
that means
you just came in. Support diaspora voting was here before. You can hold on for a second. Let's not get rowdy. Because when you are saying that they should bring every single person that was involved into the edition, it's like saying when they took the Benin bronzes, that they should bring people that they took it from, like Ovaronwe, to come and collect it.
Also, again, in that Benin kingdom, in that Benin kingdom, the Benin kingdom should also be held responsible to pay reparation to the people that they kidnapped, the people that they enslaved, the people that they killed.
Yeah, but that is not the point we are making now. No, if you want to do that,
then everybody should be checkmate. Everybody should come to the table and begin to.
Okay, so you are okay now. I think we've had your submission. So your submission is that the Holocaust, the people that suffered Holocaust should not be compensated.
Everybody should not. What about the people of Congo? What about the people of Congo?
I think at least you are consistent. If that's your point, then it's consistent.
What about them? Everybody should be on the list. Each and every victim of the Holocaust
this thing happens once.
Be on the list.
This happens one time the other. You get my point? This Holocaust, whatever. Yeah, it got to a time where it became a thing. After a while, then they settled it and whatever. Probably if the Biafran Civil War would have been the next before slavery happens, probably they would have settled that matter before slavery.
No.
Oh my God!
We still pay.
What I'm telling you,
what about the compensation experience?
We still pay for the Holocaust. Is what I'm trying to correct.
What about Congo's experience?
We still pay.
But the one that happened on your nose, we are not discussing about that. The one that happened in Congo, we're not talking about that. The one that happened.
Okay, so we still the world.
We are still
the United States still pays for the Holocaust till today. Because of the.
Let's leave that. We know that you have said it now. Hold on now. Why are we trying to make things difficult? Let's see. It's only Kene and support the voting that is remaining. I really I have to have time to say thank you to all those people. Yeah, but okay, take 1 minute to summarize and.
No, I didn't even speak up to 30 seconds.
Of course you did. Now you've been talking for the last 3 minutes. You're saying this.
All this while you eating into my time.
You came late.
My summary is, let me just summarize. My summary is everybody should go and sit down. Nobody is compensating anybody. As far as Biafra is not on that list, they are all talking nonsense. What we should be talking about right now is how to disintegrate that country, divide Nigeria so that there will be peace among us.
Thank you.
Foreigners in my land. Hold on now. It's not 1 minute now. Then, hold on. We're talking about Anioma State now. Some people are crying, right? It's a done deal that we have 6 states in the southeast. The people of Anioma, I don't know where you come from, AY. I don't know if you are from that side, but I know that Oga Tony is from that side. So he's part of the Southeasterners now.
All right. Let's have support for this.
That is what we're talking about now. Yeah.
Forefathers, this is why when I say we have to inform ourselves about certain topics, I don't mean it to insult you, because we have to always call out. There's people listening. And amongst these people, there are kids, and I guarantee you there are kids that want to learn. And there are adults that want to learn. Now, we're on here, we're trying to teach each other and learn from each other. We cannot come on here making spurious claims that are factually incorrect. All right? So to come on here spewing and regurgitating white supremacist trope, you as the moderator should be able to call it out. This man, my guy Kenny right here, is talking about, and I say deceitfully, bringing in Congo while defending the atrocity that we as a nation, when I say nation, we, I mean us as a race, the black people, which we suffered in the hands of Europeans. Why are you on here today trying to defend them or effectively remove them from the crimes that they committed against us? This, it's not even making sense. You're not more well-versed than the intellectuals and the experts and the historians that got involved and indicted the white people for the crimes that they committed against the Africans.
You made your point on that. Okay, can we leave that now? Can we leave that? Support the diaspora voting. Take your 2 minutes and give your closing statement. Thank you for joining us.
See, first thing first, look, we just saw Fortunisha, like what Bubumri said. Many people just come here and just out of selfishness or out of selfishness. You think it's life revolve only about you and nobody
you
else.
Are African land. Your African nation was
go. You think life must just you. If it's not you, you don't care about anybody. You understand? Oh, because my name is not there. Okay. Because me, I did not eat first, then nobody should eat. You understand? Not knowing that other people can eat.
Why must I be excluded? At the end of the
day, it will still get to your turn. You eat. These things come one at a time. Somebody brought out the gist. Somebody brought out the idea. Other people
exclude me on that list. You guys are just talking up and down.
And you see your
include me on that list.
This is where Nigeria cannot go forward. Where they will tell
you will go forward.
For everybody.
My prayer is for Nigeria to never go forward.
No, I want Nigeria to be better for me first before any other person. If it's not better for me, no. As if you are not part of everybody. Do you understand? Once one issue is addressed, automatically it addresses every other thing. You understand? Because it's open the kind of wound to heal.
The usual 419.
Oh, can we let it go?
This guy. That's why. Look, sometimes I just wonder, like, if you say you are suffering, I don't like, you are suffering because you really want to suffer. Because of your selfishness and stinginess, that's why you're suffering.
I didn't tell you that I'm suffering.
Or whatever. That's why you're crying because of your own. No, whatever you're crying for. Actually, because of
let him have his say now.
That's why you're crying that cry. Because something is happening. This is for a people that even involves you. But because of your selfishness, you don't want to see it that way. No, if it doesn't affect me directly, as if it's not affecting you directly. But you don't want to see it that way because it affects everybody together. No. It doesn't affect me. You want it to affect you first. You want it to mention your name first before you believe. No, yes, okay, it's affecting me too. Meanwhile, everybody is everybody, including you. But no, you want your name to be mentioned.
Is not everybody. Congo is not on that list. Biafra is not on that list. What are you talking about?
Now they're talking about a race.
Excluded from that responsibility.
A country. They're talking about a race.
Arabs should be included.
You understand? Not a
Congo
country.
Should receive, yes.
Can we let him finish?
Why must be excluded?
2 minutes is
involves everybody that looks like you.
I will support white people if they are right.
A race they are talking about. But because you want your name to be mentioned,
I can't be part of the hate group. I cannot.
Out of your own selfish interest, you are so blind to see that no, your brother's happiness, because it doesn't affect you directly.
Who's my brother? Who's my brother?
That brother's happiness
All right, let's
uncle
take it
work
easy.
on you later. If not immediately, in the shortest time.
I will have to do something to
Because
calm
I
this
might tell
down.
you, if
Let's
this
take this
thing by
easy.
mistake or whatever, for whatever reason
Let's-
goes through, somebody somewhere else can also. Oh yes, so I remember there was a people. Yes, because this is a race issue right now. One race versus another race, which is bigger. Maybe if that is sails through, sometimes other people can come out just the way Israel is because Israel, this Jews, they are
Thank
European people.
you.
You understand?
You know,
Israel is
makes sense.
saying, okay, no, Germans did this to us, Germans pay, and Germans pay.
If we don't
You can
force
also say,
them
okay,
to build Africa, Africa will never rise. Period.
All right.
You can have 10
Thank
Biafras.
you.
If you
Thank
these
you.
people are not forced
You are
to
making
build
it even
Africa,
now.
Africa is never going to rise.
See,
I will,
look,
is a lie. It's a capital lie.
it's so painful.
Africa will
It's so
never rise
painful.
until you begin to elect good leaders. You cannot
No,
elect
look, see,
leaders
look, it is
like
part of
Tinubu
the discussion
and
still.
you expect
Look,
Africa to rise.
look,
You want
listen
to
to
put
me.
down a country so that you
It
rise?
depends.
Who are you?
Look,
You cannot
look.
rise.
Even if
That's
Africa don't have good leaders,
incompetent.
yeah, that does not mean if we see an issue, we should speak
It's
about
among
it.
you guys who will never allow
You
you
get my point? So it's so
to step up.
simple and painful that
All right.
as
All right.
good as
Let
you
me
are,
pass. Let me pass.
frustrated, angry,
What happened?
it's
What
also
happened to
painful.
Thomas Sankara?
Well, your brother sold them out. The same Africans joined in telling and getting rid of him. They joined the outsider.
What happened to Gaddafi?
Okay, so because of that
Don't
now,
care
yeah,
what they
Thomas
yarning
Sankara come
about
into
me in
something. No, we
particular.
have to talk.
Try on the road chasing my dream because I know.
Chasing for me. Wanna love like a man from my love. Barakota Ikisha my love. Everyone see like Jack on my love. Don't they find any God in the money I want. Don't they hear what the people they talk. Once again I shall get it to love. That's a life from no one. Go get another one. I go take and do it in a love. Waiting you love. Waiting you love.
Okay. All right. So I just had to slow that down, and I have to try to remember this lady that passed away due to cobra bite in Nigeria. And when I saw, because you know when they tell you about someone, you don't necessarily know them. Yeah. If one, yeah, isn't it? Am I mistaken? That's Ifunanya, perfect.
Forefathers, are you serious? If one waiting, are you serious? If forefathers,
Yeah,
See,
that is Nigerians.
the moment he
Nigerians that cannot
corrected me,
pronounce a Nigerian name.
Ifunanya,
A
the moment
Nigerian
he corrected
that
me, I
cannot
got it right.
pronounce a Nigerian name. How patriotic are you?
Oh, calm down, calm down. I
Kenny,
read
you're
the
right.
name.
He's probably from like Togo or Cameroon. You're right.
You see all this. You know, you guys, you never quit, do you? And now you are getting along, having a go at me. At least that's a positive. Let's see if I can find her this thing, because when I saw her, you know, when they tell you about somebody, you don't necessarily know until you actually see them. I'm like, okay, this is a loss.
A beautiful soul. Nigeria just
it is a Yoruba woman. Now you not also.
I don't care what you have in mind. Just listen in. just Nigerian, whole nation, no anti-venom or venom or whatever they call it. None. MRI machine, you can't find it more than 12 in Nigeria, in the entire country. Very useless country, but they dole out billions of naira to do unnecessary things. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about reparation. You're not saying anything. I'm talking now.
You're right. Sorry, King.
Maybe not reparations in terms of cash, but Africa, because I wouldn't trust the African.
Hold on. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm trying to close out, and you're trying to carry on the conversation. Don't do that. I'm trying to close out. Don't do that, man. You are being disruptive. It's not nice. And especially when we just played we are talking about somebody we just lost here, and you're just interrupting and started talking about the reparation again. So, and you know,
I thought you already closed. Why you can come back? I think
no, we've not closed that. Sorry about that, because my mic was muted. I don't know, So village people, I don't know what they're up to. But let me thank the people in the chat. The people in the chat, Vicarious, who is making all that noise now? Let's have a little bit of decorum here now. Vicarious Philly Dave, I see there. Quinty A, who has unmuted? Okay, that's Jagon there, and yeah. So Quinty A, I see you there too. That person again is making goodness gracious. All right, Quinty A, I see you there. Ken Riba, Boom Boom Ray, you're also on the platform and on the panel and on the chat. Thank you for joining us. Dan Azaya, thank you for joining us too. Obi, I see you there. Femio Luyinka, thank you for joining us. Femio Luyinka, I see you there. Nathan.
What's so hard in saying Oluyinka? Like,
all these people that are policing language now. It's all right. No wonder we keep winning Nobel Prize in language. All right. Nato J Bulu, Adesina John, Highbury. I see that. I see Highbury 10, the famous Highbury 10. Who else is there that I've not mentioned? JJ Wynn, that's an interesting one. JJ Wynn, I see there. Which other one? Oga, I see there too. Thank you for joining us today. I think I've said as much as I can say for now. I'm sure there are others that I didn't mention. And I actually think the conversation, by and large, was relatively positive, and was more engaging than normal. Maybe because, I don't know what it is really. It just was better. I felt like it was better. So thank you all for coming in and for your contributions. I know that you don't just come here, nobody's paying you to come here. And everybody's sharing their true opinion. Nobody's influenced. There's a thing that they call data boys now in Nigeria, where they give them money for data. They just come and start spewing garbage out in public. So I don't know. I don't think anybody's a data boy here. Thank you all for joining us. And Ify, I appreciate you for being around. Maybe you are helping keep things going. And I'll take that point.
We also have political content creators.
Yes, they are there too. I'll take the point you made about the 20 minutes. I think it's more than enough time to have your say on anything. So I will take that on board so that people can be able to speak. And I'm sure we'll be doing more and more different shows. So I'll use this time now.
Write your questions. Write your questions. Learn the topics you want to discuss. It's not just to come talk.
I know.
And then from there, you have a better show than this rowdiness. If you really want people to come in one after the other, learn your topics, write your questions, and then you flow from there.
See, if I write the questions, I can assure you are going to get angry because I will cut them off because they will not be. I will have quite a few questions to go through.
You don't have to be rigid. The questions are just to aid you in how you want to steer the conversation. You can look at the question and you can avoid it sometimes, or you can go back and see, okay, this is what I want to talk about. You get what I'm saying? So,
all right. Okay, thank you. I will try to take that on board. And everybody, you have ideas. I think some of all these ideas are actually good ones. It's putting
I
them
said
in
that to
practice.
you. I said that
Oh
to
my
you 2.5 years ago when I met you. Yes,
You are
yes,
enemy
I
of
did.
progress.
I said it
Why
to
would I
you
listen to
because I
you?
knew that you weren't writing anything down. I knew that when you're positioning yourself as a go-between, as a compare, it is good to have some kind of guidance for yourself. I told you that 2.5 years ago, but like you didn't listen. You
Yeah,
thought I was going against you.
thank you. Let me play something from the Ibera people to remember them for Ibera in Kogi State.
That's the white people.
You said KJ. You mean AY.
Now I'll bring us something more international to remind us where we still belong. Even if we are Nigerians, we are also part of a larger body. Now I'll bring you some South African singers, and then we'll close out with that.